Welcome, seekers of the impossible. You have entered the domain of Omni-Wizard, where every what-if becomes a world unto itself, where the boundaries of fiction shatter like glass under a thunderbolt, and where the stories you thought you knew are reborn with power beyond imagination. Today we tear open the fabric between two legendary universes and ask the question that no one dared to answer. What if Harry Potter had the speed force at Hogwarts, a boy raised under a staircase? A scar shaped like lightning, a destiny written in the stars. But what if the lightning was not just a mark? What if it was a connection to the most powerful force in the multiverse? What if on the night Voldemort's killing curse struck, Lily Potter's sacrifice didn't just shield her son, it tore a hole between dimensions and bonded him to the speed force itself? This is 6 chapters of pure unrelenting magic and velocity. If you're new here, subscribe to Omni-Wizard and join the family. Ring the bell, you won't want to miss what comes next. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The lightning within the Dursleys' breakfast table was a study in mundane cruelty. Aunt Petunia had arranged the morning meal with her typical precision: eggs arranged in geometric patterns on fine bone china, bacon strips aligned with mathematical exactitude, toast cut into perfect triangles. Everything about number 4, Privet Drive, screamed control and order, a house where every dust mote was banished and every emotion was suffocated before it could take proper breath. The walls were a sterile magnolia, the furniture arranged with the kind of careful distance that suggested no one in this house had ever truly wanted to be close to anyone else. Harry Potter sat at the far end of the table, a dark-haired boy of 11 with distinctive green eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses that perched awkwardly on his nose. His appearance was as neat as his relatives could force it. His oversized hand-me-down clothing, though freshly pressed by Aunt Petunia's exacting standards, hung loose on his thin frame like a scarecrow's costume. The fabric of his shirt was soft and worn, rubbed thin in places, a pale blue that had faded from countless washings. His trousers were held up with a string because his aunt had deemed a proper belt wasteful for people like him. The Dursleys had raised him with deliberate indifference, a carefully maintained distance that somehow made their occasional cruelties cut all the deeper. Indifference was their chosen weapon, not violent outbursts, but the slow, grinding erosion of a child's sense of belonging. They had perfected the art of making him feel unwelcome in a house that had been his only home. "More milk, Vernon," Aunt Petunia said, her voice sharp as broken glass, cutting through the quiet morning with the precision of a knife. Uncle Vernon grunted from behind his newspaper, the Daily Mail positioned to block out the rest of the room like a paper fortress. He was a large man with a neck that spilled over his collar like bread dough proving in the sun, and a perpetually florid complexion that suggested his blood pressure required constant medical attention. His hands, folded over the newspaper, were meaty and powerful, capable of delivering stinging blows when he'd had enough of Harry's peculiarity. Beside him, Dudley, Harry's cousin and the true center of the Dursley universe, shoveled food into his mouth with mechanical efficiency. Dudley was even larger than his father, a pale blonde boy of 11 who had spent the last decade being reminded that he was, in fact, perfect. Perfect in appearance, perfect in manner, perfect in every way that Harry was not. His gray school uniform was immaculate, his hair slicked back with pomade, his posture at the table the very model of what proper childhood looked like. He was, in his parents' eyes, beyond reproach. Harry reached for the juice jug, his movements careful and restrained. His hand trembled slightly as he lifted it, not from weakness or malnutrition, though he'd certainly endured both, but from something else entirely. A tension that lived beneath his skin like an electric current, dormant but ever-present. It hummed there in his nerve endings, a low frequency that only he could feel. He hadn't understood it until recently, this peculiar sensation that intensified whenever he felt the familiar crush of anxiety that his aunt and uncle inspired. The glass jug was cool in his hand, beaded with condensation. He could feel the weight of it, the slight give and take of liquid sloshing inside. The sunlight from the window caught the edge of it, creating a small rainbow that danced across his wrist. "Did I say you could have juice?" Aunt Petunia's eyes narrowed to slits, her lips compressed into a thin line of disapproval. Harry immediately set the jug back down, his small movement crisp with obedience. "No, Aunt Petunia, exactly. Water is sufficient for people like you. People like you." The phrase hung in the air, heavy with years of accumulated meaning. People like you were ungrateful. People like you were strange. People like you had strange parents who had gotten themselves killed in car crashes. At least that was the official story. Harry had stopped trying to understand what exactly people like him were supposed to be. The Dursleys' revulsion at his very existence was absolute and unquestioned, an article of faith as real to them as the floor beneath the table, as immutable as gravity. He picked up the water glass instead, a plain tumbler of colorless liquid that tasted vaguely of minerals. The water was cold on his tongue, crisp and impersonal. Everything about living at Privet Drive was impersonal, he thought. Even his own hunger was treated as an inconvenience, a failure on his part to control his own base needs. Dudley laughed, that high-pitched sound that had become the background noise of Harry's childhood. It came from deep in his chest, self-satisfied and cruel. He was chewing with his mouth full, revealing a partially masticated piece of egg, a privilege that was never corrected by his parents, because Dudley was perfect and perfect people were not subject to the same rules as everyone else. "Look at him, Mum, skinny as a stick. No wonder the kids at school say he's weird." "Freak," Dudley added as an afterthought, using the word that had become his favorite insult. It was a word he'd learned from the other children at a private school that cost a fortune, but he wielded it like a weapon. "That's what they call him, boy who is a freak." Harry felt something shift inside him. It happened in the space between heartbeats, a sudden, overwhelming pressure building behind his eyes, in his chest, radiating outward through his limbs in invisible waves. His fingers tingled. The sensation was like touching an electric fence, that moment of connection when current raced through muscle and nerve. The back of his neck prickled with heat, as if someone had turned up the temperature of his very blood. The sensation was familiar now, though he still didn't have a name for it. It came when he was afraid, when he was angry, when he was caught between the impulse to defend himself and the absolute certainty that any retaliation would result in punishment. It came when Dudley was being particularly cruel, when Aunt Petunia's contempt felt especially suffocating, when Uncle Vernon's meaty hand was raised in threat. Yes, Aunt Petunia agreed, cutting into her eggs with precise, violent little movements. The knife made a sharp sound against the china. Peculiar children often grow into peculiar adults. It's best not to encourage it. Allowing him to eat with the family is encouragement enough. "Your father and I have been far too lenient with him, Dudley, far too patient." Harry said nothing. Argument was futile and silence was survival. What happened next occurred in a fraction of a second, though later, when he tried to explain it to himself, alone in the darkness of his cupboard, Harry couldn't be entirely sure how much time had actually elapsed. The pressure inside him exploded outward. The world didn't so much slow down as separate into individual frames, like a motion picture broken down to its constituent moments. Harry could see with crystalline clarity the exact instant of transition. Dudley's mouth opening in shock, a drop of egg suspended in the air between his lips and his chin. Aunt Petunia's hand, frozen mid-cut, her eyes wide with confusion, her perfectly coiffed blonde hair not moving, not shifting, caught in absolute stasis. Uncle Vernon still behind his newspaper, oblivious to the moment that was about to shatter his morning routine. The sensation was indescribable. It was like stepping outside of time itself, like existing in a space between moments. The world was crystalline, each frame distinct and separate, and Harry could perceive them all simultaneously. He could see the way the sunlight fell through the window, could track the dust motes as they hung suspended in the air. He could see the individual fibers of the tablecloth. He could see the minute variations in color in Dudley's pale blonde hair. And then Harry was moving, not walking, not running, moving in a way that his body shouldn't have been capable of, a blur of motion that pulled at the very air around him, leaving something like golden light in his wake. The movement was instinctive, powered by that electric force beneath his skin, by that pressure that had been building since he first felt it weeks ago. His hand shot out and knocked the juice jug away from the table in a single fluid motion. The glass tumbled through the air, water beginning to spill in slow, graceful arcs. He blurred toward the kitchen, his form nothing but a shimmer in the morning light. The kitchen was suddenly around him, the tile floor beneath his feet, the counter within reach. He was back at the table. The jug was falling still, water cascading in a perfect arc, suspended in that strange, timeless moment. And Harry was moving again, impossibly, skidding across the tile floor with a sound like wind rushing past, his form a streak of golden light, and the next thing he was aware of was the sound of the jug shattering against the far wall of the kitchen. The ceramic exploded into fragments, water cascading down the white-painted brick. The sound was shockingly loud in the sudden silence that followed, a violent, irreversible sound that snapped the world back into normal time. Harry stood panting in the corner of the room, his heart hammering in his chest like something trying to escape from a cage. His entire body was vibrating, trembling with a sensation he couldn't name. The tingling in his fingers had become a full-body sensation, as if every nerve ending was firing simultaneously. His legs felt weak, unsteady, as if they might give out at any moment. There was a faint smell in the air, something like ozone, like the air after a lightning strike, sharp and clean and utterly foreign. His eyes watered slightly from the scent, and his hands were glowing, not glowing exactly. Crackling would be more accurate. Thin strands of golden light were dancing across his palms and fingers, bright and alive and utterly impossible. The light was cool to the touch, not hot as he would have expected. It felt like electricity without the burn, like power without the pain. The light traced patterns across his skin, following the paths of his veins, illuminating them from the inside. He could almost see the blood flowing through them, could feel his heartbeat in every extremity. He watched, fascinated and horrified, as the light danced and swirled. It moved with a life of its own, as if responding to some internal rhythm only he could perceive. The patterns were beautiful in an alien way, geometric and organic at the same time. What on earth? Aunt Petunia had lurched to her feet, her chair scraping backward with a screech. Her face had gone white, paper white, the color of old parchment. She was staring at Harry's hands as if they were the most terrifying thing she'd ever seen. Her hand had gone to her throat, gripping the neckline of her dress. Harry, Uncle Vernon's newspaper had fallen to the table, forgot. His face had darkened, the familiar purple-red creeping up from his neck. What was the meaning of that? What did you do? But Harry was staring at his hands, unable to form words. The golden light was fading now, receding back into his skin like a tide going out, retreating into whatever place inside him it had come from. The tingling sensation remained, though it was diminishing too, settling back into that dormant electric buzz beneath the surface of his skin. He could feel it settling into his bones, into his blood, becoming part of him again. Harry started, but he had no explanation. There was no framework of understanding that could encompass what had just happened. He'd felt that pressure before, but he'd never let it go like that. He'd never unleashed it. I didn't mean to what? Aunt Petunia stepped back, her hand still at her throat. She was trembling slightly, Harry noticed. Her eyes were darting between his hands and his face as if she couldn't decide which was more frightening. To create such a disturbance, to make such a spectacle of yourself in this house? I'm sorry, Harry said, and he was, genuinely, deeply sorry. Not for whatever he'd done, but for the consequences that were certainly coming. Aunt Petunia didn't believe in accidents. She believed in deliberate misbehavior and willful disrespect. She believed that Harry had done this on purpose to upset her, to damage her property, to embarrass her. I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia, I didn't. I'll clean it up. I'll clean everything. You'll do more than that, Uncle Vernon said, his voice low and dangerous. He'd set down his newspaper and was rising from his chair, pushing himself to his full height. He was a large man, made larger by Harry's perspective. His face was darkening to a shade of purple that was genuinely alarming, the kind of color that suggested his blood pressure was reaching critical levels. The veins in his neck were standing out. You'll go directly to your cupboard and consider what's happened here. Peculiar behavior will not be tolerated in this house. This is not a house of freaks and magic, and his voice rose, sputtering with indignation. We don't do that sort of thing here. This is a normal, respectable house. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said quietly. He moved toward the kitchen, keeping his hands carefully at his sides, terrified that they might begin crackling again. He could feel the power still thrumming beneath his skin, still vibrating in his bones. It wanted to move, it wanted to run. But he suppressed it, pushed it down, forced it back into the sealed compartment inside him where he'd been keeping it. As he swept up the fragments of the jug, his mind was racing. The ceramic pieces were white, broken along natural fault lines, sharp-edged and dangerous. Some were no bigger than his fingernail. Others were large shards that could cut if held carelessly. He worked methodically, gathering them into a pile, brushing the smaller fragments into a dustpan. He was different, he'd always known that. The Dursleys had made sure he understood it from his earliest memories. But this was something else entirely. This was dangerous. This was the kind of thing that could get him removed from the house, removed from everything he'd ever known, removed to where he didn't want to know the answer to that question. By nightfall, Harry's mind had fabricated a dozen explanations, each more implausible than the last. A dream. He'd been sleepwalking and none of it was real. A moment of delusion brought on by hunger. The Dursleys were not generous with meals for unwanted relatives. He'd been served a single piece of toast and a cup of water for lunch, and dinner was being withheld as punishment. His stomach was hollow, aching. It was possible that hunger could cause hallucinations, some kind of childhood seizure that had simply felt like movement rather than what it truly was. A trick of the light, a reflection in the window, something perfectly explainable in rational terms. None of them satisfied him, but they were all better than the truth, whatever the truth might be. He sat in his cupboard in the darkness beneath the stairs and tried not to think about the golden light. The cupboard was cramped, barely large enough for the thin mattress that served as his bed and a small trunk that contained his few possessions. The walls were wood, stained dark with age, and they pressed in on him from all sides. There was a small keyhole that let in a pinprick of light from the hallway, but otherwise it was absolute darkness. Tried not to remember the sensation of time stretching, of space compressing, of moving faster than he'd ever thought possible. It had felt good, he had to admit. It had felt right. Like finally being allowed to move at his natural speed instead of being forced to match the pace of people who felt slow and sluggish to him, like finally understanding himself. But it had also been terrifying. He curled up on his mattress and tried to sleep. It was shortly before dawn when the sound came, a crack loud and explosive, followed by a heavy thud against the front door. Harry jerked awake, his heart immediately racing. His instinctive reaction was fear that Uncle Vernon was coming to beat him, fear that he'd done something wrong in his sleep, fear that the Dursleys had finally decided to send him away. The Dursleys were stirring upstairs, their bedroom doors slamming open with characteristic violence. Uncle Vernon's voice bellowing, "What the devil was that? Who's at this hour?" Heavy footsteps. Uncle Vernon making his way downstairs, still in his nightshirt and pajama bottoms, his large frame casting shadows in the dim light of dawn. Harry heard him open the front door, and a voice, a warm, booming, heavily accented voice, came floating into the house like a ray of sunlight. "Sorry about that," it said, the accent definitely not English, containing undertones of Scotland perhaps, or somewhere equally remote. "Heavy on me feet sometimes, didn't mean to crack the hinges." "Looking for a boy named Harry Potter. Is he here?" Harry's entire body went rigid in his cupboard. His name. Someone was looking for him by name, someone who sounded nothing like anyone he'd ever met. Someone who didn't sound afraid of Uncle Vernon, who sounded instead like someone to whom Uncle Vernon's size and bluster would mean absolutely nothing. "Potter." Uncle Vernon's voice had taken on a strange quality, a mix of confusion and barely contained anger. "There's no Potter here. My wife, my son were respectable people. Normal people, we don't—" "Ah, but the boy's here then," the voice interrupted, cheerful and inexorable. "Good, that's good. I've been looking for him for a long time." "Got a lot to explain." The next few minutes were chaos. Uncle Vernon sputtering, his voice rising to a shout. Aunt Petunia shrieking from upstairs, demanding to know what was happening. Dudley stumbling downstairs in his pajamas, confused and cranky at being disturbed so early. And then footsteps in the hallway, and the cupboard door was being wrenched open, and light was pouring in, real light, sunlight from the windows, and there was a figure outlined against it, enormous, half-giant-sized, with a wild beard and eyes that seemed to take up half his face. His hair was long and unkempt, his clothing rough and weathered. He looked like something out of a storybook, or perhaps a nightmare, depending on one's perspective. "Harry," the figure said, and his voice was gentle despite his size. His accent was definitely Scottish, and there was a warmth to it that Harry had never heard from any adult before. "Harry Potter, my name's Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Witchcraft, wizardry. The words hung in the air between them, and something deep inside Harry, something that had been confused and frightened and alone for his entire life, suddenly began to make sense. The strange abilities, the pressure beneath his skin, the golden light. All of it made sense suddenly, in a way that felt like coming home. "There you are," Hagrid said, and he was smiling, a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes and made the scar on his face, a long, thin scar running from temple to jaw, shift and deepen. "I've been looking for you, Harry. Come on then, we haven't much time. Your aunt and uncle, they're not—" He paused, looking at them with an expression that was not quite contempt, but something close to it. "They've not been treating you well, have they?" "He's been fed and housed," Aunt Petunia said shrilly, her hand at her throat in that habitual gesture. "We've done our duty by him." "Your duty," Hagrid repeated, and the words sounded like an accusation in his mouth. "Right. Well, his duty now is to come with me, to learn about who he really is, to go to Hogwarts, unless you've got some objection." He looked at Uncle Vernon as he said this, and something in his expression suggested that objections would not be welcome or productive. Uncle Vernon's face had gone a mottled purple-red, but his bluster seemed to have evaporated. He stared at Hagrid for a long moment, then at Harry, then back at Hagrid. "He can't, we won't allow, he's not. He's a wizard," Hagrid said, as simply as if he were stating the day of the week. "Born a wizard he was, his parents were wizards, his mother Lily, she was a brilliant witch, one of the brightest of her generation. And his father James, he was a remarkable wizard too. You'll learn about them at Hogwarts, Harry. You'll learn about magic, about your world, about everything your aunt and uncle have tried to keep from you." The Dursleys' protests were loud and strident, but somehow irrelevant. Hagrid moved through them like an enormous wave moving through sand, unstoppable and inevitable. He was immensely strong, Harry realized, watching him carry Harry's small, battered suitcase with one hand while simultaneously shepherding Harry toward the door with the other. His hands were huge, the size of dinner plates, his grip gentle but absolute. Within an hour, Harry had packed his few belongings, which fit into the small, battered suitcase, and was following Hagrid out of number 4 Privet Drive, away from the only home he'd ever known. Behind them, Aunt Petunia was shrieking about abnormality and indecency, her voice growing smaller and smaller as they walked away from the house. Uncle Vernon was threatening legal action. Dudley was shouting something about his rights as a normal person. None of it mattered. Harry was leaving. Hagrid led him to a ruined hut on a rock in the sea, where they would wait out the rest of July. The journey there was itself an adventure, a journey by car that took them to a quiet seaside village, then a walk along a rocky beach that seemed to stretch forever. The hut itself was barely standing, held together by what seemed to be pure spite and Hagrid's stubbornness. But it was the first place Harry had ever been that actually felt like it might be safe. It was on Harry's 12th day at the hut, during an afternoon when Hagrid had left briefly to fetch firewood, that Harry's peculiar abilities manifested again. Harry had been sitting on the lumpy bed, rereading the welcoming letter from Hogwarts for what must have been the 50th time. The parchment was getting worn now, creased from repeated handling. Each word of it felt like a promise that he belonged somewhere, that there was a place where being different wasn't a sin. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd committed it to memory already, but he kept reading it anyway, unable to quite believe it was real. Then he heard a sound from outside, the distinctive crack of wood breaking, accompanied by colorful cursing in Hagrid's deep voice. He found Hagrid struggling with an enormous log, trying to muscle it into smaller, more manageable pieces. The half-giant was red-faced with exertion, his massive hands failing to make the wood yield to his strength. The log was ancient oak, knotted with age, resistant and stubborn. Splinters were embedded in Hagrid's palms. Here, Harry said without thinking, let me help. Hagrid gave him an affectionate smile that suggested he found the offer endearing but ultimately futile. There was gentleness in his expression and something that might have been respect. It's all right, Harry, you're just a boy. This is man's work, but Harry reached out anyway, taking hold of the log. The wood was rough beneath his hands, weathered and ancient. He could feel the history of it, the years it had spent growing as a tree, exposed to wind and rain and sun. His fingers found the natural grain, traced the patterns of growth and stress. That pressure began building in his chest again, that electric tension that he'd come to recognize as a precursor to something extraordinary. He let it expand this time, didn't fight it. He let the pressure radiating outward through his arms, into his hands, and as he pulled against the log, the world fractured into 1,000 frozen moments. He could see every detail of the wood grain with perfect clarity. The individual insects crawling across the bark, suspended in mid-scramble, a beetle, 3 ants, something smaller that might have been a mite. The bark itself resolved into individual particles, each one distinct and visible. Hagrid's face, mouth opening in surprise, his eyes going wide. The clouds overhead not moving, not changing, frozen in their drift across the sky. A bird caught mid-flight, its wings spread in a posture of perfect grace. The sea in the distance, its waves crystallized in mid-break. And the log was moving, yielding to a strength that Harry couldn't possibly have possessed, not at his age, not at his size. It was splitting along its grain, the wood fibers separating with a precision that was almost surgical. The log was breaking into manageable pieces, each one a testament to Harry's impossible strength. When he blinked back to normal time, he was standing surrounded by chopped wood, breathing hard. His hands were crackling again with that faint golden light, tracing patterns across his palms and fingers. But they weren't glowing as brightly as before. The light was more controlled this time, more contained, as if Harry was learning how to hold the power without letting it overwhelm him. Hagrid stared at him, his enormous face a mask of shock. His mouth was open, his eyes even wider than before. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly. I don't know what. How did you do that? Hagrid's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, that was you moved like. He stepped closer, his massive hand reaching out to examine Harry's palms. His own hands dwarfed them completely. You moved so fast that I didn't see you move. One moment you were holding the log, the next it was in pieces. I know, Harry said. I don't understand it. It's been happening ever since the morning Aunt Petunia made me angry. I've been able to move fast, really fast. And just now, that wasn't moving fast, Hagrid said, stepping closer. That was moving so fast that time itself seemed to slow down, or you moved outside of time, one or the other. He paused, searching for words. The struggle was visible on his face. I've never seen anything like it, not in my years at Hogwarts, not in all my travel. I've seen a lot of strange magic, Harry. I've seen things that would make your hair stand on end. But this is something else entirely. What does it mean? Harry asked, looking at his glowing hands. The speed, the light. Hagrid's expression grew troubled. I don't rightly know, he said, but I think perhaps Professor Dumbledore should hear about this directly. When we get to Diagon Alley, I'll send him a note. He's the headmaster at Hogwarts, and if anyone in the magical world would understand something like this. He trailed off, shaking his head in wonder. Fastest boy I've ever seen, maybe the fastest person, full stop. There's something in you, Harry, something that's not just magic. The journey to Diagon Alley took place on Harry's 12th birthday, the 31st of July. Hagrid took him through a seemingly ordinary brick wall in the Leaky Cauldron, a rickety pub that appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The landlord barely glanced up as they entered, and then Hagrid was tapping on the bricks with his wand, a specific pattern, 3 times here, twice there, once at the top. And suddenly the bricks were moving, rearranging themselves, creating an archway that led to a street that shouldn't have existed. Harry stepped through into wonder. Diagon Alley stretched before him, a narrow street that twisted and turned with what seemed like deliberate chaos. The buildings leaned at impossible angles, timber-framed and ancient, their upper stories seeming to defy gravity as they overhung the street below. Smoke rose from a dozen chimneys. Owls flew overhead, some carrying parcels in their beaks, others simply gliding through the air on patrol. The crowds were thick, wizards and witches moving through the narrow street with purpose and ease. They wore robes of every color imaginable, deep blues and purples, emerald greens, bright crimsons. Some had simple robes, others had elaborate embroidery. There were witches with pointed hats and wizards with long beards. Children clutching packages, adults negotiating with shopkeepers. Shop windows displayed things that were impossible. In one window, paintings moved, actual paintings in which tiny wizards and witches walked back and forth, waving at passers-by. In another, books flew about like birds, their pages fluttering as they dived and swooped. In a third, robes changed color at the touch of a finger, cycling through the entire spectrum. The air smelled of magic and wonder and something indefinably ancient, as if the street itself had been steeped in supernatural power for centuries. There was also the smell of food, warm pumpkin pasties, chocolate, something savory that might have been meat pie. The smells layered on top of each other, creating a sensory landscape that was almost overwhelming. And yet to Harry, whose perception had been fundamentally altered by the electric force thrumming through his veins, the entire street moved with the pace of a nightmare. Wizards and witches didn't walk, they shuffled. Their movements were slow and ponderous when compared to the speed at which Harry's mind was now operating. He could see the deliberation in each step, could perceive the moment of decision before a foot moved forward. Children didn't skip, they plodded. Even the fast-moving merchants darting between customers seemed to move through water, thick and sluggish and impossibly slow. A witch rushing past Harry took what felt like 10 seconds to traverse the distance of a few feet. He could track her movement frame by frame, could see the ripple of her robes, the flutter of her scarf, the smile on her face as she greeted an acquaintance. Harry realized the problem within the first hour. He couldn't slow his perception down to match the world around him. His body had been fundamentally accelerated, and now his mind was following suit. Time itself felt different when measured against his heartbeat. A minute felt like an hour felt like a day. It was exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Hagrid took him to Gringotts, the wizarding bank, and Harry tried very hard to suppress his impatience as the goblin behind the counter processed his account information with ponderous care. The goblin was short, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He wore a banker's uniform, pristine and perfectly tailored. His movements were precise and deliberate. "Yes," the goblin was saying, his voice like gravel. "Your vault, Mr. Potter, was sealed upon your parents' death in accordance with their wishes. The contents have been secure all these years." Harry could have recited the goblin's movements before they happened, the way he would lean forward, the way his quill would move across the parchment, the moment his eyes would flick up to acknowledge them. The goblin's hand moved across the parchment in what felt like slow motion, each letter carefully formed. Harry watched the ink flow from the quill, watched it dry on the parchment. A single second for the goblin was an eternity for Harry. "Your Gringotts key, Mr. Potter," the goblin said, pushing a small golden key across the desk. "Guard it well, only you can access your vault." The key was warm in Harry's hand, solid and real and reassuring. His own vault, his own money, his own things left to him by parents he'd never known. From Gringotts, they visited Ollivander's wand shop. The building was narrow and deep, squeezed between a larger shop and a smaller establishment. The window display was sparse. A single wand lay on a cushion of black velvet, no other adornment. As Harry and Hagrid approached, he had the distinct sense of being watched. The interior was unlike anywhere Harry had been before. Narrow and deep, lined from floor to ceiling with boxes containing wands. Hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, each one labeled with tiny brass nameplates. The shelves stretched back further than seemed possible. The shop seemed to extend much deeper than the building's exterior dimensions should have allowed. The air was thick with magic, almost tangible, a shimmer of power that made Harry's skin prickle and his heartbeat accelerate even further. The shelves seemed to go on forever, stretching into darkness. There was a musty smell like old paper and ancient wood. Underneath it was something else, something that Harry realized was pure magical power. It made his nose tingle, made his eyes water slightly. Ollivander himself was a man of indeterminate age, perhaps 60, perhaps 90. His face was lined, but his eyes were sharp and piercing. He had silver hair, thin on top, and pale gray eyes that seemed to see through to something fundamental in a person's nature. He emerged from the back of the shop as Hagrid nudged Harry toward the counter, moving with a grace that seemed unusual for someone of his apparent age. 11 years old, the wand maker said, not as a question but as a statement of fact. His voice was thin, papery, like leaves rustling. Yes, yes, I remember the boy. The day your parents died, I remember it well. A remarkable day. I remember the shock of it, the ripple through the magical world. He tilted his head, studying Harry with an intensity that was mildly unsettling. His eyes were luminous, almost feverish. Something different about you than the others. That's putting it mildly, Hagrid muttered, shifting his bulk in a way that suggested the shop was cramped for someone of his size. Harry noticed that the wand maker didn't ask Hagrid what he meant. Instead, he began moving among his shelves with surprising speed and grace for an old man, his fingers trailing along the boxes as if he were reading them by touch. His movements were precise, deliberate, as if he knew exactly where each wand was located without needing to look. He returned with boxes of wands, his arms full, his movements economical and purposeful. We'll begin with some basic pairings, he said. Traditionally, wands choose their wizard, not the other way around, but there are some conventional pairings that tend to work more often than not. Let's see. The fitting process began in earnest. Harry tried wand after wand, and each one felt wrong in a way that was difficult to articulate. The first was too heavy, the handle uncomfortable in his palm. The second was too light, insubstantial. The third made his arm tingle in an unpleasant way. The fourth sparked when he picked it up, but the spark was discordant, wrong, a sensation like nails on a chalkboard running through his entire being. With each wand, Ollivander's frown grew deeper. The old man was moving more frequently between shelves now, his movements becoming more hurried, more desperate even. He was muttering to himself, words that Harry couldn't quite make out. Curious, Ollivander said after the 15th wand. Curious indeed, I've never encountered a case quite like this. The wands won't bond with you, young man, that's unusual, very unusual. Is it bad? Harry asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Bad. No, not necessarily bad, simply unusual. Ollivander studied him more closely, walking around him in a slow circle. There's something about your magical signature that's different from what I'm accustomed to. Most young wizards have a straightforward connection to their magical core. But you, he paused, you're different somehow. There's a rhythm to your magic that I've never encountered before. Harry thought about the golden light, about the way time seemed to slow down when his power manifested. Let me try something, Ollivander said, and he disappeared into the back of the shop with even more purpose than before. Harry and Hagrid waited. Minutes passed. Harry lost track of time, hard to do when his perception of time had become so distorted. He studied the shop, the countless boxes, the way the light filtered in through the dusty front window. He could see individual dust motes floating in the air, could track their movement with ease. What do you suppose he's doing? Hagrid asked, his voice low. I don't know, Harry admitted. When Ollivander returned, he was carrying a single box, and his expression had changed. There was something intent about him now, something almost hungry. This one, he said, I've never made another like it. The core is phoenix feather, one of a kind, actually. The only phoenix feather I've ever possessed that was willingly given. The phoenix you see belonged to a very powerful wizard. When he died, the bird mourned, and in its mourning it shed a feather. Only one. I found it very shortly after the bird's death. He opened the box and revealed a wand unlike any of the others. The handle was constructed of wood that seemed almost to glow from within, a pale amber color that caught the light. The core, just visible where the wood wrapped around it, seemed to shimmer faintly. Try this, Ollivander said, and his voice was barely a whisper. Harry reached into the box and his fingers closed around the handle. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, everything changed. The wand felt right in a way that transcended description. It was an extension of his own will, an amplifier for something that was already present in him. The moment he held it, he could feel the wand's core phoenix feather, alive with power, vibrating at a frequency that matched something deep within himself. For a moment there was simply rightness, perfection, a sense of completion that he'd never experienced before. And then the wand was crackling with golden light, not gentle light, not the soft glow that surrounded other wands when they found their masters. He'd noticed that with some of the other children he glimpsed through the shop window as they walked past outside. This was violent, alive, a storm of golden energy that surrounded the wand and spread to Harry's hand, racing up his arm with the speed of lightning itself. Electricity danced across his skin, bright and terrible and beautiful, painting the shop in waves of golden radiance. The light was intense enough to cast sharp shadows, intense enough that Ollivander had to shield his eyes. Harry could feel the power flowing through him, but it wasn't painful, it was exhilarating. The light traced patterns up his arm, branched like actual lightning, like the fingers of a storm reaching toward the sky. The shop seemed to shine with the light, seemed to come alive with it. The boxes on the shelves glowed with reflected brilliance. The window at the front turned luminous gold. Even Hagrid, watching from his corner, was bathed in the golden light. It lasted for perhaps 5 seconds, though it felt much longer to Harry's accelerated perception. Then, gradually, the light faded. It receded slowly, reluctantly, like a wave pulling back from shore. The golden crackling diminished, settling into Harry's hand, traveling down his arm, disappearing into his body. When it was gone, the shop seemed dimmer, as if a light had been switched off. Ollivander had stepped back, his pale eyes gone wide. "Extraordinary," he whispered. "In all my years of wand-making, and there have been many, young man, many indeed, I've never encountered anything like that. The core vibrates at an impossible frequency. Your magical core, young man, it's unlike anything I've ever encountered. It's almost as if what?" Harry asked, watching as the golden lightning gradually faded from his skin. "As if your magic isn't entirely your own," Ollivander said slowly. His voice had taken on a strange quality, reverent and troubled at the same time. "As if something else runs through your veins alongside your wizarding power, something external, something that chose to fuse with you rather than being born within you." He moved closer to Harry, examining him with an intensity that was almost medical in its nature. His eyes searched Harry's face as if answers might be written there. "You're going to do extraordinary things at Hogwarts, Harry Potter, but I suspect they will not be the ordinary sort of extraordinary. That connection, whatever it is, it's not something I've ever seen before. It's not something the wizarding world has seen before, I think, not for a very long time." "Do you know what it is?" Harry asked. "No," Ollivander admitted, "but I suspect that Professor Dumbledore might. He's always been attuned to the unusual, to the magical phenomena that exist outside of normal understanding. You'll want to speak to him about this, I think." The wand cost 7 galleons, and Hagrid paid for it without complaint, handing over golden coins with a smile. As they left the shop, the afternoon sun was beginning to decline toward evening. The crowds in Diagon Alley had thinned somewhat, though there were still plenty of wizards and witches moving through the street. As Hagrid led Harry from the shop, the boy was acutely aware of the way the wandmaker's words echoed inside him. Something external. Something that had chosen him. He didn't yet understand what that meant, but he was beginning to suspect that his journey to Hogwarts would force him to find out. The final days before the Hogwarts Express were spent in a small hotel in Diagon Alley where Hagrid had booked them lodging. It was called the Leaky Cauldron, the same pub where they'd entered Diagon Alley through the hidden brick wall. The rooms above the pub were small but comfortable, and Harry had his own space for the first time in his life. A room, not a cupboard, with a window that looked out over the alley. Harry spent those days in a state of constant awareness, hyper-conscious of the way his perception separated him from the magical world he'd recently joined. His mind was operating at a frequency that didn't match the rest of the world. He would watch witches and wizards moving through the lobby of the hotel, and he could see the individual moments that comprised their movements. The way a witch lifted her teacup to her lips, the tiny adjustments her hand made to maintain balance, the moment her lips parted to drink. The way a wizard folded his newspaper, the precision of the creases he made. The way a young couple walked hand in hand across the lobby, their fingers intertwined, their movements synchronized despite their different heights and gaits. All of it was visible to him in crystalline detail, as if he were seeing it at multiple speeds simultaneously. It was maddening and beautiful in equal measure. The world was revealed to him in a detail that no one else could perceive, a complexity that most people moved through without noticing. On the night before they were to board the Hogwarts Express, Harry stood at his window and looked out over Diagon Alley. The street was dark, lit only by the ambient glow of wandlight from a few late-night establishments. The buildings created deep shadows, corners of darkness that seemed to shift and move. Owls flew overhead, and Harry could track their movements with ease, watch them dive and bank, see the moment they shifted their weight to turn. Could perceive the individual feathers on their wings, the pattern of light and shadow that made them visible against the night sky. Could see the precise moment a mouse appeared in the street below, and the owls dove toward it in perfect synchronization. He raised his hands and watched the faint tracery of golden light dance across his palms. What was he? Not quite wizard, not quite something else, something between, something new. The power was as much a part of him now as his own heartbeat. He could feel it pulsing in his veins, thrumming through his bones. It was patient and present and utterly inescapable. Hagrid had tried to explain it to him once, had said something about Dumbledore knowing more, about the headmaster being the only person in the wizarding world who might understand what Harry was experiencing. But explanations felt inadequate. Harry needed to see it, needed to understand it through lived experience, needed to accept it as part of himself. He concentrated, drawing the power up from deep within himself. The golden light intensified, becoming brighter, more defined, spreading across his palms like a sunrise. The light was warm and cool at the same time, crackling with energy. And then he was moving, just a simple motion from the window to the opposite wall of the room, but in the moments of that movement he experienced something like clarity, a sense of purpose, a rightness that had nothing to do with his uncle and aunt and the suffocating misery of Privet Drive. Whatever he was, whatever this force inside him might be, it was changing him, shaping him into something new. He was no longer simply Harry Potter, the unwanted nephew. No longer simply a boy, struggling to survive in a house that had never wanted him. He was becoming something else, something faster, something more. He wasn't afraid anymore. On the 1st of September, as Hagrid helped him onto platform 934, and Harry marveled at the way the barrier had opened for him, the way he'd stepped through solid brick and found himself in a world hidden away from the Muggle eye. He felt the familiar tingle of that electric force building in his chest. The platform was crowded with students and parents, with trunks and owls and toads in cages. A boy with red hair was trying to push a trunk onto the Hogwarts Express with limited success, swearing colorfully. A girl with bushy brown hair was already reading a book despite the chaos around her, utterly absorbed in her work. And everywhere, Harry could see the world in its full slow-motion detail, see every individual moment that made up the greater whole of human movement. The way parents were hugging their children goodbye, the tears on their faces, the quick succession of emotions playing out across their features. The way students were greeting each other, recognizing old friends from other wizarding families. The way porters were moving trunks onto the train with practiced efficiency. The Hogwarts Express blew its whistle, and students began surging toward the train. The sound was loud, piercing, a sound that cut through all the ambient noise of the platform. Harry let himself be carried along in the current of the crowd. His trunk floating beside him, Hagrid had managed that small bit of magic, demonstrating a power that seemed almost casual in its execution, as he made his way through the crowd. He could feel the press of bodies around him, could sense the slight resistance of their movement through space. A woman's shoulder brushed against his. A boy's trunk bumped against his leg. A younger student, probably starting her first year like him, was pushed nearly into him by the crowd and grabbed his arm to steady herself. "Sorry," she gasped. "It's all right," Harry said, and meant it. For the first time in his life, the touch of another human wasn't something to fear. For the first time, he understood that there was a whole world out there where people like him belonged. He found a compartment that was nearly empty, just a boy with red hair already sitting there, trying to organize a trunk full of sweets. The compartment was small, the seats worn but clean, the window looking out onto the platform. There were images on the walls, wizarding posters that showed moving Quidditch players performing impossible feats. The boy looked up as Harry entered, and Harry noticed in that fractional moment before normal human recognition could occur every detail of the other boy's expression. His freckles scattered across his nose like constellations, his green eyes bright with curiosity, the small scar on his upper lip, the way his hair stuck up at odd angles as if he'd been running his hands through it. "I'm Ron," the boy said, "Ron Weasley. You're not going to believe this, but my family's been at Hogwarts for ages, and my mum wouldn't let me bring any of my own sweets because she said they'd be selling them on the train. And she was right, there's this lady with a cart, and there's chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and all sorts of things, and we've got to have room for actual food," Mum said, "not just sweets," but he paused, reaching into his trunk. "Want one? A chocolate frog. They're brilliant. They jump, but you can catch them if you're quick enough." Ron tossed a chocolate frog toward Harry, and in the space between heartbeats, Harry's hand was moving. Not consciously, not deliberately, simply moving with the speed that had become his new normal. His fingers closed around the frog mid-leap, capturing it before it could escape. The chocolate frog was cool in his hand, solid and slightly sticky. When Harry opened his hand to look at it, the chocolate frog was struggling against his palm, but it was firmly caught. He could see the ridges on its skin, could count the individual bumps along its back, could perceive the moment it lunged toward freedom and failed to achieve it. Ron's eyes went wide. "That was brilliant. I didn't even see your hand move. It was just there," and he paused, studying Harry with new respect. "What's your name?" "You're brilliant at Quidditch, yeah. You've got to be. Nobody moves like that unless they're trained." Harry said, still looking at the chocolate frog in his hand. It was struggling less now, seemingly resigned to its capture. Harry Potter. Ron's mouth fell open. For a moment he seemed unable to form words. You're Harry Potter, the one from the books. There's books about you, you know. My mum read them to me when I was younger. About how you survived you-know-who and how your parents died in that terrible accident. Car crash, Harry said, still not entirely comfortable with the official lie. That's what my aunt and uncle told me. Right, yeah, car crash, Ron said, though he looked like he wanted to say something else, something more. Anyway, everyone knows who you are, you're famous, and you can move like that. Harry shrugged, unsure how to explain. How could he tell this boy that he could perceive time differently than everyone else? How could he explain the golden light, the electric force in his veins, the sense that he was fundamentally different from everyone else on this train? Just quick reflexes, I suppose, Harry said finally. Ron grinned. Well, quick reflexes or not, you're brilliant. You're going to love Hogwarts, Harry. Everyone does. Well, except Slytherins, but they're generally awful people anyway. The train pulled away from the platform, and as it did, Harry stood at the compartment window and watched the magical world receding behind him. Diagon Alley disappeared, replaced by the more mundane London landscape. Behind that lay Privet Drive, the hut on the rock, everything he was leaving behind. Ahead lay Hogwarts, answers, and education in a world that he was only beginning to understand. Ahead lay adventure, danger perhaps, wonders that he couldn't yet imagine. Ahead lay a place where being different wasn't a sin, where having power wasn't something to hide. And thrumming through his veins, growing stronger with every passing moment, was that golden force, patient and present and utterly inescapable. Whatever it was, wherever it came from, it had chosen him. It had fused with his magical core, creating something entirely new, something that the wandmaker had never seen before and seemed to think was significant in ways Harry didn't yet understand. Whatever he was becoming, whatever destiny awaited him at Hogwarts, he was ready for it. Or at least he would be ready by the time the train stopped. The world could slow down all it wanted. He would match its pace. He smiled at Ron, who was already chattering about Hogwarts houses and what position he might play on the Quidditch team, and allowed himself to feel, for the first time in his life, something that might have been hope. The train carried them through the night, through the magical world, toward a castle and a future that no one could have predicted. And in the darkness of the compartment, barely visible golden lightning danced across Harry's palms. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, faster than magic, the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet and gold under the September sun, its paintwork so brilliant it almost hurt to look at directly. Steam curled from the chimney in lazy, ethereal spirals that dissipated into the bright autumn sky. The sheer chaos of platform 9¾ pressed in from all sides, hundreds of students filing through the entrance, their excited voices creating a cacophony that would have overwhelmed Harry just a month ago. Trunks crashed against the platform. Owls squawked indignantly from their cages. An enormous toad croaked somewhere nearby. A woman with vivid red hair was herding a group of identical-looking boys with the precision of a drill sergeant. Harry stood near the entrance carriage, his trunk gripped firmly in one hand, Hedwig's cage held carefully in the other. He'd learned, over the past 4 weeks, to perceive the world differently, learned to slow his processing when the chaos threatened to overwhelm him. The vibration beneath his skin, that constant thrum of the speed force, had taught him to segment and categorize information in ways his young mind was still struggling to comprehend. He could focus on individual conversations if he concentrated, could pull apart the threads of sound and separate them into coherent speech. It was exhausting, and he still had no real framework for understanding why his body worked this way, but it was manageable. Mostly. One of the red-haired boys caught his eye, a dark-haired child about his own age, maybe a year younger, standing slightly apart from his siblings. There was a warmth radiating from that cluster of family that made something in Harry's chest clench with a longing he didn't quite know how to name. He looked away quickly, focusing on the steady stream of students moving toward the train. "Oi, watch it!" a voice suddenly cut through his reverie. A boy with sandy-colored hair, his face flushed with flustered energy, had appeared at Harry's elbow with startling speed. The boy was staring at him with wide eyes that carried unmistakable recognition. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" The familiar heat of embarrassment crept up Harry's neck. Even after a month of living in the magical world, even after Hagrid's enthusiasm and Diagon Alley's stares, he still hadn't grown accustomed to being recognized. "Yes," he said carefully. "Ron Weasley," the boy interrupted, extending a hand with a grin that revealed a gap where his front tooth should have been. "My mum knew your parents, or rather she knew of them, I mean." He laughed, apparently at his own fumbling. "Anyway, come on, let's find a compartment. It'll get rammed in a minute, absolutely packed. Everyone's going to want a good spot." The ease of the invitation surprised Harry. No wariness, no suspicion, just straightforward friendliness without the weight of expectation he usually carried. He found himself smiling slightly as he nodded. "All right, thanks." Ron grabbed his arm and began pulling him toward the nearest carriage door. Come on then, the best compartments are at the middle. If you get too far forward, you're near all the prefects, and if you're at the back, the older students take over. They squeezed past other students in the narrow corridor of the train, Harry's trunk bumping awkwardly against the door frames. Hedwig hooted indignantly at being jostled, and Harry murmured apologies to her even as Ron chatted continuously about his family, his older brothers, his excitement for school. My brother Bill's at Gringotts, works in the curse-breaking department, which is absolutely brilliant, Ron said as he led the way deeper into the train. And Charlie's off in Romania with dragons. Can you imagine, dragons? And Percy, he's in his 5th year, already got himself made a prefect somehow. And my little sister Ginny, she's not old enough yet, but she'll be starting next year probably. It's going to be strange not having her around, actually. They found an empty compartment toward the middle of the train, and Ron threw his trunk into the overhead rack with a grunt of effort that had him going red in the face. Harry settled Hedwig carefully in the corner, securing her cage so it wouldn't slide, murmuring soft apologies for the journey she'd have to endure. As the train lurched into motion with a final whistle that made Harry's heart jump, Ron produced a package of sweets from his bag. "Chocolate frog," Ron said, already unwrapping one. "My mum always packs about 100. Thinks I'll starve to death on the train or something. You hungry? You look a bit peaky, actually. When's the last time you ate something?" Harry tried to remember. He'd been too nervous that morning, his stomach doing somersaults as he contemplated the journey. "I had toast," he said finally, "this morning, before we left." "That's ages ago," Ron declared, pressing a chocolate frog into Harry's hand. The package was still warm as if freshly made. "Here, you can have one of mine, and there's plenty of other stuff. Bertie bots, every flavor, beans, pumpkin pasties, licorice wands." Mum went a bit mad at the station. Harry unwrapped the chocolate frog, watching as it wriggled slightly in the wrapper. It was a strange creation, somehow genuinely alive, yet also made of chocolate. The frog's skin had that peculiar glistening sheen that suggested both confectionery and living flesh, an impossible hybrid that should never have worked but somehow did. "You just have to eat them quick," Ron advised around a mouthful of chocolate, "or they jump away. Happens every time." As if to confirm this, the chocolate frog suddenly wriggled with renewed energy. Its powerful hind legs began to coil and extend. Harry could see the exact moment the muscles tensed for the leap, could see the sinews bunching beneath the chocolate skin. Without thinking, without even consciously deciding to move, Harry's body reacted. The world lurched. Time didn't exactly stop, but it slowed into a viscous, syrupy suspension where every millisecond stretched out into something tangible and measurable. The chocolate frog's powerful hind legs uncoiled with deliberate slowness, each muscle fiber visible as distinct bands of movement in the golden afternoon light streaming through the window. Harry could see individual drops of moisture beading on the frog's glossy skin, could count the individual scales on its back as it prepared for its leap. Ron's hand was still raised, mid-reach for another sweet, his mouth open in mid-sentence. A tendril of cigarette smoke from an older student in a nearby compartment drifted past with all the speed of a lazy river, each particle of smoke visible as a distinct mote in the air. A speck of dust hung suspended in the beam of sunlight, illuminated like a tiny planet in its own contained universe. Harry moved. His hand shot out in a motion that should have been impossible. His arm blurred, not with the normal blurriness of fast movement, but as if his very form was translating through space in a way that defied conventional physics. There was a golden streak in the air, a luminous path that his hand traced from his lap to the frog's current position. His fingers closed around the still-jumping sweet with perfect precision, and in the stretched eternity of this moment, he could feel every individual ripple of the creature's muscles as it continued its leap into his palm. The motion from start to finish lasted perhaps a tenth of a second in real time. The world snapped back to normal speed like a rubber band released. Ron's eyes had gone so wide that Harry could see the whites all around his irises. His mouth hung open, a partially chewed piece of chocolate visible on his tongue. The rest of his body remained frozen in that mid-reach position for a fraction of a second before his brain caught up with what had just happened. "Did you?" Ron's voice came out strangled by astonishment and the remnants of chocolate in his mouth. How did you, what was that?" Harry turned the still-jumping chocolate frog over in his hands, trying to slow his racing heart. His hands were tingling with residual energy from the speed force. The effort of moving that fast, of channeling that much power through his body, had left him feeling slightly dizzy and far too aware of every cell in his body. He should have let the frog fall. Should have let Ron catch it, played the part of the normal boy. Should have kept his head down and maintained the pretense that he was just another first-year wizard, nervous and excited and utterly ordinary. But his body had simply reacted, moving at a speed that no human should be able to achieve. "I'm fast," Harry said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just quick reflexes, I suppose." Fast, Ron repeated, his voice climbing toward hysteria. That wasn't fast, that was you bloody teleported or turned invisible. Or used some sort of charm we haven't even learned yet. He leaned forward with an intensity that was startling, his earlier shyness completely evaporated and replaced by eager, almost manic curiosity. Can you do it again? Do it again, come on, do it again. The part of Harry that was still learning to exist in this magical world, that was still frightened of exposure and rejection, wanted to deflect. Wanted to make an excuse, downplay it, insist it was just a trick of the light or a lucky coincidence. But there was something in Ron's voice that wasn't fear, it was pure, unadulterated fascination. I'd rather not, Harry said, turning the frog over in his hands. It had stopped jumping, seemingly satisfied with its journey, on a moving train with all these people around. He gestured vaguely toward the corridor beyond their compartment window, where other students were beginning to drift past in search of companions. It's not exactly safe if people started asking questions or if someone got hurt. Not safe, Ron grinned, and Harry realized with a rush of relief that this boy wasn't frightened of him at all, he was impressed. The expression of wonder on his face was genuine and uncomplicated. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Wait until the others hear about Ron, please don't. The words came out more urgently than Harry intended. I don't understand it myself yet, I only just figured out it could happen. And if people start asking questions, if they report it to teachers. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. He had no idea how adults would react to what he could do, and the thought terrified him. Ron seemed to deflate slightly, but he nodded with a gravity that was almost comical on a boy of 11. All right, your secret's safe with me. Blood oath if you want, I could probably work that out, or at least ask someone. He paused, then added with genuine warmth that made something in Harry's chest loosen. You're going to be famous for more than just surviving you-know-who, I reckon. This is the sort of thing that gets people talking. Something in Harry's chest loosened at that comment. Not pity, he was exhausted by pity. Not the weight of expectation and legend that had pressed down on him ever since Hagrid had first told him who he was. Just straightforward acceptance and enthusiasm. Ron didn't care about the boy who lived. He was fascinated by the boy with the impossible speed. They fell into an easy conversation as the train carried them north through the English countryside. The landscape that rolled past the window was green and pastoral, dotted with stone walls and small villages that looked like illustrations from a storybook. Ron talked extensively about his family, painting vivid pictures of his older brothers, Bill at Gringotts with his apprenticeship in curse breaking, Charlie off in Romania studying dragon behavior, Percy endlessly ambitious and rule-following, his younger sister Ginny, who wouldn't start at Hogwarts for another year. He spoke without pretense or guile, and Harry found himself gradually sharing pieces of his own story. Not the bad parts, not yet, but small things. His conversations with Hagrid about his parents, his first glimpse of Diagon Alley, and the overwhelming sense of wonder and dislocation he'd felt. How strange and wonderful the magical world seemed, and how utterly terrifying it was to be thrust into it with no preparation, no knowledge of the rules or the expectations. My uncle used to lock me in the cupboard, Harry found himself saying, then immediately regretted it. Ron's eyes widened. He what? Never mind, Harry said quickly. It's not important. But Ron clearly didn't think it unimportant. He spent the next 10 minutes explaining with increasing indignation that this was absolutely barbaric and that Muggle adults were clearly mental. Your family should have been thrown in Azkaban, Ron declared with the absolute certainty of a boy who never had to survive an adult's anger. That's where the worst criminals go, probably worse than that. They were in the middle of debating the finer points of Quidditch, a subject on which Ron clearly considered himself an expert, though his explanations were occasionally contradictory, when the compartment door suddenly slid open. Mind if we sit? A girl with bushy brown hair and an air of determined friendliness stood in the doorway. Behind her was Neville Longbottom, whom Harry recognized from the leaky cauldron. The girl was already sliding into the seat across from them without waiting for an answer, her movements precisely coordinated, as if she'd calculated the optimal angle for entry. It's just that everywhere else is quite full, and it seemed sensible to ask. I'm Hermione Granger, the girl announced, settling her bag on the rack with meticulous care. She arranged a small stack of books beside her before turning her attention fully to the compartment's occupants. I've read practically every book on the Hogwarts reading list already, and I've been practicing spells all summer. Ronald, isn't it? And Harry Potter? Just Harry, he said, offering a slight smile. Of course I've read about you in the papers, Hermione continued, folding her hands neatly in her lap. Her manner was earnest and businesslike, as if she was conducting an important interview. Though I have to say, most of the accounts seem rather sensationalized. The Prophet does love a good story, doesn't it? All that dark forces vanquished by boy hero business. though I suppose the actual truth is probably far more mundane, isn't it? Most great magical achievements usually have much more prosaic explanations when you look into them. Ron caught Harry's eye and made a subtle face that suggested Hermione was going to be one of those people who talked a lot and had opinions about everything. But there was nothing unkind in his expression, more fond resignation, as if he'd already accepted her as an unchangeable fact of nature. Not really, Harry said, answering her question about the events of his past. It's not something I like to talk about. Hermione nodded, accepting this with what appeared to be genuine good grace. Fair enough. I understand discretion is important, especially when dealing with dangerous magical incidents. Well, if you need any help with lessons or anything, I'm quite good at magic. I've already mastered the basic levitation charm. She demonstrated by causing her quill to rise several inches into the air, where it spun with elegant precision. And a bit of wandless magic too, once you've got the fundamentals down. It's just a matter of understanding the theoretical underpinnings of spell construction and having sufficient mental discipline to direct magical energy without the focus of a wand. The levitation charm was flawless in its execution. The quill rotated smoothly, maintaining its altitude with perfect control, responding instantly to the minute adjustments Hermione was clearly making. Harry found his fingers twitching slightly, that familiar vibration just beneath his skin rising at the sight of the perfectly performed spell. The Speed Force wanted to respond, wanted to burst out of him, wanted to move impossibly fast and match and exceed the magic being displayed. It took conscious effort to keep his hands still, to suppress the urge to move, to maintain his seat and his composure. That's impressive, he managed, and it was. Over the next hour, Hermione kept up a steady stream of conversation that moved from her own magical education to pointed questions about their families to an unsettling examination of some of the apparent inconsistencies in Hogwarts, a history. She seemed brilliant in an almost aggressive way, as if intelligence was a competition and she was determined to win at it. Ron seemed to have developed a complex relationship with her rapid-fire discussion, alternating between genuine interest and thinly veiled exasperation. Neville, by contrast, said very little. He seemed perpetually worried about something, his hands fidgeting with the straps of his bag or the hem of his robes. When he did speak, it was in a soft voice that suggested he didn't expect to be heard and often didn't seem to mind when his contributions were overridden. Once, when reaching for a pumpkin pasty, his movements were clumsy enough that he nearly knocked a stack of sweets off the table. Harry caught it without thinking, a small movement, barely faster than normal human reflexes, but Hermione's head snapped up sharply. That was quick, she said, frowning slightly. Her eyes narrowed as she studied Harry with renewed intensity. Your reflexes are quite sharp. I suppose there's no documented spell that would cause that sort of reaction speed, though I suppose there might be some sort of athletic training that could develop such abilities. She trailed off, her brow furrowing as if she was working through a complex mathematical problem. Have you trained in any sort of Muggle martial art? Your uncle mentioned sending you to some sort of lessons, didn't he? I read a bit about how Muggle children are sometimes trained in self-defense. No, Harry said, trying to keep his voice level. Just naturally quick, I suppose. Good hand-eye coordination. Hermione didn't look satisfied with this answer. Her eyes remained fixed on him, analyzing, calculating. Harry could see the moment she filed away his quick reflexes as an anomaly to be investigated later, a puzzle she would return to when she had more data points. Before she could probe further, a commotion in the corridor captured everyone's attention. Out of the way, Weasley, a cold voice drawled from beyond their compartment. Move your pathetic luggage. Harry recognized Draco Malfoy immediately. He stood in the doorway with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like a pair of dim-guard dogs, his pale hair slicked back with expensive-looking pomade, his black robes pristine and probably imported from some exclusive magical tailor. His expression was one of practiced disdain, the expression of someone who'd been trained from birth to look down on everyone around him. Ron's face flushed an angry red. We're in a compartment, you get. We have a right to be here. Are you? Malfoy smiled, and the expression didn't reach his eyes. It was the smile of a predator assessing potential prey. He stepped into the compartment, his robes swishing with expensive-looking movement, and his gaze swept across its occupants with contempt. Then I suppose there's plenty of room for me as well, unless, of course, you'd like to move to somewhere more befitting your station. The luggage compartment, perhaps. I hear they store goods there sometimes. You'd fit right in with the trunks. Crabbe laughed, a sound like a grinding millstone, and Ron stood up, his fists clenching. Something shifted in Harry's perception. It was subtle, like adjusting the focus on a camera, but his awareness sharpened dramatically. He could see the minute twitches in Malfoy's hands, the way his fingers were positioned near his wand. He could see the exact moment Crabbe and Goyle shifted their weight to block the compartment door, a coordinated movement that suggested they'd done this before. Every micro-expression, every tiny body language cue became crystal clear to Harry's accelerated perception. The speed force buzzed beneath his skin, eager and hungry, wanting out, wanting to show this arrogant boy exactly what it meant to mock someone who could move faster than thought. Harry clenched his fists and forced himself to remain absolutely still, schooling his features into an expression of disinterest. "Harry Potter," Malfoy said, his tone dripping with false delight as he turned his attention away from Ron and toward Harry. "How absolutely delightful. I was hoping we might become acquainted. My father told me all about you, the famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the little peasant who somehow managed to survive the Dark Lord's curse." He smiled, and it was the smile of a snake, smooth and venomous. "I suppose you'll find that things are quite different in the magical world from whatever drab little existence you've led among muggles. Muggles are primitive creatures, really. No magic, no refinement, no understanding of proper society." "I can only imagine what sort of barbarian you must be." Harry met his gaze steadily, forcing himself to maintain eye contact. In that moment of heightened perception, he could see the calculation behind every word Malfoy spoke. Each insult was carefully constructed to provoke a response, carefully designed to test Harry's limits and boundaries. He could almost see the decisions forming in Malfoy's mind, the exact moment when the boy was trying to decide whether to escalate to actual violence. "I think we're fine where we are," Harry said quietly, his voice low and even. Malfoy's expression flickered, just for a moment, with something that might have been surprise. He'd clearly expected either capitulation or aggression, some reaction that would confirm his assumptions about the famous Harry Potter. Instead, he found only a calm refusal, delivered without heat or dramatic effect. "How disappointing," Malfoy said coldly, his pale eyes narrowing. "I had hoped you might prove more interesting. Never mind, I'm sure we'll meet again soon." He turned to leave, Crabbe and Goyle hurrying after him like dim shadows. At the doorway he paused. "Owen Potter, you do well to choose your associations carefully. The company you keep says a great deal about your character. Associating with blood traitors and muggle-born filth will mark you as something less than you could be." Then he was gone, and the compartment seemed to exhale. Ron let out a shaky breath, his hands still clenched. "Bloody hell, I thought he was going to hex you, or say something even worse anyway." "Did you hear what he called Hermione? Mudblood is a foul word, by the way. It means someone like her, muggle-born, but it's meant to be insulting." "I gathered as much," Hermione said quietly. Her usual chatter had been replaced by thoughtful silence, and when Harry glanced at her, he could see that her eyes were shining with unshed tears. She blinked rapidly and looked away. "It's not the first time I've heard it, actually. My parents are muggles, so some people think that makes them, and by extension me, lesser somehow. It's ridiculous, of course. There's no magical reason for bloodline to matter. But some people have been so indoctrinated by pureblood ideology that they can't see past it. My family's half-blood," Ron offered, "and everyone acts like there's something wrong with that too. Malfoy's just a git, don't let him get to you." But Harry barely registered their conversation. His focus was still on the doorway where Malfoy had stood, on processing what had just happened. Hermione observed thoughtfully, her clever eyes fixed on Harry with renewed intensity. "You didn't react," she said. "It wasn't a question. When he insulted you, when he talked about your background, you just sat there and refused to engage. Which suggests you're either very confident or very good at controlling your emotions." "Interesting." Harry said nothing, focusing on regulating his breathing, feeling the speed force settle back into its dormancy like a creature returning to sleep. The effort of restraint was becoming easier with practice, but it was still exhausting in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. It was mental exhaustion, the fatigue that came from constantly suppressing who and what he was. The conversation after Malfoy's departure was more subdued, though Ron and Hermione seemed to have called a temporary truce in whatever mild antagonism existed between them. By the time the sun began to set over the Scottish Highlands, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed almost impossible in their vividness, most of the other first years had migrated back to their compartments in preparation for arrival. A witch with a trolley came by an hour before they reached Hogwarts, pushing a cart laden with sweets and treats. The prices seemed remarkably reasonable to Harry, who had only just begun to understand the value of wizard currency. Ron bought chocolate frogs. Bertie bought every flavor beans, which he warned Harry about, mentioning that the vomit-flavored ones were not, in fact, the mythical worst beans, and that several people had reported tasting earwax, and a variety of other sweets whose names Harry had never heard before. Harry found he was genuinely hungry now, his earlier nervousness having given way to the simple reality of an 11-year-old boy who hadn't eaten since early morning. More importantly, no one seemed to expect anything of him beyond his company. Hermione occasionally made observations about the other students they could see in the corridor. Ron regaled them with further Weasley family stories, and Neville seemed content to sit quietly and munch on pumpkin pasties. It was, Harry realized, with something approaching wonder, almost normal. Or at least, as normal as anything could be on a magical train full of wizarding children heading toward a castle in the mountains. When Hogwarts finally appeared in the distance, rising dark and magnificent against the starlit sky, the effect was breathtaking. The castle seemed to float above the landscape, its windows glowing with warm light like the eyes of some ancient dragon. It was enormous, far larger than Harry's conscious mind could have imagined, with towers that seemed to pierce the very heavens and parapets that looked like the teeth of some great beast. Harry felt something shift within him. This was real. This was home, perhaps for the first time in his life. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. They changed into their school robes in the compartment, Neville managing to lose his toad Trevor in the process and only recovering it at the last moment when it was discovered attempting to hide under a seat. The train slowed as it approached the platform at Hogsmeade, and soon they were filing out onto the platform with hundreds of other students. A tall, thin man with a voice like gravel was calling for first years, and they followed him down a dark path that wound through the mountains. Soon they came to a black lake, its surface so smooth and reflective that it seemed to mirror the stars perfectly. Across the water, Hogwarts Castle rose in all its glory, and even the students who were trying to appear jaded and unimpressed fell silent. The first years were ushered into small boats that seemed to propel themselves magically across the water. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and as they glided across the lake, he could feel the magnitude of what was about to happen settling on him like a weight. When they reached the castle, they were directed to a chamber where they waited. A woman who looked like she could command an army with a single glance, Professor McGonagall, Harry would later learn, appeared and gave them a brief speech about the houses and what they represented. Then she disappeared again, and soon they were being led into the Great Hall. It was enormous. The ceiling soared overhead, appearing to open to the night sky, though Harry somehow knew that was magic too. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, filled with students ranging from tiny 11-year-olds like Harry to nearly adult-looking 7th years. At the far end of the hall sat a 5th table where the teachers waited, and at the very center on a raised dais sat Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster was old, not just by the standards of Harry's childhood understanding, but genuinely, profoundly old. He had a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, and his face was lined with the weight of centuries of knowledge and experience. But his eyes, when they fell on Harry, were sharp and penetrating. A stool was brought out, and a tattered, patched sorting hat was placed upon it. Harry had been told about the hat by Ron, who'd heard stories from his older brothers, but seeing it in person was still a shock. It was ancient, clearly magical, and Harry could sense the power contained within it even from a distance. One by one, the students were called: Bones, Susan; Brocklehurst, Mandy; Boot, Terry; Caro, Theodore; Davies, Roger. The hat was placed on each head, and after a moment of consideration, it would call out a house name: Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Gryffindor, and the student would make their way to the appropriate table. Harry watched them go, each one stepping forward with varying degrees of confidence or fear. Some marched straight to the stool as if they'd been waiting for this moment their entire lives. Others approached it with obvious dread as if they were walking toward their execution. Finch, Fletchley, Justin, Gryffindor, Granger, Hermione. She practically leaped toward the stool, and Harry could hear the whispers from the older students. She's Muggle-born, someone said, absolutely no magical background. The hat barely touched her head before it called out Gryffindor, Longbottom Neville. The boy's hands were shaking so badly he could barely make his way to the stool. The hat settled over his head, and there was a long pause, longer than with most students. Harry could sense something was wrong, could feel Neville's anxiety like a physical pressure in the air. But eventually the hat called out Gryffindor as well. More names, more students. The younger Malfoy was called, and he practically strutted to the stool with absolute confidence. The hat had barely touched his head, less than a second, so fast that Harry heard someone murmur about it being some sort of record, before calling out Slytherin. And then finally, after what felt like an eternity, Potter Harry, the hall went completely silent. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him. Harry's mouth went dry. He could feel the weight of every gaze, the weight of history and expectation and legend pressing down on him like a physical force. He made his way to the stool, trying not to stumble over his own feet. The sorting hat was placed over his head, and the moment it did, Harry felt the speed force react. It was like a second heartbeat, suddenly becoming aware of external stimuli. The vast reservoir of power that usually hummed beneath his skin, quiet and dormant in comparison to how it could be, suddenly surged forward and pressed against his consciousness like a physical blow. The magical sensitivities of the ancient artifact slammed against his mind like two forces colliding, creating a feedback loop of power and perception that made his skull feel like it was about to split. What in the name of Merlin are you? The Sorting Hat's voice in his mind wasn't speech precisely, but something more primal. A mixture of confusion, wonder, and something that might have been fear. Harry realized with startling clarity that the Hat had never encountered anything like him before. In 1,000 years of reading the minds of young wizards and witches, the Hat had never sensed anything remotely similar to what lived inside Harry. Something beyond magic, Harry thought back experimentally, trying to communicate with the Hat the way it was communicating with him. Something new. New indeed, the Hat responded, its mental tone shifting into something almost like wonder. I have rested upon 1,000 heads, boy, and in 1,000 years of sorting students into their appropriate houses, I have never encountered such a force. It is not magical, yet it thrums with power unlike anything born of wand or potion or ancient spell. It is something separate, something other, something that moves like lightning and crackles like. The Hat seemed to struggle for words, even in the space of thought, even with access to vast archives of magical knowledge. Like what? Harry pressed, trying to understand. What am I? That young Potter is a question I cannot answer, the Hat responded, and Harry could hear genuine uncertainty in that mental voice. I am a repository of knowledge accumulated over centuries, yes, but you are beyond my understanding. Your mind is unlike any other I have encountered. There is brilliance here, certainly, but also something else. Something that operates on principles entirely outside the framework of magical theory as I understand it. Still, I can see your character clear enough. I can see your nature beneath the power. The Hat seemed to settle more fully on his head, to sink deeper into his consciousness. Ambition, yes, there is that, the Hat continued. The ambition to survive, to understand your nature, to control this force that burns through your very being. And intellect, this force of yours requires intellect to master, does it not? You cannot simply unleash it mindlessly. You must comprehend it, control it, direct it with purpose. Harry considered this, his mind racing even as he sat frozen on the stool. He hadn't thought of it in those terms, but it was true. The speed force seemed to respond to his will, but only insofar as his mind could process the consequences and control the execution. If he panicked or lost focus, he lost control. Ravenclaw would suit you well, the Hat mused thoughtfully. A student of this strange power, determined to understand its nature through study and scholarship. And yet, the Hat seemed to consider something deeper within Harry's soul, to probe down to the very core of who he was. There is courage here. Not the courage of the foolish or the reckless, but the courage of one who faces the unknown without flinching. The courage to bear a power that terrifies you, to come to Hogwarts despite everything you've endured, to attempt mastery of something that transcends all known magical theory. You could hide what you are. You could suppress this power and attempt to live a normal life, but you won't, you'll face it. Yes, I see it now. The Hat seemed to reach a decision. There is a force within you that is not of this world, Potter. Use it wisely. You have the capacity to become something truly extraordinary for good or ill. That choice and the courage to make it belongs in Gryffindor. The declaration came loud enough that Harry could sense it echoing through the Great Hall, though he knew only he could hear the whisper beneath it, the private reassurance from the ancient magical artifact. The roar of the Gryffindor table was thunderous and immediate, a wave of celebration and welcome that made the fear and dread of the last few minutes wash away. Harry climbed down from the stool in a daze and made his way to the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, grinning at him with obvious pride, as if Harry's sorting had been some sort of personal achievement. Hermione was clapping enthusiastically. Even Neville gave him a thumbs up. But it wasn't until he sat down that Harry noticed Professor Dumbledore watching him from the staff table. The old wizard's blue eyes were sharp and calculating, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry felt as if he'd been thoroughly examined and catalogued. As if the headmaster had pierced through his skin and seen the speed force burning beneath, and had assessed its nature and power and potential in a single, comprehensive glance. Dumbledore smiled slightly and nodded, then turned his attention back to the sorting. But that gaze lingered in Harry's mind long after it had passed on. He'd been seen. The head of Hogwarts knew something was different about him. The question was what he intended to do about it. The sorting was completed. Dumbledore gave his welcoming speech, his voice warm and grandfatherly, filled with mysterious references to house points in the Forbidden Forest. The food appeared on the tables, a sumptuous feast that appeared as if by magic, and Harry found he was genuinely hungry despite the anxiety churning in his stomach. Ron was talking constantly, his mouth full of roast chicken. Hermione was asking questions about the finer points of magical theory. Neville was concentrating very hard on not spilling anything else. And Harry, for the first time since arriving in the magical world, found himself smiling with genuine warmth. He had found something he didn't know he was looking for: companionship, acceptance, a place to belong. The next morning brought the reality of classroom lessons, and with it, the full understanding of how different Harry's education would be from his peers. Transfiguration was their first class, held in Professor McGonagall's office on the first floor. The severe-faced professor had arranged desks in a semicircle around her own, and she surveyed the assembled first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins with an expression of stern appraisal that suggested she expected the worst from all of them. Transfiguration, McGonagall began, her voice crisp and precise as an ice knife, is one of the most complex and dangerous of the magical arts. Therefore, I require all of you to pay very close attention to my instructions. Any student who attempts a spell without explicit permission will be removed from my class and will have a failing mark on their record. She stepped back and tapped her desk with her wand. In a moment of flowing magic that seemed to operate on entirely different principles from the spells Harry had seen before, the desk transformed into a live pig and back again. The magic was elegant, precise, controlled, everything that good transfiguration should be. The pig looked genuinely confused about what had just happened to it, which somehow made the demonstration even more impressive. I will be demonstrating the basic transformation of an inanimate object into another inanimate object, McGonagall continued. You will be learning to transform matchsticks into needles. This is not a simple task. It requires absolute concentration, precise wand movement, and a clear mental image of what you intend to create. She handed out matchsticks to each student and set them the task. The results were mixed at best. Ron's matchstick remained stubbornly wooden, and he grew increasingly frustrated with it. Draco Malfoy managed a partial transformation, the wood turning silver at the tip before reverting. Hermione managed to achieve a subtle change in texture, and McGonagall actually praised her effort, which seemed to delight the girl to an almost concerning degree. Neville's matchstick seemed to develop a mind of its own entirely, twisting and contorting in ways that were clearly not what he intended. At one point, it briefly became what looked like a miniature broom before reverting to matchstick form. McGonagall watched this with barely concealed interest. Harry picked up his matchstick and considered it carefully. He could feel the speed force within him, that vibrating awareness that had been growing stronger with each passing hour and each interaction with magic. His wand thrummed with the same frequency that lived in his blood, as if the two entities were beginning to resonate with each other on some fundamental level that he didn't quite understand yet. He'd always been quick with his hands. His uncle had forced him to do small, precise tasks often enough that he developed a certain dexterity. But this was different. This was his entire being aligned with the purpose of the spell, his intention moving at the speed of thought, his body responding with impossible precision. He raised his wand and began the incantation, feeling the way the words shaped the magic, the way his intention crystallized into a form that the wand could direct. The spell came out of his wand as a ribbon of golden light, not the standard pale color that the other students' spells had manifested, but something far more vibrant, more alive, more charged with power. The matchstick didn't so much transform as explode into a perfect needle, moving through the change in a blink as if time itself had compressed around the spell. When the magic cleared, a flawless silver needle lay on the desk where the matchstick had been. McGonagall's eyes went very wide. She came over to examine the needle, picking it up with a magnifying glass, and Harry could see the exact moment she realized it was flawless. Every edge was perfect. Every dimension was precisely what a needle should be. Extraordinary, she murmured, her usual composure shaken. Did you receive any prior instruction in transfiguration? No, ma'am, Harry said. I just did what you described. McGonagall set the needle down carefully. Do another one, Harry did. This time, he was more aware of the process, more conscious of the speed at which his magic moved through the spell. The transformation happened in what felt like a fraction of a second, a golden blur of power that resolved into another perfect needle, identical to the first. Remarkable, McGonagall said quietly. Your wandwork is impeccable. Your focus is absolute. Your understanding of the fundamental principles of transformation seems to be instinctive. I haven't seen a first year achieve this level of precision in. She trailed off, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps comparing Harry's performance to that of every student she'd taught in decades of instruction. Well, excellent work, Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. By the time they moved on to charms, held in Professor Flitwick's classroom, which seemed to be suspended several feet off the ground, creating an amusingly chaotic first class as students tried to figure out how to climb the stairs, Harry was beginning to understand that his education would be significantly different from his peers. While the diminutive charms professor, who was no more than 3 feet tall and had a voice that squeaked when he got excited, congratulated him on his excellent wand movement. He also insisted that Harry needed to learn patience. "Speed is a tool, Mr. Potter," Flitwick said, his voice high but serious as he corrected Harry's attempt at levicorpus. The spell had sent the feather rocketing upwards so fast it had embedded itself in the ceiling. But magic is also an art. Some spells require finesse that cannot be rushed. The levitation charm, for instance, relies on subtle control and a gentle touch. You're using far too much force. Your intention is too aggressive, like you're trying to wrestle the feather into the air rather than coaxing it. Try again, but this time imagine you're not lifting the feather, but gently encouraging it upward. "Imagine you're a breeze, not a whirlwind," Harry tried. He really did. But every instinct in his body wanted to rush to achieve the result as quickly as possible. His wand twitched with barely suppressed power as he tried to gently coax the feather upward. It shot up again, though with slightly less force this time, and crashed against the ceiling with a soft thud. "Again," Flitwick said patiently. They spent the entire lesson on that single spell, and by the end, Harry had managed to lift the feather about a foot into the air and hold it there for several seconds. It was clumsy and wavering compared to Hermione's near-perfect control, but Flitwick seemed satisfied with the progress made. "Do you know what your difficulty is, Mr. Potter?" the professor asked as students began to pack up their materials. "I rush things," Harry admitted, frustrated at the forced restraint. "Precisely," Flitwick said, and his tone wasn't unkind. "You have a great deal of raw ability, I could see that immediately. Your magical potential is clearly exceptional, but magic rewards patience. The fastest spells are often those cast with the slowest, most deliberate intention. The greatest magical feats in history were not accomplished by those who rushed, but by those who took time to consider and perfect their work." "Something to consider, Mr. Potter." Potions came last, held in the dungeons with Professor Severus Snape. The dungeon classroom smelled of strange chemicals and exotic ingredients, with jars of preserved specimens lining the shelves and what looked suspiciously like a giant spider preserved in one corner. Snape himself moved through the classroom like a threat given physical form, his black robes billowing as he began his lecture on the properties of various ingredients. He was tall and thin, with a sharp, angular face and eyes that seemed to miss nothing. When he looked at a student, Harry felt as if the professor was peeling away their exterior and examining their very soul. "Potions is not magic, not as your wand-waving, spell-casting friends likely imagine it," Snape said, his voice dripping with contempt. "It is precision, it is discipline. It is the understanding that a single drop too much of powdered moonstone can ruin months of work. It is the awareness that carelessness will result in failure and potentially severe injury to yourself or your neighbors. This is not something to be taken lightly." The demonstration of the correct way to cut and prepare ingredients was meticulous. Each motion was controlled, deliberate, measured. Snape moved with the precision of someone for whom this work was second nature, for whom potions was not merely a subject but a calling. Harry was fine during the theoretical portion of the lesson. He paid close attention to Snape's instructions, took careful notes, listened to the cautions and warnings the professor dispensed with all the weight of bitter experience. But the moment his hands began moving, the moment he picked up a piece of daisy root and his knife, he felt Snape's eyes snap to him like a hawk spotting movement in a field of tall grass. The problem was that Harry was too fast. His hands moved with the natural speed of the Speed Force, and what would have taken another student 3 minutes to complete took him 30 seconds. The cuts were perfectly uniform, the thickness exactly right, the presentation immaculate, but the speed was all wrong. "Potter," Snape's voice cut through the dungeon classroom like a whip, sharp and commanding and clearly intended as a reprimand. Every head in the class turned. "You seem to believe this is a race." Harry looked up, his hands stilling immediately. "I was just trying to finish the preparation quickly, sir." "Clearly," Snape said coldly, gliding over to Harry's station to examine his work. His eyes narrowed as he inspected the daisy root slices. For a long moment he said nothing, just looked, and Harry could feel the weight of his scrutiny like a physical pressure. "I don't recall requesting that you finish quickly. I requested that you finish correctly. Rapid execution of flawed technique is worse than slow execution of proper technique." But the thing was, Harry's technique wasn't flawed. The cuts were perfect, and Snape clearly knew this. His eyes had registered the quality of the work. But he was testing something beyond mere potions mastery, was trying to deduce something about Harry's nature. "Do it again," Snape commanded, more slowly this time. "Show me that you are capable of moving at a pace befitting a student in this classroom." Harry deliberately slowed his movements for the second attempt, consciously restricting the Speed Force's natural tendency to move with impossible quickness. It was like asking someone to move through water when they were built for air. Every muscle in his body wanted to move fast. Moving deliberately felt almost painful in its constraint, like being forced to hold back when every instinct was screaming to go forward. This time, his movements took the normal 3 minutes. This time, they looked like the work of a careful, deliberate student who was taking his time to learn. Snape watched him throughout, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the professor was testing something beyond mere potions mastery. When the lesson ended, Snape pulled Harry aside, waiting until the other students had filed out of the dungeon before speaking. "You're fast, Potter," the professor said quietly, his eyes cold and flat as 2 chips of obsidian. "Unusually fast. I've never seen a student move at quite that pace while preparing ingredients. I trust you'll remember that speed is not always an asset in my classroom, and I trust you'll also remember that nothing escapes my notice. Anything unusual, anything at all, will be reported to the headmaster. We have an understanding?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, the chill in Snape's tone sending a shiver down his spine. The first Quidditch practice was scheduled for the following afternoon, and Harry found himself standing in the changing room with the other Gryffindor players, listening to Oliver Wood's passionate explanation of team strategy. Oliver was a tall, athletic 7th year who seemed to view Quidditch with a fervor that bordered on religious. He stood at the center of the changing room, pacing back and forth as he explained positions and strategies with gestures so emphatic that he kept accidentally knocking equipment off the benches. "We've got a good team this year," Oliver announced, to a mixture of cheers and looks of astonishment. "And we're going to have an excellent seeker. Harry's on the seeker." He gestured toward Harry, and suddenly all eyes were on him. "He's never flown before, but I saw him in a move during Diagon Alley, and I reckon he's got the fastest reflexes I've ever seen. With a bit of training, he'll be the best seeker this school has seen in centuries. Mark my words." The other players seemed skeptical, but Wood was adamant, launching into a detailed explanation of what made a good seeker: speed, reflexes, the ability to spot tiny movements in a crowd of larger, more obvious targets. Flying lesson came the next day, and Harry discovered that while he'd occasionally ridden a bicycle during his rare glimpses of freedom under the Dursleys' care, he had virtually no experience with brooms. The wooden stick felt alien in his hands, and mounting it proved to be an embarrassing fumbling affair that had Crabbe and Goyle laughing from their own brooms like braying donkeys. Madame Hooch, a stern-faced woman with sharp eyes and the bearing of a military commander, demonstrated the correct grip and stance with mechanical precision. "Mount the broom like this. Keep your hand here, not too tight, that restricts movement. Not too loose, that causes instability. Feet positioned on the bristles, yes, like that." Once everyone was mounted, she had them fly in a circle several feet off the ground. For Harry, it was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. The broom responded to his intention, moving exactly where he wanted it to go, responding to his thoughts almost before he consciously articulated them. Within moments, he found himself grinning at the sheer freedom of flight, at the sensation of moving through the air, at being untethered from the ground. That was when Neville's broom decided to malfunction. The boy wobbled in midair, his face going pale with panic. Harry could see the exact moment when Neville lost his nerve, when the fear overrode any semblance of control. His hand slipped. Harry saw it happen with crystal clarity, saw the exact angle of his fingers, saw the way his palm came away from the wood. The broom spun. Neville fell. He was dropping, gravity pulling him downward with inexorable force. His mouth opened in a scream that hadn't yet fully formed, his arms windmilling as he tried unsuccessfully to grab something, anything, to stop his descent. The fall would take him perhaps 10 or 12 feet before he hit the ground hard enough to cause real injury, broken bones at minimum, possibly worse. The other students cried out, some in horror, some in alarm. Madame Hooch was already running forward, raising her wand. Without thought, without conscious decision, the speed force exploded out of Harry's body. The world lurched into slow motion. Time became viscous, thick, something that could be measured and observed with perfect clarity. Neville's scream stretched out into a long, terrified wail that sounded almost demonic in its elongation, as if his voice was being slowed down by the same force that had compressed time itself. The other students' faces turned toward the action with glacial slowness, expressions of shock and concern crystallizing in microseconds that stretched into subjective eternities. A loose feather that had fallen from a nearby owl drifted through the air like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, each tiny vibration visible as it tumbled end over end. Madame Hooch's hand was moving toward the sky, her wand raising with impossible slowness, her mouth open to shout a spell that wouldn't arrive in time. Harry moved. He pushed his broom forward and down with an acceleration that left golden trails in the air. The wind screamed past him as his body achieved a velocity that should have been impossible, should have torn him apart from the G-forces alone, should have ignited the air around him from the friction of his passage. But the speed force held him together, contained his power, allowed him to move through space in a way that defied the laws of physics and linear time. In what felt like an eternity to him but lasted perhaps a fraction of a second in real time, he caught Neville around the waist. The impact of their collision should have hurt, should have knocked the breath from his lungs and injured Neville all over again, but the speed force cushioned the blow, dispersing the energy in all directions like a stone dropped into water. His other hand shot out, he wasn't even consciously thinking about it, and caught the remembrall that had fallen with Neville. His fingers closed around it with perfect precision, and he felt the fragile glass sphere compress slightly before his instincts overrode the speed force and he gentled his grip. Then the moment ended. The world snapped back to normal speed like a rubber band released with sudden force. Harry was hovering perhaps 8 feet off the ground, Neville clasped firmly against his chest, both of them shaking. The remembrall hung safely in Harry's extended hand, somehow unbroken, having been caught at the last moment by his reflexes. For a second there was complete silence in the courtyard. Then Madame Hooch rushed toward them, her face a mixture of shock and concern, her hand still raised as if preparing to cast a spell. "Bring him down," she commanded, gesturing frantically. "Slowly. Both of you down to the ground immediately. Carefully now, Mr. Longbottom, how do you feel? Can you feel your legs?" Harry descended carefully, trying to hide the fact that every instinct in his body was still thrumming with the residual energy of that impossible speed. His heart was racing. His hands were shaking. The speed force was singing through his veins, exultant and eager for more. He set Neville down gently, and the other boy immediately fell to his knees, gasping for breath. "I'm all right," Neville managed to say, his voice shaky but clear. "I'm all right, my wrist." Madame Hooch examined it carefully, her expression growing more concerned. "You've got a sprain, but it could have been much worse. You're lucky, Mr. Longbottom, very lucky indeed." "You're more than lucky," Madame Hooch said, turning to Harry with an expression of something like awe. "You should have had time to catch him. By all normal standards, you should have been unable to move that quickly. That was extraordinary flying. Impossible flying, one might say. I've never seen a student move like that, not even with years of experience." The other students were all staring at him. Draco Malfoy's expression had shifted from contempt to something that might have been respect or possibly fear. Ron's mouth was hanging open. Hermione's clever eyes had narrowed, and he could see the precise moment she began to reassess everything she knew about him, began adjusting her theoretical models to account for this new data point. "Luck, ma'am," Harry said quietly, his voice steadier than he felt. "I just moved fast enough to catch him." "Luck," Madame Hooch repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, lucky indeed." But she was still watching him with that expression of barely concealed wonder, and Harry had the distinct impression that she was filing away this incident, preparing to report it to someone in authority. That evening, Harry sat in the common room, watching the fire while the rest of Gryffindor bustled around him. Word had spread about the flying lesson, not the impossible speed part, which most of the students seemed to have missed or interpreted as simple, quick reflexes and good instincts, but the fact that he'd caught Neville and the remembrall in midair. It had cemented his reputation as something special, something unusual, something worth paying attention to. There was a quality to the way the other students looked at him now that was different from before. It wasn't quite fear, but it was respect. A grudging acknowledgement that Harry Potter was capable of things they couldn't quite explain. Ron was discussing Quidditch tactics with some of the older students, his animated gestures and enthusiastic explanations marking him out as Wood's devoted convert. Hermione was in the corner making notes on something, her brow furrowed in concentration. Even the younger students were glancing at Harry with newfound interest, whispering to each other when they thought he wasn't looking. But Harry barely noticed any of it. His mind was racing, not with the speed force's velocity, but with thought. That moment in the courtyard had been different from anything that had come before. In catching the chocolate frog on the train, he'd moved fast, had accelerated his response time to inhuman levels. In transfiguration and charms, he'd channeled the speed force into his magic, using it to fuel spells and perfect his technique. But on the broom, he'd moved faster than fast. He'd moved in a way that defied explanation, that transcended the normal capabilities of human existence. And someone had seen it. Someone had noticed the impossible. Harry was still convinced that Madame Hooch had nearly put the pieces together. If she reported it to Dumbledore, if she gave a detailed account of what she'd witnessed, then questions would be asked. Questions he didn't know how to answer. He thought back to the look Dumbledore had given him during the sorting. That penetrating gaze that seemed to see through his skin and into his very soul. Did the headmaster already know? Had he known all along? And if so, what was he planning to do about it? Much later that night, as he lay in his four-poster bed in the dormitory, Harry could feel the speed force humming through every cell of his body. It was like electricity running through his veins, like lightning contained in human form, like some vast and ancient power that had only recently been awakened and was still learning the contours of its new existence. He could feel it responding to his emotions, surging when he was afraid or anxious, settling when he was calm. He tried to practice some control over it, had attempted to suppress it consciously, but that never worked. The speed force responded to instinct, to need, to the unconscious calculations his body was making about his environment. What was he? Not fully human, that much was clear. His body could move at speeds that defied explanation. Not fully magical, despite his wand and his natural talent with spells. Something else. Something that existed at the intersection of magic and this strange force that had awoken within him the day Voldemort died. He thought about the Sorting Hat's words. There is a force within you that is not of this world, Potter. Not of this world. The speed force certainly didn't seem to be constrained by the normal rules of magical Britain. It didn't respond to wand movements or incantations or potion work. It was something primal, something fundamental, something that seemed to anticipate his needs and respond to his will before his conscious mind had even fully articulated what he wanted. Dumbledore knew something. Harry was certain of that now. The way the headmaster had looked at him during the sorting, the way he seemed to be waiting for something, it suggested that Dumbledore had encountered something like this before, or at least had theoretical knowledge of its existence. Snape suspected something too. The way he'd watched Harry in potions, the way his eyes had lingered on the speed of Harry's knife work, Snape wasn't stupid. He was testing Harry, trying to figure out what made him different, and McGonagall. Harry thought about her reaction to his transfiguration work, about the way she'd examined his needles as if they contained some sort of secret message. She'd brought him to Oliver Wood about Quidditch. Would she also mention his unusual abilities to Dumbledore? The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry found himself almost welcoming it. He was tired of hiding, tired of pretending to be normal when nothing about him was normal. Maybe it would be better to have it all out in the open, to have people know exactly what he was capable of, even if they didn't fully understand why. He turned over in his bed, feeling the silk sheets slide against his skin, feeling the weight of the blankets press down on him. Outside the window, the Scottish Highlands stretched dark and vast under the stars. Somewhere in those mountains, other magical creatures went about their lives, operating according to rules and instincts that had nothing to do with the rigid structure of human society. Perhaps Harry thought his sleep finally began to claim him. That was where he belonged. Not trying to fit in with either the Muggle world or the magical one, but finding his own path between them. Finding his own way to master this power that was not of this world. The speed force thrummed beneath his skin, pulsing in sync with his heartbeat, and for the first time since it had awakened, Harry felt something close to acceptance. Whatever he was becoming, he would face it. He would understand it, he would master it. And if the Sorting Hat was right, if courage was indeed his defining trait, then he would do all of those things without flinching. The castle settled around him, its ancient stones holding the weight of centuries of secrets and magic. Tomorrow there would be new classes, new challenges, new opportunities to reveal the truth of what he was. But tonight, in this moment, Harry Potter simply existed in the space between who he had been and who he was becoming, feeling the force within him pulse like a second heartbeat, and knowing somehow that nothing in his life would ever be simple again. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 The Crimson Blur. The rumors started small, whispered in corridors between classes and shouted across common rooms during meals. A red and gold blur racing through the stone hallways in the dead of night. Too fast to be human, too bright to be natural. Percy Weasley, in his capacity as a Gryffindor prefect, had been the first to report it officially. He'd been conducting his usual evening rounds when he saw it, just a flash of color and the briefest hint of golden light before whatever it was disappeared around a corner. By the time Percy reached the intersection, nothing remained but the fading scent of ozone and the inexplicable warmth radiating from the stone floor. His hands had trembled slightly as he documented the incident in the prefect's log. Within a week, other prefects had similar stories. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff swore he'd seen something move past the potions corridor so quickly that the torches had extinguished from the sudden displacement of air, the flames snuffing out with a sound like a gasp. The Ravenclaw prefect reported finding scorch marks on the walls near the library, faint, barely visible, but definitely there, as if something burning with internal fire had brushed against the ancient stone. Even the normally sober Slytherin prefect had mentioned an encounter with something inexplicable that he refused to elaborate on, though his pale face had suggested the experience had genuinely unsettled him. Of course, Peeves the poltergeist had his own dramatic take, which meant it was simultaneously the most entertaining and least reliable account possible. According to him, he'd seen a streak of lightning with legs, all red and gold, moving faster than Dumbledore's thoughts. The ghost had cackled for a full 5 minutes after making that announcement, floating through the Great Hall at breakfast and repeating it to anyone who would listen, even crashing through the head table to emphasize his point. Dumbledore had simply smiled and returned to his breakfast, unbothered by the ghost's theatrics. By the time the rumors reached a fever pitch in mid-October, the general student body had settled on 3 competing theories. The first, championed mostly by younger students who watched too many Muggle films smuggled through the castle, was that Hogwarts had been invaded by a creature of some kind, perhaps something that had escaped from Dumbledore's secret menagerie. One first-year had confidently declared it was a phoenix, which made no sense whatsoever, but the theory had gained surprising traction anyway. The second theory, popular among the more academically inclined Ravenclaws, suggested it was a newly discovered magical phenomenon, perhaps tied to the castle itself, possibly a manifestation of Hogwarts' own protective enchantments evolving in response to some unknown threat. The third, whispered only among those brave or foolish enough to speak it aloud, was that it was dark magic, something unnatural, something dangerous that the Ministry should have been called about immediately. None of them were quite right. The Quidditch pitch stretched before Harry like a vast arena, surrounded by towering stands that could hold hundreds of screaming students. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early October, the autumn sun casting long shadows across the grass, and Oliver Wood was putting the Gryffindor team through their paces with the intensity of a man preparing for war rather than a school sports match. "Tighter formation," Oliver shouted from his position above the pitch, his firebolt stable beneath him despite his animated gesticulating. "Chasers, I want to see coordination. You're flying like 3 separate players instead of a single unit. Think of your broom as your partner, not just a tool. Feel the connection between you." Harry watched from the side of the pitch, arms crossed, his firebolt gripped loosely in one hand. The speed force thrummed beneath his skin like a caged animal, eager and restless, as eager as a hound straining against its leash. Every fiber of his being wanted to run, not just move faster, but run with the terrible speed that made the world crystallize into golden clarity. But not yet, not here, not where everyone could see. Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor chaser with the sharpest flying instincts on the team, banked hard to the left, her crimson robe snapping like a flag. Beside her, George Weasley, or was it Fred? Harry could never quite tell them apart in midair, matched her movement perfectly, and the third chaser, Katie Bell, completed the triangle formation, their movements synchronized to the point where they seemed almost to share a single mind. "Better," Oliver said, and something in his expression suggested genuine pleasure at the improvement. "Now let's work on the Slytherin defensive patterns. They'll bunch up near the goal hoops like the cowards they are. I want you to feint left, commit hard right, then pass behind them entirely. Make them work to defend, exhaust them." The practice ran for another 20 minutes before Oliver turned his attention to Harry. He released a practice snitch with a flick of his wand, watching as the small golden ball shot upward, glinting in the autumn sun with malicious intelligence. The snitch immediately began zigzagging across the pitch, executing a series of sharp turns that would have been impossible for a living creature. "Potter," Oliver shouted. "Pay attention." Harry's body tensed. Every nerve ending screamed at him to move, to dive, to catch the snitch in the blink of an eye. He'd caught 5 of them in succession during the last practice, each time faster than the last, each time leaving Oliver's jaw hanging slightly lower in disbelief. The other team members had noticed too. He could see it in the way they watched him, a mixture of awe and something that might have been concern. But he couldn't catch this one the way he wanted to. "The snitch is at 2 o'clock, diving toward the Slytherin posts," Oliver called. "Go." Harry kicked off from his position, leaning forward on his firebolt, his hands gripping the handles with familiar comfort. The broom responded immediately, its enchanted wood humming with responsive magic. He began his pursuit, climbing steadily into the clean autumn air, the temperature dropping as the altitude increased. The wind whistled past his ears, carrying with it the scent of dying leaves and something else, something golden and electric that only he could sense. The snitch was visible now, a gleaming speck of gold cutting through the sky with erratic precision. Harry could feel the speed force coiling inside him like a snake warming itself in the sun, golden energy creeping up his arms, gathering at the tips of his fingers, making his entire body thumb with potential violence. At normal speed, catching the snitch from this distance would take approximately 30 seconds. A good seeker could do it in 20, an exceptional one in 15. Harry held back, counting the moments in his head with the precision of a chronometer. 1, 2, 3. The world around him seemed slower now, not because of the speed force, but because of his enhanced perception. He could see the individual flaps of the snitch's golden wings, could track the exact pattern of its movements. 4, 5, 6, come on, Harry. Angelina Johnson shouted encouragement from her position near the goal hoops, her voice carrying easily across the pitch. Show us what you've got. 7, 8, 9. The snitch was beginning its reversal pattern now, doubling back on itself in a movement that would have seemed impossible if it were truly living. 10. At precisely 10 seconds, with the snitch clearly visible and well within Harry's range, he allowed himself to push. Not hard, not even half of what he could do, not even a quarter. Just enough to close the distance in a way that seemed merely exceptional rather than frankly impossible. The speed force surged through him, sending golden lightning dancing across his skin, visible for just a moment before dissipating. His firebolt accelerated, eating up the remaining distance at a speed that was impressive but not utterly supernatural. His hand closed around the snitch, and the crowd erupted. The other team members whooped and hollered their approval. Oliver's face split wide with a grin of genuine pleasure. Brilliant catch! Oliver flew alongside him, his expression animated, his eyes bright with the intensity of someone who lived for this sport with an almost religious fervor. That's exactly the kind of read on the snitch you need for a match. You saw its reversal pattern and cut it off perfectly. Timing, Harry, that's what separates good seekers from great ones. Speed is important, yes, absolutely vital, but without timing and prediction. He made a gesture of frustration. You're just a fast person chasing a ball. The best seekers are hunters. They know where their prey will go before it gets there. Harry forced himself to breathe normally, suppressing the vibration that wanted to work through his entire frame. He smiled like a boy who'd simply had a flash of seeker instinct rather than one who'd held back most of his godly speed. Right, thanks, Oliver. No, I'm serious, Oliver continued, his intensity settling into something more thoughtful but no less passionate. Your speed is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it, and I've studied seeker records going back decades. There was a fellow named Ravencroft in the 1950s who was supposedly incredible, but even in the accounts of his matches, I don't see anything quite like what you're capable of. But here's what I'm going to tell you, because it's the truth every seeker needs to learn. Oliver pulled his firebolt closer, his voice dropping to something more personal, more intimate. The other team members had moved to the far end of the pitch, giving them space. Raw speed isn't enough, he continued. Not in a real match. You need to understand the game, predict patterns, think 3 moves ahead. The fastest seeker in the world is useless if they're chasing phantom movements instead of anticipating where the snitch will go. Draco Malfoy is fast too, don't underestimate him. He's been trained from childhood for Quidditch, and he's competitive in a way that most people aren't. He'll do things in a match that you won't expect, so you have to be smarter, you have to outthink him. Oliver was a good captain, demanding, certainly, ruthless in his assessment of weakness, but fair and deeply passionate about his sport. Harry respected him, which made the constant need to hide become that much more exhausting. It was like living with a permanent split in his chest, the part of him that wanted to fly at full capacity, to let the speed force run wild, and the part that knew he had to maintain this careful pretense of being merely an exceptional student rather than something entirely new. I'll work on it, Harry said. Oliver nodded, satisfied. Good. Now let's run through formations with the chasers. I want to see how you adjust to different playing styles. Fred, George, Angelina, bring it in. The 3 chasers converged on their position, and Oliver began walking them through a series of set plays. The seekers would sit out, allowing them to focus on their roles without distraction. Harry and Draco would have weeks to prepare for their individual battle. Right now, Oliver was concerned with the fundamentals of teamwork. And Harry. Oliver turned back to him, his expression growing serious. When we face Slytherin, I want you ready for anything. Snape will be watching from the stands, and you know how he is about us. The man actively wants us to lose. He'll be looking for anything he can use against us, any excuse to deduct points or complain to Dumbledore. Stay sharp, fly smart, and for Merlin's sake, don't get baited by Malfoy into anything stupid. I won't, Harry promised. The practice continued for another hour, during which Harry managed to catch 8 more snitches while maintaining a plausible pretense of exceptional but not impossible speed. By the time Oliver called an end to the session and the team began circling down toward the changing rooms, the sun was hanging low and orange over the forbidden forest, painting the castle in shades of amber and gold. The speed force didn't like being held back. Harry could feel it the way one might feel a storm building on the horizon, all static electricity and pressure differences, all potential energy with nowhere to release. Every instinct demanded that he let it loose, that he stop pretending, that he let the other students see what he was really capable of. He'd have to let it out later. The thought was both promise and threat. The Gryffindor changing room smelled of sweat and liniment and the peculiar mustiness of old stone as the team dressed down. Harry changed quickly, listening to the excited chatter of his teammates. They were confident about the upcoming match against Slytherin. After all, they had the fastest seeker in the school now, faster than any of them had ever seen, and that gave them a significant advantage. Slytherin wouldn't know what hit them if only they knew the half of it. He was buckling the final strap on his school robes when Ron appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath, his expression urgent. "There you are," he said. "I've been looking everywhere. Come on, Oliver's not around anymore. We need to talk about." He lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper, glancing around to ensure the other team members were sufficiently distracted. The crimson blur. Harry's stomach tightened. They'd been careful, so careful. Hermione had helped him establish a research project on magical phenomena that required studying the castle at night. She got them written permission from Professor McGonagall to access the library after hours for their special project. Ron was in on it, though he didn't fully understand the speed force. How could he? There was nothing in the magical world's literature that properly explained a force that wasn't magic exactly, but something altogether different. Something that existed in a category that hadn't existed before Harry Potter gave it form. "What about it?" Harry asked carefully, finishing with his robes and standing to face his best friend. "Come on, you're obviously faster than normal," Ron said, his voice intensifying. "I've seen you move in class. Your hand goes for a quill and it's there before you've even fully committed to the motion. And after what happened with Hermione and the troll." He trailed off as the two Weasley twins moved past them, but his meaning was clear. "Is it you? Are you the blur?" Harry finished securing his robes and turned to face his best friend fully. Ron's expression was open, curious, concerned. Loyal in the way only Ron could be, without judgment, without complication, just the straightforward acceptance of someone who'd been by Harry's side since their first night in the castle. "Meet me and Hermione in the library after dinner," Harry said quietly. "Third floor, restricted section. I'll explain." The library was dark and vast and filled with the kind of silence that seemed almost alive in its intensity. The darkness pressed in from every corner, broken only by the flickering candlelight from their wands, which threw dancing shadows across rows of ancient books stretching back into shadow. The air smelled of old paper and leather and the subtle mustiness that came from centuries of knowledge accumulated and preserved. Somewhere in the depths of the shelves, a book shifted with a small sound, reminding them that even in silence, Hogwarts never truly slept. Candlelight from their wands threw dancing shadows across rows of books, and the air smelled of old paper and leather. Hermione was already there, having claimed a small table near a corner, and had already dug into what appeared to be 24 books stacked in a careful pyramid around her position. Her expression was intense, focused, her brown eyes sharp behind her glasses as she made notes on a piece of parchment. "Right, everyone's here," Hermione said, waving her wand to darken the light further and obscure their position deeper within the stacks. Protective charms followed, ones she'd learned from books, ones that shouldn't work but did in Hermione's careful hands. Harry's been dropping hints, and Ron's been asking increasingly pointed questions. "Whatever this is, we need to discuss it properly before someone else notices the pattern and starts putting pieces together." Harry sat down across from her, and Ron took the third chair, pulling it close so they could speak in whispers that barely disturbed the air of the library. "I didn't just catch that remember all fast," Harry began, his voice low and careful. "I didn't just move quickly when the troll appeared. The truth is, I'm not entirely sure what's happening to me yet, but I think something in the killing curse, combined with what was inside me when it hit, created something new. Something that gives me access to a kind of power that isn't magical exactly." He told them about the speed force then, or as much as he understood about it. The golden lightning that danced across his skin when he pushed too hard. The way the world slowed to a crawl when he channeled more energy, how time itself seemed to bend to his will. The constant vibration of energy beneath his skin, thrumming like a second heartbeat, like a second life running parallel to his normal existence. The way he'd phased through the bathroom wall, the sensation of it, how every atom of his body felt like it was being torn apart and reassembled simultaneously. The terror and exhilaration mixed together into something he couldn't quite name. Hermione listened with the intensity of someone cataloging data, her brown eyes sharp behind her glasses as they moved between Harry and her notes. Ron's expression cycled through amazement, disbelief, something that might have been envy before settling back on amazement. "That's impossible," Hermione said when he finished, her voice crisp and analytical. "There's no documented magical phenomenon that works like that. Speed charms are well understood and limited to approximately 4 or 5 times normal velocity. They increase movement velocity, yes, but not to the degree you're describing. And the other elements, the phasing, the lightning manifestation, the way you describe it as a force rather than a spell. She pushed her glasses up on her nose, a nervous habit that indicated her mind was working at full speed. The energy signature alone is unlike anything in recorded magical history, which means either it's a completely new form of magic or it isn't magic at all. It's not a spell, Harry said firmly. It's something else. Something that's been dormant in me since the curse backfired, and now it's waking up. I can feel it when I'm excited or angry or when I'm just sitting in class. It wants to move, wants to run, wants to be unleashed. Well, it's brilliant, Ron said flatly, his voice dropping even lower. Absolutely brilliant. You've got lightning-fast super speed and nobody knows about it except us. Do you understand what that means? We could absolutely win against Slytherin. We could beat them at Quidditch, at academics, at everything. We could take on anyone, solve any mystery. Merlin, Harry, we could do anything. Which is precisely why we need to keep it quiet, Hermione said sharply, her voice cutting like a blade. Ron, think if the Ministry found out about this, if the wrong people found out. You were there in Diagon Alley. You've seen the fear in people's eyes when they talk about dark magic. This could be misinterpreted. Harry could be arrested. He could be sent to Azkaban. He could be studied like a specimen or worse. The weight of that possibility settled over their small circle like a heavy cloak. Harry had tried not to think about it too much, but Hermione was right. The Ministry was scared, people in the magical world were scared, and anything that couldn't be easily explained or controlled was treated as a threat. Harry nodded slowly. That's why I'm not using it unless I have to. The troll was different, that was a life or death situation. But the Quidditch catches, the speed in classes. I'm trying to make sure I'm not too obviously impossible. How much can you actually do? Ron asked, leaning forward with barely contained excitement, his eyes bright with possibility. I don't know, Harry admitted. I haven't really tested it at full speed. The fast I go creates lightning and it draws attention. When I phased through the wall in the bathroom, I barely meant to do it. I just kind of vibrated my molecules apart and moved through the stone. The memory of it sent a shiver down his spine, a visceral echo of that terrible sensation. It was like being taken apart and put back together again. Your entire body screaming at you that what you're doing is wrong, that you're violating the fundamental rules of physics and the universe doesn't like it. I never want to do that again, but I think I could if I had to. Hermione had already begun making notes on a piece of parchment, her quick handwriting filling the page with observations and questions, sketches and formulas that probably didn't mean anything but helped her organize her thoughts. We need to be systematic about this, she said, her voice taking on the professorial tone she used when teaching Ron spell theory. We can't experiment anywhere near other people or in places with a lot of witnesses. The Forbidden Forest, perhaps on nights with cloud cover so no one's out stargazing, will need to document everything carefully. If we're going to understand this phenomenon, we need data, quantifiable, reproducible data. You want to study Harry like he's a specimen? Ron asked incredulously, as if the idea offended him on principle. I want to help him understand what he's capable of and figure out how to control it properly, Hermione replied crisply, her expression brooking no argument. Which is something he should want, Harry, isn't it? She was right, of course. Understanding the Speed Force was exactly what Harry needed. Knowledge was safety. Control was survival. Without understanding what he was capable of, he was just as much a danger to himself as he might be to others. Okay, he said, we'll do it carefully, but not tonight. I'm going to need to learn to manage it better before we push too hard. I can feel it now, like there's something in me that wants to explode outward. Every time I hold it back, it gets harder. Then we should probably establish a protocol, Hermione said, her mind already turning to the practical aspects of the problem. A way for you to safely release this energy on a regular basis. If you bottle it up indefinitely, there will be consequences. All energy wants to be expressed. If you repress it, it will find another way out. They spent another hour in the library, Hermione making notes while Harry answered questions about what he could sense, what he could feel, how the Speed Force seemed to work in relation to his emotions and his will. Ron alternated between asking practical questions and simply staring at Harry with an expression of awe, as if seeing him for the first time. By the time they packed up their materials and began the careful journey back to Gryffindor Tower, moving through darkened corridors with only their wand light to guide them, the castle had fallen into its deepest sleep. The next week passed in a blur of classes and training. Harry attended Transfiguration with McGonagall, who assigned the class the task of turning a matchstick into a needle. The process required precision, delicacy, and an understanding of how matter could be transformed at its fundamental level. Harry's fingers moved faster than his peers, adjusting the wand motions with instinctive precision, feeling his way through the magic with a sense that seemed to go beyond thought. He finished 3 minutes before anyone else, his matchstick transformed into a perfect, gleaming needle. McGonagall examined his work in silence, running her sharp eyes over the transformation, and said nothing immediately. But something in her expression suggested she was filing away observations for later consideration. When she finally spoke, her voice was measured. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter, though I do note that your technique has improved considerably since last week. Continue to focus on the fundamentals. Haste, even in the pursuit of excellence, can lead to sloppy work." In charms, he struggled. Flitwick wanted them to perform a simple levitation charm with proper control and patience, raising a feather gently into the air and holding it there without letting it waver. Harry's magic wanted to burst out at full speed, wanted to race, wanted to explode outward in a cascade of power. It took every ounce of concentration to move slowly enough to perform the spell with the measured precision Flitwick demanded. "Very good, Mr. Potter, but do remember," Flitwick called out, his squeaky voice somehow carrying a note of serious instruction, "that magic is not about rushing toward an end. It is about the grace of the journey. Slow down if you would. Magic is not a sprint, it is a dance." In potions, Snape watched him constantly. The professor's black eyes tracked every movement, every motion of his hands, every shift in his expression, and his thin lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile each time Harry made a mistake, which he deliberately did several times just to keep from being noticed as performing too well. The last thing he needed was for Snape to develop suspicions about him. "Useless," Snape commented as Harry deliberately added his powdered newt horn too quickly, causing the cauldron to emit a small puff of green smoke. "You move like you're thinking of something other than the work at hand, Potter. Perhaps if you applied even a fraction of the attention you give to avoiding my class." The comment trailed off, but the implication was clear. Snape suspected something, not what perhaps, but something. It was enough to make Harry's skin prickle with awareness. Halloween arrived with the smell of pumpkins and decay, the castle transformed with floating ghosts and cleverly charmed jack-o'-lanterns. The great hall looked magnificent, with pumpkins the size of boulders suspended from the ceiling by invisible enchantments, and enormous skeletal spiders crawled across the high walls. Candles in bronze holders created dancing shadows, and the long tables were laden with treats, chocolate cauldrons, treacle tart, pumpkin pasties arranged in careful artistic displays. The mood was festive as students contemplated the approaching Samhain celebrations. First years were excited and nervous in equal measure. Fifth years were distracted by the approach of OWL examinations, and everyone in between was focused on the simple joy of Halloween sweets and the promise of free time to enjoy them. Harry was sitting with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, reaching for his third piece of pumpkin pie, when the doors to the Great Hall burst open with dramatic violence. Quirrell came stumbling through, his robes torn, his hair wild, his turban askew and hanging almost off his head entirely. His face was pale, a sickly shade of white that made him look like a ghost himself, and his voice shook with what might have been genuine panic as he announced that a troll had gotten into the castle. "Troll in the dungeons," he gasped out, gripping the doorframe for support. "Troll in the someone needs to." The Great Hall descended into absolute chaos. Dumbledore rose to his feet, his expression grave but composed, and his voice cut through the noise like a blade through silk. It was a voice that carried the weight of decades of authority, of magic, of absolute certainty. "Silence," the word echoed off the stone walls. "All students will immediately return to their dormitories in an orderly fashion. Prefects, ensure your house members get back safely. Staff, come with me." The prefects began herding students away from the tables with varying degrees of success. Some younger students were panicking, pushing against the current of the crowd, while older students moved more deliberately, understanding that losing their heads wouldn't help anyone. But Harry's attention was locked onto the announcement that had been made in passing, the casual mention that the troll had been found near the girls' bathroom, where Hermione should have been. She'd left dinner early, complaining of a headache, asking to be excused. Harry had watched her go with only mild concern, assuming she'd wanted to spend time in the library. But the troll had been found near the girls' bathroom. The girls' bathroom was on the first floor. If Hermione had gone to get an aspirin, if she'd taken the direct route. The speed force erupted. It didn't ask permission. It didn't wait for him to make a conscious decision. The power surged through him like electricity, like lightning given flesh and will, and the world snapped into sudden crystalline clarity. Around him, students were still in the process of standing, their movements slow and dreamlike, as if they were moving through thick honey. Ron was turning to look at him with an expression of confusion that had only just begun to form across his face. A Slytherin 2 seats over was still in the act of reaching for his goblet, his hand moving with the apparent velocity of a glacier in summer. Time itself seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Harry didn't think about it, didn't plan it, didn't second guess. He simply acted on pure instinct, every instinct screaming that Hermione was in danger and needed help now. He pushed himself up from the bench and ran toward the bathroom corridor. To anyone watching, and thankfully in the chaos and confusion of the announcement, no one was. There was simply a blur of red and gold. A flash of lightning that made the torches flare and dim. A scent of ozone that lingered in the air like a ghost's memory. The distance between the Great Hall and the girls' bathroom on the first floor, a journey that would normally take at least 2 minutes of running at a sprint, took Harry approximately 4 seconds. The door to the bathroom was heavy oak, solid, locked from the outside as a precaution. Harry didn't slow down, didn't even hesitate. Instead, he felt the speed force surge through him, felt his molecules begin to vibrate at a frequency that made his teeth ache, and ran directly through the wooden door. The sensation was indescribable and horrible. It felt like being torn apart and reassembled simultaneously, like every atom of his body was passing through the crystalline structure of the wood at the exact same time. There was no pain exactly, but a terrible pressure, a sense of wrongness that made his teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. He could feel himself phasing through the atomic structure of the wood, could sense the resistance of matter being violated, could feel the universe's displeasure at what he was doing. And then he was through, stumbling slightly, gasping for breath, reforming on the other side with a sensation like being poured back into his body one piece at a time. The bathroom reeked. Troll stench, acrid and sour, filled every corner like a physical presence. It was a smell of old sweat and unwashed fur and something ancient and wrong. Something that spoke to the deepest primitive part of the human brain that recognized danger. The creature itself was already inside, its massive body bent under the low ceiling, its shoulders scraping the stone, its club raised. Hermione stood at the far end of the bathroom, her wand gripped tightly in both hands, her knuckles white with tension. Her face was a mask of terror and determination, the look of someone who was terrified but refused to let that terror stop her. The troll's small, pig-like eyes had just registered her presence. Its massive head had turned toward her. Its lips were pulling back from yellow teeth. There was no time for thought, no time for planning, no time for anything but action. Harry pushed again, letting the speed force flow through him without restraint. The golden energy surged through his veins like liquid lightning, and the world became a field of golden light. Everything else moved through treacle, through concrete, through time itself made manifest and tangible. The troll's arm descended toward Hermione with ponderous inevitability, the club gripped in its massive fist, but in Harry's perception, it might as well have been moving at walking speed. Harry could see every fiber of movement, could track the path of the club with perfect clarity, could see that Hermione had less than a second to get out of the way. He ran not toward the troll, around it again. His feet barely touched the ground, or rather touched it constantly, but moved so fast that the contact was fractional, almost theoretical. The air began to move, pulled by his passage, compressed by his velocity. The troll's sparse hair whipped and whipped and whipped, its massive body turning, trying to track movement it couldn't follow, trying to process what was happening in a brain that was designed for simple violence, not complex physics. Harry spiraled, drawing the air tighter, creating a vortex of wind that centered on the creature's massive bulk. He ran faster, and the vortex tightened. Faster still, and it became a cyclone, a visible tunnel of compressed air that twisted around the troll like a serpent. The troll gasped again. Its massive chest heaved as it tried to draw breath from a space that had suddenly become empty of breathable atmosphere. Harry pushed harder, feeling the speed force surge through him like electricity made manifest. The air spun tighter, faster, a cyclone of wind that pulled oxygen from around the creature's bulbous head. The troll's eyes bulged. Its mouth opened and closed like a suffocating fish. Its club fell from nerveless fingers, clattering to the ground with a sound like thunder. The troll stumbled backward, one massive hand clawing at the air as it tried to breathe from a space that had become hostile to life itself. Its body slammed against the wall of the bathroom, cracking the ancient stone. It fell to one knee, its breathing becoming desperate, ragged, a sound like a dying animal. Harry slowed, letting the vortex collapse, letting the wind disperse. The air rushed back in with a sound like a gasp, and the troll dropped like a felled tree, its massive body crashing to the bathroom floor with a force that made the tiles crack and splinter. Dust rose from the impact, swirling in the sudden absence of the vortex. It wasn't dead. Harry could see its massive chest still rising and falling, still breathing. Its dull mind surrendered to unconsciousness from oxygen deprivation. The bathroom fell silent except for the sound of Harry's labored breathing and the gentle drip of water from a broken sink. The temperature had dropped noticeably from the friction of his movement, and the air itself seemed to shimmer slightly, as if reality hadn't quite settled back into normal. Hermione stood at the far end of the room, her wand lowered, her entire body trembling. Her eyes were locked on Harry, and he could see the shock in them, the sheer disbelief at what she'd just witnessed. She'd just seen him move faster than anything should be able to move. She just watched him move so fast that he was everywhere at once, a blur of crimson and gold that seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously. You just, she began, but couldn't seem to finish. Are you hurt? Harry demanded, pushing aside the exhaustion that was beginning to creep into his limbs like frost spreading across glass. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his ears. She shook her head numbly. I ran in here when the announcement happened. Thought I'd be safe in the bathroom. Stupid, I know, obviously stupid because a troll wouldn't care about that. But then you. She looked at the unconscious troll, its massive form sprawled across the broken tiles. You moved so fast. Like you weren't even there, you were everywhere at once. I created a vortex, Harry said, still breathing heavily, his voice rough. Pulled the air away, it couldn't breathe. Hermione's scientific mind was already working. He could see it behind her eyes. The way she looked at him had changed, was changing in real time from fear to something more analytical. Understanding maybe, or the beginning of it anyway. The realization that what she'd been reading about in the library, the theories she'd been developing, had just been validated in the most dramatic way possible. We need to leave, Harry said. Ron's probably on his way up here anyway, and we can't be here when the professors arrive. Can you walk? Hermione nodded, and he helped her to her feet, supporting her weight when her legs proved shakier than she'd expected. They made their way carefully across the broken tiles, stepping over the troll's massive form, and had just reached the bathroom door, which swung open to reveal Ron standing in the corridor with his wand drawn, his expression fierce and protective, when footsteps began thundering toward them from the direction of the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall arrived first, moving at a pace that belied her age, her robes billowing behind her like dark wings. Her face was stern and furious until she saw them standing unharmed in the corridor. Her expression shifted to something more complex, relief, certainly, but also calculation. Behind her came Dumbledore, moving at his more leisurely pace, his blue eyes taking in the scene with what appeared to be complete lack of surprise. Several other professors followed, including Snape, whose thin face twisted as he took in the unconscious troll visible through the doorway. Its massive form sprawled across the bathroom floor in complete defeat. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said sharply, her voice cutting through the chaos. What on earth are you doing out of your dormitory? You should have returned to Gryffindor Tower immediately upon Quirrell's announcement. We heard that the troll was near the bathroom, Professor, Ron said quickly, his ability to think on his feet coming through in a rush of words. Hermione was still in the castle, and we thought, well, we came to help. We didn't know what else to do. It was mostly true, which was why it worked. The best lies were built on foundations of truth, and Ron had instinctively understood that. And you encountered the troll. Dumbledore asked, his gaze fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the young man feel as if his entire skeleton was being read like a text. There was something in the headmaster's eyes that suggested he saw more than he was saying, understood more than he was revealing. It was already unconscious when we arrived, sir, Harry said, which was technically true. He had rendered it unconscious even if it had happened in the last 30 seconds before they entered the bathroom. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. Understanding, suspicion, both, something else entirely. Extraordinary, the headmaster murmured, and there was a weight to that single word that suggested depths of meaning. Well, Professor Sprout and Hagrid can deal with returning the creature to its pen. The three of you will return to your dormitory. Miss Granger, you're fortunate your friends thought to check on you. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, well done, responding to danger. Though I must say in the future, leave these matters to those better equipped to handle them. His blue eyes locked on Harry for just a moment longer before he turned away to examine the unconscious troll. In that moment, Harry felt absolutely certain that Dumbledore knew. Not everything, perhaps not even most of what had happened, but something. The headmaster's tone, his choice of words, the way his eyes had lingered, it all suggested knowledge that went beyond what the simple facts could support. As they made their way back to the tower, with McGonagall following close behind to ensure they didn't wander off again, Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's watching presence like a hand on his shoulders. The headmaster would be thinking about this, would be turning it over in his mind, would be drawing conclusions. That night in the dormitory after Ron had fallen asleep, sprawled across his bed with one arm dangling over the edge, Harry felt the speed force singing through his veins like a choir of angels. It had tasted action, tasted purpose, tasted the righteous use of power in defense of someone Harry loved. The energy thrummed beneath his skin, golden and alive and eager, and for the first time Harry wondered if he could control it at all, or if it was beginning to control him. The next morning the castle buzzed with talk of the troll's defeat. Somehow, despite Dumbledore's discretion, despite his careful control of information, the story had gotten out that Potter, Weasley, and Granger had fought the creature and won. The whispers in corridors and across common rooms varied wildly in their accounts. Some claimed that Potter, Weasley, and Granger had cast spells in perfect unison, their magic combining to create a force that the troll couldn't withstand. Others insisted that Potter had tackled the beast with incredible strength, wrestling it to the ground while the other two cast stunning spells. A few suggested that Granger's magic had put it to sleep while the boys held it off, keeping it distracted with their own spell work. None of them came close to the truth. The real truth, that Harry had moved so fast that he'd created a vortex of air that had suffocated the troll, was so far beyond the realm of possibility that no one even considered it. People understood what they could categorize, they believed what fit into established frameworks of knowledge. And a 15-year-old boy moving fast enough to create a weapon of compressed air simply didn't fit into any framework that existed in the magical world. Draco Malfoy's face had gone a shade of color somewhere between puce and crimson when he'd heard the story. At lunch on the day after the troll incident, he sat at the Slytherin table, his jaw clenched, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of utter hatred. But there was something else there too beneath the hatred. Fear, perhaps. Or the beginning of a terrible realization that Harry Potter might be more dangerous than he'd ever considered. At dinner that evening, Draco left the Great Hall early, and according to Percy Weasley, who'd happened to mention it to Ron while helping to serve food from the kitchens, Draco had gone directly to the owlery. He'd been carrying a thick envelope, the kind that suggested a long letter, the kind that suggested something important. That evening, Harry learned more details through Ron's older brother Percy, who'd overheard a conversation in the staff room while filing paperwork for Professor McGonagall. Draco had sent an urgent letter home to Lucius Malfoy himself. The letter, according to Percy's best guess based on what he'd overheard, had detailed Harry's unnatural abilities and clear evidence of dark magic, and had demanded that Lucius take action, that he report the matter to the Ministry if necessary. In his mind's eye, Harry could see Draco clearly. The young Slytherin would have sat in the common room, surrounded by green and silver, with a piece of parchment before him and a quill gripped tightly in his pale hand. Draco's writing was precise and elegant, each letter formed with perfect control. He would have taken his time with the letter, wanting to get the phrasing exactly right, wanting to make sure that his father understood the threat that Harry Potter represented. Lucius, it seemed, had taken his son's concerns seriously. Letters had begun flowing back and forth between Malfoy Manor and the Ministry. Quietly, carefully, but definitely, Ministry officials whispering in hallways, concerned about the boy who'd somehow defeated a fully grown troll with no visible magic. Ministry officials wondering what Harry Potter actually was. Harry felt the weight of it settle on his shoulders like a cloak made of iron. The Ministry was watching now. The Malfoys were watching. Dumbledore was definitely watching, even if he said nothing about it. And Harry still didn't fully understand what he was capable of, couldn't control his power reliably, couldn't explain what had happened to him that night in the forest outside Little Winging. He was a walking secret, and eventually every secret was exposed to light. The Quidditch match against Slytherin arrived with the first real cold of the season. October had surrendered fully to November, and frost rimed the grass of the pitch like a coating of crystal. The morning of the match was brisk and clear, the sky a pale blue that promised no interference from weather. The crowd in the stands was enormous. Word had spread throughout the magical world that Hogwarts had a seeker faster than anything anyone had ever seen, and everyone wanted to witness it firsthand. Oliver had been careful with his preparations. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd worked with Harry on positioning, on reading the game, on all the subtle tricks of seekerhood that had nothing to do with raw speed. He'd made Harry practice the same catches over and over from different angles at different altitudes against different weather conditions. He'd wanted to ensure that when the moment came, Harry wouldn't just be fast, he'd be smart. The best seeker, Oliver had told him during one practice, is the one who knows where the snitch is going before it gets there. You can't rely on speed forever. One day you'll face someone equally fast, and that's when understanding will matter more than velocity. Harry had absorbed the lessons, had tried his best to play the part of an exceptionally talented but ultimately normal seeker. He made his catches seem like the result of good instinct and excellent training rather than godly speed. It had been exhausting, that constant performance, that constant self-restraint. When Harry pulled on his Gryffindor robes in the changing room, the weight of them familiar and comforting, he could feel the speed force thrumming just beneath the surface. The energy wanted to run, wanted to fly, wanted to show everyone exactly what he was capable of. It pressed against his skin like something trying to claw its way out. "Right, listen up," Oliver called, and the team gathered around him in a tight circle. His red hair was windswept, and his eyes held the intensity of a man preparing for the moment that mattered most. Slytherin's going to play dirty. Snape's there in the stands, so they'll probably feel emboldened. But we're going to play better than they are. We're going to fly smarter, pass faster, and we're going to want it more. He looked directly at Harry, and something in his expression suggested that he understood the weight of what he was about to ask. "Harry, you're the best I've ever seen. You know it, I know it. Soon everyone will know it. Just do what you've been doing in practice. Fly smart, read the game, and when the moment comes, make the catch." They walked out onto the pitch to an enormous roar. The Gryffindor section of the stands was on its feet immediately, waving banners and shouting encouragement. The crowd was massive, easily 200 students and more, all packed tightly into the stands, all screaming their support. The Slytherin section was quieter, more anticipatory, like a predator waiting to strike. Lee Jordan, the Gryffindor commentator, was practically vibrating with excitement as he took his place in the commentator's box. He grinned down at the assembled crowd and raised his wand. "And here comes the Gryffindor team," he announced, his voice amplified by magic to carry across the entire stadium, led by Captain Oliver Wood, looking absolutely brilliant in their pristine Gryffindor robes. "And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our new seeker, Harry Potter, looking absolutely brilliant himself. Some have called him the fastest flyer to grace the Hogwarts pitch in a century. The legends are true, folks. There's something special about this boy." Snape's face from the stands was a mask of barely restrained fury. He sat rigidly in his chair, his black robe seeming to absorb the sunlight, his expression a study in controlled rage. The Slytherin team flew out to meet them, and as was customary, the captains shook hands at the center of the pitch. Oliver and Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, gripped each other's hands with barely concealed hostility. The crowd roared louder. Madame Hooch, the Quidditch referee, stood in the center of the pitch with the match equipment. In her hands she held the quaffle, a leather ball about the size of a volleyball stuffed with cloth. In a smaller box at her feet rested two bludgers, enchanted iron balls that would attempt to knock players off their brooms. And finally, in a tiny golden cage, the snitch waited, the smallest of the three balls winged, enchanted to evade capture. "Players, mount your brooms," Hooch instructed, and the two teams moved into position. Gryffindor's three chasers took their positions near the quaffle. The two beaters for each team positioned themselves to defend against the bludgers, and Harry and Draco took their places above the crowd, scanning the pitch, waiting. 3, 2, 1. Play! Hooch released the quaffle and launched the two bludgers into the air. The Quidditch match had begun. Gryffindor's chaser Angelina Johnson immediately flew toward the quaffle, her broom carrying her in a steep climb. But a Slytherin chaser, moving with surprising speed, cut her off, and the quaffle was intercepted before Angelina could secure it. The Slytherin team moved toward Gryffindor's goalposts, their formation tight and disciplined. Lee Jordan's commentary crackled through the air, and Slytherin takes possession of the quaffle. That's their chaser Higgs, a sixth year with a lot of experience, heading toward the Gryffindor goalposts. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's keeper, is moving into position. And here comes Angelina Johnson, trying to intercept, but Higgs passes to his right, to Marcus Flint himself, the Slytherin captain, who's moving at speed. "This looks like a coordinated attack, folks. Slytherin's been practicing." The quaffle made it to the goalposts, and Flint threw hard toward the center hoop. Oliver made an excellent save, his firebolt responding instantly to his command, swooping to the right to intercept the quaffle. He grabbed it cleanly and immediately threw it downfield to George Weasley, who was positioning himself for exactly this moment. The match settled into a rhythm. Back and forth the quaffle flew, with both teams demonstrating skill and determination. A Gryffindor goal came at 5 minutes when Fred Weasley made an excellent pass to Katie Bell, who fired the quaffle right past the Slytherin keeper. The crowd erupted. Then Slytherin evened it at 7 minutes when Higgs scored on a fast break after intercepting a Gryffindor pass. The crowd roared with each play. The bludgers flew through the air, forcing chasers to weave and dodge. Harry hung back, watching, waiting, letting his enhanced perception pick out patterns in the Slytherin defense. The snitch was somewhere on the pitch, but still invisible, hidden by its enchantments until Harry caught a glimpse. At 15 minutes the flutter came. It was subtle, just a flash of gold near the Slytherin goal post, the smallest shimmer of movement. But Harry's enhanced senses caught it immediately. He saw it before the crowd did. He saw it before Draco did, but just barely. Draco's head snapped around at almost the same moment. The other seeker pushed his broom to maximum speed, leaning forward in a stance of pure aggression, beginning his pursuit. He was fast, Harry had to admit. Faster than most seekers. Faster than anyone Harry had faced before, but not fast enough. Never fast enough. Harry pushed his broom harder, gradually increasing pressure, maintaining the pretense of an excellent but not impossible seeker. The snitch reversed direction, diving toward the ground in the unpredictable pattern of its enchantment. Both seekers followed, the crowd rising to their feet as one, screaming encouragement for their respective teams. Draco was gaining, his pale face twisted with determination. He'd drawn his hand back, ready to grab the snitch, his fingers stretching out. He was so close. Another 2 seconds and he'd have it. Another 2 seconds and Gryffindor would lose the advantage that Harry represented. Harry realized with crystal clarity that the other seeker wasn't going to succeed. That Harry was going to have to make the catch now, or Draco would get there first and claim the snitch, and the match would shift in Slytherin's favor. He let the speed force loose. Just a little, just enough. The world snapped into crystalline clarity. Everything else slowed to a crawl. Draco's hand reaching for the snitch became slow as a clock's second hand, every motion glacial and precise. The snitch itself, hovering 10 feet away, appeared to hang almost motionless in the air, its tiny golden wings fluttering in what seemed like slow motion. The crowd's roar faded to a distant, distorted sound, like a wind heard from underwater. The pitch stretched before Harry like a physical thing. He could see every detail, the frost still clinging to the grass below, the individual faces in the crowd, the precise expression on Oliver's face as he watched from his position as keeper. Harry pulled his broom into a dive that would have been impossible at normal speeds, his body becoming a weapon of pure forward momentum. His fingers stretched out before him, reaching, grasping. He felt the speed force surge through him, felt golden lightning crackling around him like a visible aura, felt the familiar vibration of the world bending to his will. The snitch was within reach, then it was in his grasp. His fingers closed around it, feeling its tiny body struggle against his grip, its wings beating furiously. The world snapped back to normal speed. For a moment, just a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no breath. The entire stadium seemed suspended in shock. 60,000 students and staff members all realized simultaneously what they'd just witnessed, all tried to process what their eyes had seen. Then Lee Jordan lost his mind. "Potter has the snitch," he screamed, his voice cracking with the shock of what he'd just witnessed, with the sheer impossibility of what he'd seen. He caught it. I don't even know what happened. Potter went into a dive from 50 feet up, and did anyone see that? It looked like there was lightning. Gryffindor wins. The Gryffindor crowd erupted. The roar was deafening, tsunami of sound and emotion that washed over the pitch like a physical force. Students were climbing over seats, throwing things, hats, scarves. One particularly enthusiastic second year threw his entire bag into the air. Confetti seemed to appear from nowhere, falling like snow. The team was screaming, their voices lost in the chaos. Oliver and the chasers were flying toward Harry, their faces split wide with grins of pure joy. George and Fred were screaming something that might have been congratulations. And Katie Bell was actually crying, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Draco's face, on the other hand, was the color of old parchment. His jaw hung slack. His firebolt had actually dipped slightly, as if his hands had gone momentarily limp from shock. He stared at Harry with an expression of such complete disbelief that it might have been almost comical under different circumstances. As Oliver reached him, shouting something about the greatest catch he'd ever seen, Harry caught sight of Dumbledore in the stands. The headmaster wasn't shouting, wasn't celebrating with the rest of the crowd. He was simply sitting there, perfectly still, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of such intense calculation that it made the young seeker's skin prickle with something beyond simple nervousness. He was thinking, analyzing, drawing conclusions. Snape, on the other hand, looked murderous. His hands gripped the arms of his chair so tightly his knuckles had gone white. His black eyes burned with a rage so intense that Harry could feel it from across the stadium. Later, back in the changing room, surrounded by the cheers of his teammates, Oliver was so excited he could barely speak in complete sentences. He kept gripping Harry's shoulder and repeating phrases like fastest catch, impossible, career-making, and absolute legend. The team celebrated with enthusiasm that bordered on hysteria, jumping and shouting and throwing their robes into the air. Harry allowed himself to smile, to accept their congratulations, even as he felt the exhaustion beginning to creep into his bones like cold fingers. Using the speed force that deliberately, that openly, that far beyond the range of what a normal seeker could do, had cost him more than he'd expected. His muscles ached with a fatigue that went beyond the physical. His mind felt slightly sluggish, as if the speed force had drawn on some deep well inside him and hadn't yet replenished it. He made his way to Gryffindor Tower alone, leaving the celebrations behind, arriving just as the sun was setting. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room, and they rushed him as soon as he peered through the portrait hole. "What was that?" Hermione demanded, her expression a mixture of awe and accusation. "I've never seen anything move that fast." "You didn't even pretend to be subtle. Everyone saw it," Ron added, though he sounded more awed than accusatory. His voice carried the echo of awe that comes from witnessing something genuinely extraordinary. "The whole school, you created lightning, Harry. Actual visible lightning when you caught the snitch. There's no way to explain that as just good instinct or excellent training." "I know," Harry said wearily, collapsing into one of the chairs by the fire. "I lost control for a moment. When Draco was about to catch it, I just reacted. The speed force wanted out. It wanted to show what it could do. And for a few seconds, I let it." "Well, you've done it now," Hermione said, though not unkindly. There was understanding in her voice, a recognition of the impossible position Harry was in. Everyone knows you're fast. The question now is what they think you are. She was right. Harry could already feel the shift in the castle's perception of him. The whispers in corridors had changed from speculation about a mysterious phenomenon to certainty about Harry Potter's unnatural abilities. The red and gold blur wasn't a mysterious phenomenon anymore. It was Harry Potter, the strange new seeker with impossible speed. It was a face they could now attach to an ability they couldn't explain. And with that knowledge came danger. That night, unable to sleep, Harry left the dormitory and made his way down to the castle grounds. The autumn night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant overhead like diamonds scattered across black velvet. The forbidden forest loomed dark and mysterious to the east, a wall of shadow that seemed to hold secrets too old for the world to remember. He needed to run, needed to let the speed force out, to let it move at full capacity, to understand what he really was capable of. The energy thrummed through his veins, demanding expression, demanding freedom, demanding that he stop pretending to be normal and embrace what he truly was. He made his way to the grounds, away from the castle, away from prying eyes. The lake stretched before him, black as obsidian, reflecting the starlight like broken glass. The water was still, no wind, no ripple, creating a perfect mirror for the sky above. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let go. The speed force erupted through him like a sun being born. Golden lightning crackled across his skin and his hair, dancing at the tips of his fingers in cascades of pure energy. The world became a blur of motion as he ran, not along the ground, but across the surface of the lake itself, his feet moving so fast that they barely made contact with the frozen water. A trail of golden light marked his passage, a streak of crimson and gold that would have been visible for miles to anyone looking, a comet burning across the earth. He ran faster than he'd ever run before, faster than he'd thought possible. The sound barrier lay somewhere behind him, shattered into pieces by his passage. The world itself seemed to bend around his movement. He was no longer a boy running, he was movement itself, pure kinetic energy given form and will and purpose. He was the speed force made flesh. The freedom of it was overwhelming. For weeks, he'd been holding back, restraining himself, trying to fit into a world that his abilities made him fundamentally unsuited for. Now running across the face of the lake, leaving golden footprints in his wake, he could finally understand what he was. Not a boy who had powers, a force of nature that had learned to wear a boy's shape. A laugh bubbled up from his chest, part exhilaration, part terror. This was what he was. This was what the speed force had made him. Not human, not entirely. Something new, something that had never existed in the world before. He ran the length of the lake, then back again, each movement leaving golden footprints in the frost, each passage trailing a line of light. The speed force sang through him, and for the first time since coming to Hogwarts, Harry didn't feel the need to hold back. He let himself be what he was. The landscape flowed past him, the castle receding and approaching in his vision, the forbidden forest sliding along his peripheral awareness like a dark ocean. The night sky wheeled overhead, and for a moment, Harry understood what it might be like to fly without a broom, to move with such velocity that the earth itself became secondary to his motion. As he finally slowed, breathing heavily, standing at the edge of the forbidden forest with his heart thundering in his chest, Harry felt something else. A presence, a watching. Something in the darkness of the forest had noticed him, had recognized the speed force in him, had taken interest. Two eyes, yellow and ancient and utterly inhuman, regarded him from the depths of the trees. The presence behind them was vast and old and unutterably strange. It was something that had lived for centuries, something that had seen magicians and muggles rise and fall, something that had watched the castle itself grow stone by stone. It recognized what Harry was, and whatever it was very interested. The yellow eyes blinked once slowly, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the autumn cold. Whatever that creature was, it had judged him, assessed him, and found him worthy of attention. Harry turned away from the forest and began running back toward the castle, the speed of his movement significantly slower now, a mere fraction of what he'd achieved at the lake. But even at this reduced pace, his footprints glowed faintly gold in the frost, and the air around him crackled with residual energy. Behind him, those yellow eyes continued to watch until he disappeared into the castle. Only then did they fade back into the darkness, leaving Harry to wonder what he'd encountered and whether it would prove friend or foe. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 Vibrations and Visions. The nightmare came in fragments, each piece sharper than glass. Green light. The sound of his mother's scream, crystallized in time so perfectly that Harry could taste it, bitter copper and something acrid like burned cloth. His father's voice, steady even in the dark. "Lily, take Harry and run," but this time the nightmare changed. This time Harry saw golden lightning coiling around that green curse like a serpent made of light, the two forces colliding in the space between heartbeats. He watched from behind his own eyes, unable to move, unable to speak. The golden light pushed back against the green, strand against strand, and for one impossible moment Harry understood that they were both searching for him, the curse and the lightning both reaching toward the infant in his mother's arms. He jerked awake, gasping, his chest heaving in the darkness of the dormitory. His mattress was vibrating. Not trembling from his movement but actively vibrating, molecules whispering against each other like they were caught in some invisible current. Harry scrambled backward, his hip slipping down, and that's when he felt it, the sensation of sinking. His right hand was inside the mattress, not resting on it, not partially sunk into it. It was completely, absolutely submerged in the feather-filled cotton, his arm disappearing up to the wrist as if the mattress were made of water instead of solid material. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Golden sparks began dancing across his skin where his hand vanished, and the vibration intensified, spreading up his arm like wildfire. "No, no, no," he whispered, pulling hard. His hand came free with a sensation like being dragged through static electricity. The moment his fingers broke the surface of the mattress, the vibration stopped. Harry huddled against his headboard, chest heaving, staring at his hand as if it might betray him again. Golden sparks scattered across his palm like fireflies before fading. Around him, the other dormitory beds were silent and still. Seamus snored softly from 2 beds over. Dean was curled on his side, his breathing deep and steady. Ron slept with his mouth slightly open, dead to the world. If any of them had woken, if any of them had seen, Harry wrapped his trembling fingers around his knees and forced himself to breathe. The speed force hummed beneath his skin, settling gradually like a creature that had briefly woken and was now drifting back to sleep. The darkness, Harry could swear he felt it, that presence outside of time, that infinite current of energy that was somehow impossibly part of him now. It had pulled him half into the mattress. It had tried to scatter his molecules like dandelion seeds on the wind. He didn't sleep again that night. By the time dawn broke, Harry had made a decision. He needed to understand what was happening to him. Not the broad strokes, the speed, the phasing, the golden lightning, but the mechanisms beneath. How did phasing actually work? Could he control it consciously, or was it the speed force responding to panic and fear? What were the limits? What would happen if he pushed too hard, stayed phased too long, let the vibration consume him entirely? He needed to experiment. The Gryffindor common room was empty in the early morning hours, sunlight just beginning to slide golden and honey-colored across the stone floor. Harry sat alone on the sofa, his breakfast untouched beside him. He held up his left hand and stared at it, studying the lines on his palm as if they might contain instructions written in some invisible language. Then he let himself feel the speed force, let it rise up from somewhere deep in his core like a second pulse. The golden energy was always there now, a constant hum beneath his heartbeat, more present since Halloween when he'd phased through the bathroom wall. But he'd been terrified that night, desperate and drowning in fear. Now he was calm, focused, curious. He imagined the vibration, the sense of molecules loosening their bonds, the feeling of becoming energy instead of matter. His hand began to glow, faintly at first, then with a steadier luminescence that painted his palm in shades of amber and gold. He could feel the vibration starting at the cellular level, a sensation like standing too close to a tuning fork, the frequency climbing higher and higher until it seemed to exist beyond sound itself. His fingers started to fade, becoming translucent, then ghostly, then invisible. The sensation was strange. He could still feel his fingers, still sense their presence, but there was no longer any resistance between them and the air. They had become something else entirely, something that existed between states. Harry slowly extended his hand toward the armrest of the sofa. His fingers slipped through the upholstered fabric as if it weren't there. He could feel it though, not as pressure or resistance, but as a kind of density, a texture moving past his dispersed molecules. It was like being made of water, or of wind, or of the empty space between stars. The sensation was simultaneously exhilarating and horrifying, a contradiction that made his stomach clench even as wonder bloomed in his chest. His heart was thundering. He pulled his hand back through the armrest, watching it resolve into solidity again, becoming real and whole. Golden sparks scattered across his skin as the speed force settled, fading like dying embers. "Merlin," he breathed, his voice hoarse with awe and fear. He spent the next hour experimenting, pushing himself further with each attempt. His hand through the table, watching the wood absorb his fingers like they were nothing. His arm through a pillow, all the way to the elbow, holding it there while his heart hammered and the golden light danced across his shoulder. His entire body halfway through the cushion of the sofa, experiencing that strange sensation of being simultaneously alive and not quite there, his legs still solid and real while his torso existed in a state of quantum uncertainty. Each phasing left him gasping and shaking. The exhaustion that followed wasn't physical. He hadn't moved, hadn't exerted his muscles, but it was profound nonetheless. It felt like running at full speed, that depletion of energy that came from pushing the human body to its limits, except it was happening on a level beneath his skin in the space between atoms. He could feel the speed force's presence intensifying, as if the more he used it, the stronger the connection became, the more completely it wove itself into his being. The golden light on his skin grew brighter with each attempt. By the time he heard footsteps on the stairs leading down to the common room, his entire body was glowing with a soft, ethereal radiance that made him look like something conjured rather than born. Harry quickly pulled his hand back through the sofa and forced the speed force to settle, watching as the golden glow faded to almost nothing. He was sweating and pale, but triumphant. He could do it. He could control it, at least partially. The speed force would respond to his will, would bend the rules of matter and energy to let him pass through solid things like a ghost. And that meant the trapdoor beneath Fluffy didn't need magic to open it. It didn't need the enchanted flute or any clever trick that the professors might be guarding against. It just needed him. "You're absolutely certain," Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of Fluffy's breathing. The three-headed dog was in the grip of an enchanted sleep, its enormous body sprawled across the floor of the third-floor corridor, its breathing synchronized across all three of its massive chests. They were crouched outside the door to the corridor. The forbidden hallway that Dumbledore had made abundantly clear was off-limits. The air down here was different from the rest of the castle, colder, thicker somehow, as if it was pressing down on them with considerable weight. Harry nodded, trying to ignore the nervous fluttering in his stomach. Behind him, Ron was practically vibrating with anticipation and fear, his eyes wide as saucers, his freckled face pale. "The door is locked from the outside," Harry explained quietly, his voice keeping to just above a whisper. "But I can phase through the lock. It won't matter if it's enchanted or not. I'll just go through. The lock won't stop me." "Brilliant," Ron breathed, his eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and terror. "We'll know what Dumbledore's hiding. We'll have answers." Hermione looked less convinced. She pushed her bushy brown hair out of her face, her expression serious in the torchlight. "Harry, you're still experimenting with this ability. What if something goes wrong? What if you get stuck halfway through the door? What if the wood has some kind of curse worked into it, something that triggers when you try to pass through it?" "I won't get stuck," Harry said with more confidence than he felt. "I've practiced. I know how to control it." He ran his fingers through his black hair, pushing it back from his forehead. "And Dumbledore wouldn't put a curse on the door. If someone got stuck halfway through, it could kill them." "Dumbledore's not like that." "That's not the point," Hermione insisted, her voice rising slightly before she caught herself and lowered it again. "The point is that we don't know enough about how your abilities work. We don't know the limits. We don't know what side effects might occur if you push too hard. What if phasing through something so large damages you internally? What if it disrupts your magical core?" It was mostly true that he'd practiced for 3 days now, in the early mornings before his roommates woke, phasing through various objects in their dormitory with increasing success. Cushions and pillows and the mattresses on the beds. He'd even managed to sustain it for nearly 2 minutes without feeling like he'd run a marathon. He was beginning to understand the mechanics of it, the way the speed force could loosen his molecular bonds without scattering them completely, the way he could maintain a kind of coherence even while dispersed through solid matter. But there was a difference between phasing through a cushion and phasing through a locked wooden door while his two best friends watched and Fluffy's 3 heads snored above them, any of which might wake up at any moment. "I have to try," Harry said quietly. He looked at both of them in turn, seeing the concern in their faces, the fear they were trying to hide. "We all agreed. If we're going to understand what's happening, if we're going to help, we need to know what's down there. We need to know what's so important that Dumbledore would guard it with a 3-headed dog." The corridor was cold, the stone walls seeming to absorb what little warmth the torches offered. Fluffy's enormous frame took up most of the space, and even asleep the creature was terrifying, a mass of brown fur and muscle the size of a small elephant that could snap them in half without effort. Harry had never understood why Dumbledore would trust the protection of whatever was hidden down there to a single 3-headed dog, no matter how large or dangerous it was. Surely there had to be actual spells, wards, enchantments, protective magic that didn't rely on a living creature that could be poisoned or put to sleep or tricked. Unless Dumbledore wanted it to look simple. Wanted people to think that a dog and perhaps a locked door were all that stood between them and whatever secret was hidden beneath the castle. It was the kind of thing Dumbledore might do, hiding the greatest secret in plain sight, behind something so obvious that no one would think to look deeper. Harry approached the heavy wooden door slowly, the wood worn smooth by age, banded with iron. The lock was old, an ornate thing with patterns worked into the metal. He placed his hand against the cool wood and felt the speed force rise to meet him, eager and curious in a way that made the back of his neck prickle. "Here goes," he murmured. He let the vibration start at his core and spread outward. The sensation was becoming more familiar now, more controllable, but it was never quite comfortable, always that sense of being unmade and remade, of existing in a space between states of being. His hand began to glow, his arms started to fade. And then he stepped through the door. The wood resisted momentarily, a peculiar sensation like walking through water that had begun to freeze, but then he was on the other side, his molecules resolving into solidity again. For a moment he just stood there, heart hammering in his chest, making sure all of him was actually present. He flexed his fingers, moved his arms, took a breath to make sure his lungs were solid and functional again. "Did it work?" Ron's voice came through the door, muffled. Harry glanced back at the heavy wooden barrier, then at the lock on the inside, an identical mechanism to the one outside. He placed his hand on the wood. "I'm going to phase back through. When I come out, I can tell you what's down here. But we're coming with you," Hermione finished, her voice firm on the other side of the door. "You're not going in there alone, Harry. It's not safe. If something attacks you, if there's something down there that fights back, we won't leave you. We can't." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to tell them to stay safe, to keep them out of whatever danger waited below, but he knew that tone. Hermione wouldn't budge, and neither would Ron once Hermione had made a decision. They were bound together, the three of them, and that binding went deeper than friendship. He pulled himself back through the door, the sensation still strange and disconcerting, like being turned inside out and then righted again, and took a breath. "All right," he said, but carefully and quietly. "If Fluffy wakes up, we'll be quick," Ron promised. "We'll slip through and we'll be down and back before anyone even knows we were here." Harry phased back through, this time managing to grab the handle from the other side. He pulled the door open a crack, just wide enough for Ron and Hermione to slip through. They both moved with practiced silence, learned from weeks of sneaking around Hogwarts, moving through dark corridors and avoiding Filch and his cat, and neither of them seemed to actually breathe again until the door was closed behind them. The space beyond was exactly what Harry had expected, but still his breath caught in his throat. A landing with stone steps spiraling downward, lit by the faint phosphorescence of some magical light source built into the walls themselves. The temperature dropped noticeably as they stood there, and with it came a sense of deeper magic, older magic, woven into the very stones like a heartbeat pulsing through ancient veins. "Dumbledore's hiding something important," Hermione whispered, trailing her fingers along the wall. "Look at the wandwork on the stones. This is incredibly sophisticated. Protective enchantments, preservation spells, temperature regulation charms all woven together seamlessly. This would take a master of the craft, someone with centuries of experience in magical architecture." "What kind of preservation spells?" Ron asked nervously, his voice dropping even lower. He was trying to sound brave, but Harry could hear the fear underneath it. "The kind you use for things that need to stay alive," Hermione said. She looked at Harry, her eyes wide behind her glasses. "The dog. Fluffy is guarding something living, something that needs to be kept at a specific temperature, protected from decay, preserved against entropy." The stairs seemed to go down forever. Harry counted them out of habit, 137, before they reached a large stone chamber lit by the same eerie phosphorescence. In the center of the chamber was a massive trapdoor, not locked but rather sealed with bands of what looked like crystalline energy, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat almost exactly. "That's magic beyond anything in my textbooks," Hermione breathed. She approached the crystalline bands with extreme caution, as if they might bite her. "It's not just a seal, it's a binding. Whatever's underneath this trapdoor is bound to something, connected to something outside this room. I can feel the resonance." Harry was about to move closer when he felt it, a sudden rush of images, sharp and bright like lightning behind his eyes. He staggered backward, his hand grasping at empty air. "Harry," Ron caught his arm. "Are you all right? What's happening?" The visions were gone as quickly as they'd come, but their aftermath lingered like the afterimage of staring directly at the sun, like lightning burned into the back of his eyelids. Harry closed his eyes, trying to make sense of what he'd seen, trying to impose some kind of order on the chaos of images that had flooded his mind in the space of a heartbeat. Dimensions, infinite and bleeding into each other like watercolors running together in the rain. A man in a suit the color of blood, his form wreathed in lightning identical to Harry's golden glow, running across a landscape of glass and steel that stretched endlessly in every direction. A woman, her hair streaming purple electricity, racing across a desert with mountains that touched the sky, her face twisted in something between exultation and anguish. There were others too, figures he couldn't quite focus on, their forms shifting and changing, all of them connected by threads of golden energy that pulsed and sang in harmonies that hurt to perceive. And beneath them all, beneath the dimensions and the speedsters and the golden light, something else. A void, A darkness that was somehow the absence of everything: magic, energy, life, light. It was feeding, drawing power from something, growing with each passing moment. Harry could feel its hunger like a physical thing, ancient and patient and inevitable, like the tide waiting to sweep away sandcastles, like death waiting at the end of time. It was aware of him. It was searching for him. "Harry, you're scaring me," Hermione said quietly. Her hand found his other arm, gripping it tight. "What's happening? What's wrong?" He opened his eyes. The chamber snapped back into focus, but it didn't feel real anymore. The visions had made the stone and the light seem like a dream, like he'd fallen asleep and was now walking through someone else's nightmare. "The Speed Force," Harry said slowly, his voice hoarse. "It's showing me things, other speedsters, other dimensions where they run, and something else. Something dark, something that feeds on magic and power and life itself." "How many?" Hermione asked urgently. "How many speedsters did you see?" "I don't know, dozens. Hundreds." They were everywhere, in every dimension, and they were all connected by these threads of golden light. Like they were all part of something bigger, a network, a consciousness. He shook his head, trying to clear the residual images from his mind. But the darkness, Hermione, it was vast. It was so much larger than any of them. It was feeding on them. The silence that followed was profound and heavy. "We should go," Ron said, his voice small and frightened. "We shouldn't be down here, Harry. This is Dumbledore's secret. This is his business. This is beyond us." Ron was right, and Harry knew it. They'd come to satisfy curiosity, to explore, to prove that Harry's abilities allowed them access to places they weren't supposed to be. They'd accomplished that. Going further would be crossing a line they might not be able to return from. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the vision was urgent, that the darkness he'd glimpsed was more real than the stone beneath his feet, and that somehow, impossibly, it was already here at Hogwarts. It was already watching. It was already hungry. For 3 nights, Harry returned to the Mirror of Erised alone. He'd found it while exploring the castle at night, phasing through walls in a part of the fortress that was supposedly sealed off centuries ago, long before Harry had even been born. The mirror had been standing in the center of an abandoned classroom, its gilded frame catching the light from his wand even through layers of dust and neglect. It was covered in a thin layer of dust that seemed to part around it like water around a stone, leaving the reflective surface pristine and clear. There was no glass on it at first, no reflection, just his own image looking back at him, looking tired and confused and scared. But then the mirror changed. The first night, Harry saw himself as the Speed Force wanted him to be, surrounded by golden lightning so bright it hurt to look at, his form barely contained in human shape, his eyes burning with that same golden flame. Around him ran the other speedsters from his vision, and they were smiling. They were welcoming him. The golden light that connected them all pulsed brighter, and Harry felt in the vision a sense of belonging so profound that it made his chest ache with a longing he'd never experienced before. This was what it meant to be part of something larger than himself. This was what it meant to never be alone again. But there was more. Beneath the golden light, standing just beyond the frame of brightness, were his parents. James Potter stood with his arm around Lily's shoulders, his face alight with pride and something else, a kind of recognition, as if he was looking at a version of his son who had become something magnificent, something he'd always known was possible. And Lily's eyes, Lily's brilliant green eyes that Harry had inherited, blazed with that same golden lightning. She was reaching toward him, her mouth forming words he couldn't hear, but he understood them anyway, understood them in the deepest part of his being where words were unnecessary. "Come home." The first night, Harry pulled away from the mirror with tears streaming down his face. He sat down on the cold stone floor of the abandoned classroom and wept, not from sadness but from the overwhelming intensity of emotion, longing and despair and hope and something like recognition all tangled together, impossible to separate. He'd spent 11 years thinking his parents were dead, gone beyond any possibility of reaching them. But what if they weren't? What if they were waiting for him somewhere in some other dimension, some other reality where the Speed Force had chosen them instead of him? The second night, he stood before it for nearly an hour, watching the vision, memorizing his mother's face in that golden light. He studied the exact curve of her smile, the way her hair fell across her shoulders, the brightness in her eyes. He tried to commit every detail to memory so that if he woke tomorrow and forgot this, he would at least remember that he'd seen her like this, happy, proud, alive. He reached up and placed his hand against the glass of the mirror, imagining that he could push through it, that he could step into that golden world and stay there forever. The glass was cold under his palm and smooth and absolutely unyielding. But for just a moment, he thought he felt his mother's hand on the other side, pressing back against his, separated by nothing more than a few inches of enchanted glass. The third night, he was still standing there when Dumbledore found him. "I wondered when you would find this particular mirror," the headmaster said, his blue eyes impossibly bright in the darkness of the corridor. He was wearing his nightgown and pointed hat, carrying a candle that cast dancing shadows across his ancient face. His voice was gentle but carried an undertone of something, concern, perhaps, or something deeper. I had moved it here specifically, hoping to keep it away from prying students, but you seem to have found it despite my best efforts. Harry stepped away from the mirror, his face burning with embarrassment and something darker, defensiveness, a desperate need to protect this discovery, this connection to his parents. I was just exploring. The mirror of Erised, Dumbledore continued as if Harry hadn't spoken. He walked slowly down the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly off the stone. It shows what the heart most desires, a dangerous thing, I've always thought. I confiscated it years ago because a student was dying looking at it, starving himself to stand before it, unable to tear himself away. He would stand here night after night, watching his vision, and by day he would waste away to nothing, caring less and less about eating or sleeping or living in the real world. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked quietly. He wanted to sound defiant, but his voice came out small and scared. Dumbledore moved closer, his blue eyes studying Harry with an expression so penetrating that Harry felt like he could see through his skin and into the speed force that moved beneath. Because you are standing where that student stood, Harry. Drawn to a vision that, while infinitely more complex than simple wish fulfillment, is no less potentially destructive. You are being seduced by the possibility of reunion, by the promise of belonging, by the golden light that speaks to something deep in your soul. It's not just a wish, Harry said, unable to help himself. His hands clenched into fists. In the mirror, you are free, Dumbledore nodded. Unlimited, part of something vast and ancient and powerful. And you believe that if you could only reach that version of yourself, everything would make sense. Everything would be right. The loss of your parents would mean something. Your suffering would have purpose. Harry couldn't answer. The precision with which the old man had described his feelings was terrifying. It was as if Dumbledore could see directly into his heart, could read the thoughts he'd barely admitted to himself. Dumbledore turned to look at the mirror, and for a moment his face was reflected in its surface. In the reflection he was young again, no more than 30 perhaps, with a full head of dark auburn hair, and he was not alone. A woman stood beside him, her face beautiful and full of promise, her hand in his. And there was a man on his other side, younger still, with laughing eyes and a kind smile. His sister, Harry realized. His lover, perhaps. The mirror shows desire, Dumbledore said finally. His voice was thick with emotion, and when he spoke again it was barely above a whisper. Not destiny, there is an important difference, Harry. The version of yourself that you see there is real in a sense. It is a possible future, one that the Speed Force would make of you if you surrendered to it completely. But there are countless other possible futures, other versions of Harry Potter, equally real and equally valid. Each choice you make, each decision you refuse to make, opens some futures and closes others. The question is not which one is true. The question is which one you choose to become. He turned back to Harry, and in his eyes was that terrible understanding that made Harry feel both completely known and utterly alone. The speed at which you run matters far less than the direction, Harry. You can move faster than any creature alive. You can phase through walls and escape any trap, but toward what end? For what purpose? If you run only because the Speed Force tells you to run, if you become only what your power makes of you, then you are not free. You are enslaved. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore was moving back the way he'd come, his nightgown swishing against the stone floor with a soft, whispering sound. At the corner, he paused and looked back. I have always believed that the greatest magic is not the kind that exists in textbooks. It is the magic that allows us to choose who we wish to become again and again for the rest of our lives. Do not let the mirror rob you of that choice. Do not let the Speed Force rob you of your humanity. Then he was gone, and Harry was alone with the mirror again. He didn't look at his reflection. He turned and walked away, back through the corridors of Hogwarts, his feet carrying him without conscious direction. The castle was quiet and sleeping around him, the torches burning low and steady, the stone walls pressing in with a kind of cold comfort. He thought about Dumbledore's words, about choice and destiny and the difference between them. He thought about his parents waiting in that golden light, about the speedsters running across dimensions, about the darkness that fed on everything. And he tried very hard not to think about the golden light, or his mother's face, or the sense of belonging that still lingered in his chest like an ache that would never quite fade. The next night, Snape caught him in the corridor. Harry had been distracted, lost in thought about Dumbledore's words and the visions from the Speed Force, his mind churning over questions without answers, and he hadn't been paying attention to his speed. He'd been walking normally, moving at a human pace, his footsteps clicking softly against the stone floor, and that was his mistake. Snape appeared around a corner like he'd materialized out of shadow itself, his black robes swirling, his hooked nose and pale face suddenly inches away, his dark eyes sharp and knowing. Out of bed, Potter, his voice was a hiss. Wandering the castle at night like some common thief, like your father before you, I presume. Always convinced that the rules didn't apply to you, that your talent gave you license to do whatever pleased you. Harry's instinct was to run. The Speed Force rose up eagerly. ready to carry him away at impossible speeds, to scatter him across dimensions where Snape could never follow. But something in Snape's expression, something knowing and terrible and calculating, made him stop. "I was just," Harry started, but Snape cut him off. "I don't care what excuse you were about to manufacture," the professor said coldly, "but I will warn you that your midnight wandering may not be as unobserved as you think." Snape's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. The moment the professor's fingers closed around Harry's arm, he felt the vibration. It was involuntary, a response to the touch and the fear and the sudden presence of Snape's dark, complicated magic so close to his own. His arm began to vibrate at the cellular level, molecules loosening and tightening in rapid succession, and Snape's hand actually buzzed against his skin. For a moment, neither of them moved. The air between them seemed to crackle with potential energy, with the collision of two different kinds of power, the mundane magic of a wizard and the something other that the speed force represented. "Interesting," Snape said quietly. His pale eyes were as sharp as knives, and in them was a kind of hunger, not kind, not gentle, but intellectually curious in a way that was somehow more frightening. "So your arrogance is not merely inherited. Your father believed he could defy the laws of magic, but even James Potter never thought he could defy the laws of nature itself." Harry tried to pull away, but Snape's grip tight, his fingers digging into the tender skin of Harry's wrist. The vibration intensified, becoming almost unbearable, a frequency that seemed to exist on the edge of pain. "Do you know what you are, Potter?" Snape leaned closer, and Harry could smell something acrid on his breath, coffee and something else, something bitter and chemical. "Do you have any conception of what inhabits your skin, what fundamental force has chosen to use your body as a vessel?" "Let go of me," Harry said, and he was surprised at how steady his voice sounded. "I could break you." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried absolute certainty. "Right now, if I knew how." There are those who would pay considerably to understand how to unravel whatever binding holds the speed force to your human flesh. There are those who would take considerable interest in studying you, in understanding how a wizard could manifest something so fundamentally aberrant. Harry yanked at his wrist, trying to break free, but Snape held firm. The vibration continued, making his entire arm numb and tingling, making it hard to think, hard to breathe. "I suggest you learn to be more discreet," Snape continued. "The world is not as kind to anomalies as Dumbledore seems determined to be. There are forces in this world that would hunt you, study you, dissect you if they knew what you were capable of, and there may come a day when Dumbledore is not here to protect you anymore." Then Snape released him, dropping his wrist as if it had burned him. Harry stumbled backward, his arm still tingling, the vibration gradually fading. The professor straightened his robes and swept past him without another word, leaving Harry shaking and terrified in the empty corridor. Snape knew. The question was what he would do with that knowledge and who he might tell. Would he go to Dumbledore? Would he go to the Ministry? Or would he keep it to himself, waiting for the right moment to use it, to weaponize Harry's abilities for purposes Harry couldn't even begin to imagine? Christmas arrived with the kind of magic that only Hogwarts could produce. Snow fell on the castle in perfect drifts, crystalline and untouched, each flake glittering like diamonds in the pale winter light. The lake froze solid, its surface becoming a mirror that reflected the gray sky with perfect fidelity. Decorations appeared overnight in the Great Hall, floating candles that drifted lazily through the air, holly and ivy wound around every column in intricate patterns, a ceiling that showed the starry night beyond the castle walls. Ron left for the Burrow on Christmas Eve with a hug for Harry and a promise to write soon. Hermione stayed, for reasons she wouldn't quite explain, though Harry suspected it had something to do with researching Speed Force references in the restricted section. She'd been spending hours down there, poring over ancient texts and dusty tomes, trying to find some historical context for what was happening to Harry. The common room was quiet, with most of the students gone home for the holidays, and Gryffindor Tower took on a strange, peaceful quality, almost empty, almost haunted. The silence was both comforting and unsettling. Harry found himself walking the corridors at night with increasing frequency, drawn by the castle itself, by the sense that Hogwarts had secrets to tell if he was willing to listen. On Christmas morning, Harry opened his gifts with the small group of remaining students. There was a sweater from Mrs. Weasley, red and gold, with a lion embroidered on the front in golden thread, socks from Hermione, a chocolate cauldron from Hagrid, and then there was the parcel from Dumbledore. Inside was the invisibility cloak. It was made of material unlike anything Harry had ever felt, gossamer thin but impossibly strong, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within the weave itself. When he wrapped it around his shoulders, he disappeared entirely, his arm becoming invisible where it crossed his chest. Even his reflection in the mirror vanished, leaving only empty space where he should be. Brilliant, Hermione breathed, watching him fade from sight. She reached out tentatively, and her hand passed through what had been the space where his arm was. "That's a deathly hallow, a true invisibility cloak," I can't believe Dumbledore would part with something so valuable." Harry pulled the cloak off, reappearing in the firelight. "Why would he give it to me?" "Because it was your father's," Hermione said simply, "and because Dumbledore believed you should have it." But even as he wore it, as he tested its perfect concealment, Harry realized that he barely needed it. He could vibrate his body at frequencies just below the threshold of human perception, rendering himself invisible through means that were entirely his own. He could move so fast that his form became a blur, impossible to track or follow. The cloak was beautiful and valuable, but it was also somewhat redundant. Except it had been his father's. Dumbledore had given him this thing that James Potter had once worn, that had once hidden his father from the world. That piece of connection, that tangible link to the man he'd never known, it was worth more than any amount of magical utility. Harry put the cloak on again and stood in front of the mirror in the dormitory, watching himself disappear. For just a moment, invisible even to himself, he tried to imagine what his father might have been like, whether he would have understood this power, whether he might have faced it with courage or terror or something in between. Hermione finally told him 3 days after Christmas, when they were sitting by the fire in the empty common room. The snow had piled up outside the windows, and the castle was quiet enough to hear their own heartbeats. "I found something," she said, her voice low and urgent. She held up a worn leather journal, its pages yellowed with age, its binding cracked and fragile. In the restricted section, a very old text written by a wizard named Archimedes Blackwood. He was researching historical prophecies, cross-referencing them with magical phenomena going back centuries, maybe longer. Harry felt his stomach drop. "What did you find?" "References to a figure called the Runner. Multiple prophecies from different time periods, different wizarding traditions, different magical cultures. They all describe the same thing. A being who moves faster than magic, who bridges the gap between the physical and the ethereal, who is connected to something external and ancient, something that exists outside of normal magical theory." She opened the journal to a marked page. The handwriting was small and cramped, but Harry could make out fragments. "The Runner shall be swift beyond measure. Neither magic nor curse shall bind them. A conduit for forces beyond our understanding." Harry felt his enhanced perception kicking in, processing Hermione's words even as his conscious mind struggled to accept them. "The Speed Force," he said quietly. "I don't know what the Speed Force is exactly," Hermione admitted. But Blackwood theorized that the Runner was a conduit for some kind of fundamental force, not magical in the traditional sense, but something underlying to it. A force that chooses its bearers for purposes we don't understand. She looked at him with worry in her eyes, and behind the worry was something deeper, fear. "Harry, one of the prophecies says that the Runner will be hunted by those who wish to harness its power. Another says that the Runner will be sought by darkness itself because they are a beacon to forces beyond our world." Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the fire. "I know, the Speed Force showed me. There's something dark, something that feeds on magic and power. It's watching Hogwarts." "Then we need to tell someone," Hermione said firmly. "Dumbledore at least, McGonagall." Harry stood up, feeling the Speed Force pulse beneath his skin in agitation. The golden light danced across his palms. "If I tell anyone, if word gets out about what I can really do, what if they use it? What if they try to weaponize it? What if they decide I'm too dangerous?" And he couldn't finish the thought. The implications were too dark, too real. Hermione stood as well, and to Harry's surprise, she reached out and squeezed his hand. Her palm was warm against his, grounding him in the present moment. "You're not alone in this, Harry. Whatever the prophecies say, whatever darkness is watching Hogwarts, we'll face it together. Ron and I, we're not going to let anything happen to you." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to feel comforted by her words, wanted to accept the offer of partnership and support. But the truth was that he was profoundly, absolutely alone. The Speed Force was unique to him. The visions came to no one else. The darkness that he sensed creeping at the edges of Hogwarts would, when the time came, have to be faced by him alone. That knowledge sat heavy in his chest like a stone. Still, he squeezed her hand back. "Thank you, you don't know how much that means to me." "I think I do," Hermione said quietly. "And we're going to figure this out, together, Harry. That's what friends do." The last scene came on the night before the holidays ended. Harry stood on the astronomy tower at the height of midnight, looking out over the sleeping castle. The moon was nearly full, casting the grounds in silver light that turned the snow to diamond dust. Below, the Forbidden Forest was a mass of shadow and deeper shadow, ancient and unknowable, and the mountains in the distance were outlined in faint silver, their peaks touching the cloud-heavy sky. The Speed Force was louder tonight. Not aggressive or demanding, but present in a way it had been only a few times before. Harry could feel it moving through his bloodstream like liquid gold, singing beneath his skin in frequencies that normal human ears couldn't hear. He held up his hand and let the golden lightning play across his fingertips, letting it dance and spiral and reform without fear of being seen. The speed force was part of him now, woven into his being as thoroughly as his own magic, his own breath, his own heartbeat. Across the grounds, something moved in the forbidden forest. Harry's eyes went sharp, his enhanced perception kicking in automatically, bringing the distant movement into focus. At the edge of his vision, at the very boundary where the castle's light began to fade into shadow, something large was moving between the trees. Not an animal, something bigger, something with intelligence and purpose. It moved with predatory grace, and even from this distance, even through the darkness, Harry could sense its hunger like a physical force. It turned its head, or the space where its head should have been, directly toward the astronomy tower, toward Harry, and in that moment of eye contact, something sparked, a recognition, a resonance. The darkness acknowledged the light, and the light felt the darkness looking back. It was a sensation like touching a live wire, like standing at the edge of a chasm and feeling something stir in its depths. The speed force didn't scream, but it came close. Golden lightning erupted across Harry's shoulders and down his arms, spreading across his chest, blazing up his neck, consuming his entire form in radiance. For just a moment, it became a beacon, bright and undeniable, cutting through the night like a warning, like a call, like a sign that something rare and precious and dangerous had arrived at Hogwarts. The thing in the forest reacted. It pulled back, sinking deeper into the shadows, but Harry could still feel its presence. Still felt its attention like fingers pressing against the back of his neck. It had been waiting, watching from the darkness, and it had been waiting specifically for a sign like this. Waiting for the golden light to prove that its prey had arrived at Hogwarts. Harry gripped the edge of the tower, his knuckles white, the stone crumbling slightly beneath his grip. And for the first time since the speed force had chosen him, since it had integrated itself into his being and given him power beyond measure, he felt genuine fear. Because now he understood that this was not just a gift. It was not just an incredible ability or even a prophecy hanging over his head like a sword. It was not a burden he could choose to bear or refuse. It was a beacon. And something very ancient, very dark, very hungry had been waiting his entire life for it to light up the night. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Breaking the barrier, the morning air bit at Harry's lungs as he sprinted along the shore of the Black Lake. The castle was still wrapped in darkness, that precious window between the last watch of night and the first bell of dawn, when even the ghosts seemed to sleep. His breath came in sharp, measured pulses, the rhythm of his footfalls merging into a single thrum that resonated through the ground beneath him. Behind him, the golden lightning trailed like a comet's tail, painting the pre-dawn sky in shades of amber and white. He had been training alone more and more often lately. Ron still marveled at the speed. Blimey, Harry, you're moving faster than seeker reflexes should allow. But even his best mate didn't understand the hunger for it. The need to push further, to feel the limits of what his body could do, to answer the call that seemed to emanate from somewhere beyond the normal boundaries of muscle and nerve. Hermione watched him with concern, scribbling notes in her observations journal, cross-referencing ancient texts that she was annoyingly reluctant to discuss until she'd verified her sources. Only the speed force itself seemed to understand. The lake stretched before him like molten glass, the water so still it looked solid. Harry leaned into his acceleration, feeling the familiar surge of power bloom through his chest, radiating outward to his fingertips and the soles of his feet. The golden lightning crackled louder now, more insistent. There was something different about it this morning, a quality of anticipation, as though the force itself was waiting for him to attempt something he hadn't yet dared. Faster, his legs pumped with renewed intensity. The shoreline became a blur. He wasn't thinking anymore, just running, letting the speed force guide his body where his conscious mind couldn't follow. The wind that should have buffeted him seemed to part before he even arrived, as if reality itself was making room for his passage. Faster still. The world began to distort. Colors bled into one another, stretching like watercolors left in the rain. The sound of his footfalls twisted into a high, keening wail that he felt more than heard. His vision tunneled, everything beyond the path ahead collapsing into meaningless shadow. The lightning around him burned brighter, hotter golden threads that seemed to weave themselves into the very fabric of his being. And then something shifted, not in his body. Something shifted in time itself. The acceleration didn't stop, it simply inverted. Instead of the world blurring around him, the world crystallized. Harry skidded to a halt on the lake shore, breathing hard, his chest heaving, but the instant his feet stopped moving, he became aware of the absolute, profound silence. The lake spray hung in the air, not moving, not falling, suspended in a perfect, glittering arc between the water and the slate-gray sky. Each droplet was a perfect sphere of ice, catching the first hints of dawn and scattering them into a prism of colors that shouldn't have existed in the pre-dawn gloom. Harry stared at them, transfixed, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. It was as if the universe had paused mid-breath, waiting for him to understand. A bird, he could see it clearly now, some kind of grackle hung mid-flight not 20 feet above his head, its wings caught in the exact moment between one flap and the next. He could see each feather individually, traced in exquisite detail, every barb and vein distinct and separate. The feathers ruffled where the wing joined the body, caught in the mechanics of flight but locked in a moment that wouldn't resolve. Its eye was visible too, dark and bright, fixed in a direction of panic and survival instinct. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He looked down at his hands. They weren't moving either. The golden lightning that always surrounded him in motion had crystallized into solid bands of energy wrapped around his wrists and ankles, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from outside the normal spectrum of visible light. The electricity didn't crackle or snap anymore. It was still frozen in the act of flowing, a solid sculpture of pure power. When he flexed his fingers, the sensation was strange, muted, as though movement itself was a distant concept that required effort to comprehend. He walked toward the frozen lake, his movements careful, almost reverent. Each step was effortless, no friction, no air resistance, nothing to slow him. The water had transformed into something entirely new. The spray that fell had become ice the moment time crystallized, each droplet locked in place. The surface of the lake itself was fluid still, water not frozen, but the light moving across it had slowed to a crawl. When he reached the water's edge, Harry knelt and reached out to touch one of the suspended droplets. It was solid, cold to the touch despite the golden energy that suffused everything around him. He could see the reflection of his own eyes in its surface, golden and wide, almost unrecognizable. The pupil was dilated with adrenaline and wonder, and the iris surrounding it seemed to glow with inner light. He lifted the droplet from the air where it hung. It came free, a small sphere of ice no larger than a marble, perfectly smooth and perfectly clear. When he brought it to his eye, he could see through it, could see the frozen lake beyond, could see the landscape of this moment crystallized in time. Time, he had stopped time, or no, not stopped it. He had accelerated so far beyond the normal passage of moments that he had effectively stepped outside of it. His mind raced to catch up with the implications. He was moving so fast that an hour in his perception would pass as a single second in the rest of the world. He was running so far beyond the speed of light that the relativistic effects that should have torn him apart had somehow been absorbed by the speed force, which wrapped around him like a shield, like a second skin. He walked deeper into the frozen moment, his mind spiraling into wonder and terror in equal measure. Everything was so quiet. Not the absence of sound, he could still hear the blood pounding in his ears, still hear the subtle vibration of the speed force that had become as natural as breathing, but the absence of all external sound. The world held its breath. The wind that should have been whisking across the lake was frozen mid-gust, the air crystallized into visible waves of pressure that he could see if he looked carefully enough. The frozen bird hung directly overhead now. Harry reached up and touched one of its wings. The feather was warm, everything in this moment was warm with the afterglow of his acceleration. He could see the heartbeat of the bird, frozen mid-pulse, could trace the pathways of blood through its veins, could see the individual cells working in their infinitely slow dance, suspended between one moment and the next. How long had he been here? His watch still ticked, he realized. The second hand was moving, but so slowly that he could see the discrete moments of its motion, each tick taking what felt like minutes. The movement was visceral. He could actually watch the mechanism working, could see the tiny gears rotating, could track the second hand's progress across the dial. In the real world, seconds were passing, perhaps less than a second, a fraction. The time dilation at these speeds was almost incomprehensible. He pressed deeper into this moment, walking toward the far shore of the lake. His footsteps made no sound, though he could feel them, the gentle compression of air that had become almost solid beneath his feet, the slight resistance as he moved through this crystallized universe. The air itself was visible when he concentrated, turning it into layers of crystal that he could push through. Each layer had a different density, a different color in the invisible spectrum of acceleration. The sun was beginning to rise, but so slowly that it moved with terrible patience. Harry watched as it crept upward by fractions of a degree, burning with a light that seemed to crawl across the sky like photons wading through honey. He could trace individual rays of light as they moved, could watch them bend around the crystallized air molecules, could see the spectrum split and refract and recombine as it traveled from the sun toward the frozen world below. How remarkable it all was. How terrible and beautiful and strange. Harry's exhilaration began to curdle into something else. His nose had started to itch. When he touched it, his finger came away wet with blood. Just a trickle, but unmistakable. His vision, which had been crystal clear only moments before, began to develop dark spots at the edges. He could feel the strain now, not physical, but deeper, more fundamental. Something in him was screaming a warning that he couldn't quite hear. He tried to take a step back the way he'd come, but his legs didn't respond with their usual fluid grace. They moved, yes, but slowly, as though he himself were becoming subject to the laws of the frozen moment. As if the speed that had carried him here was beginning to fail, beginning to collapse under the weight of maintaining this impossible acceleration. His heart was racing now, he could feel it, could feel the blood surging through his veins with increasing desperation. The speed force was sending warnings in a language made of pain and electricity, and the terrible knowledge that he had pushed too far, accelerated beyond the point where even it could sustain him. He needed to stop. He needed to. The transition snapped like a breaking crystal. One moment, Harry was standing in the crystalline perfection of this impossible moment, surrounded by the architecture of time slowed to a crawl. The next, he was falling to his knees on the shore of the lake, his body racked with pain that seemed to come from every cell at once. His nose gushed blood, spattering across the stones beneath him in dark droplets that seemed impossibly thick, impossibly real. His ears rang with a high, keening note that made him want to scream. His vision swam in and out of focus, each blink bringing new worlds of pain. Every muscle burned. Not the good burn of exertion, but something deeper. A cellular agony that suggested he'd run 100 miles at full sprint without ever slowing down. That his body had been pushed to speeds his physiology simply wasn't meant to endure. The golden lightning that usually surrounded him with such assurance was dim now, flickering weakly like a dying candle that had spent its last reserves of fuel. The water droplets fell from the sky like rain, pattering against the rocky shore with sounds that seemed impossibly loud to his oversensitive ears. The bird resumed its flight with a startled cry, wings beating frantically as it streaked away across the lake, released from whatever suspended moment had held it prisoner. The world rushed back in at normal speed, and Harry gasped, nearly choking on his own blood. He collapsed fully, pressing his forehead against the cool stone. The pain didn't fade, it crystallized, forming layers that he had to navigate carefully. His hands shook, actually trembled as he pushed himself up onto his elbows. The golden lightning flickered more steadily now, responding to his conscious effort, but it was weak, diminished, like a fire that had burned through its fuel and was consuming its own structure to stay alive. Minutes passed before he could stand. Maybe longer. The pain began to recede by degrees, fading from agony to a deep bone-aching soreness that suggested he'd been beaten by a dozen broomsticks, that every joint in his body had been compressed and released 1,000 times over. The nosebleed had stopped, but blood crusted his upper lip and throat, thick and metallic. When he finally made it to his feet, he had to lean heavily against a large stone to stay upright, and even that small exertion made the world spin dangerously. Flash time, that's what he'd been in. The speed force itself seemed to be whispering the name as the golden threads of energy gradually brightened around him again, but with less of their usual vitality. He'd broken something, pushed past a barrier that had been put in place for a reason. The speed force had warned him, had sent messages in the form of nosebleeds and pain and the terrible sensation of cellular damage, and he'd ignored them all because the hunger to go faster, to push further, was stronger than any voice of caution. He should have gone to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey had stopped asking questions about his various injuries weeks ago. The girl with the magic lightning running at impossible speeds tended to accumulate minor wounds. But Harry didn't want to answer questions about why his nose was bleeding or what had caused the bruising that would surely appear across his chest and shoulders by noon. Instead, he made his way slowly back to the castle, moving at a normal human pace that felt surreal after the exhilaration of his morning run. Every step was a negotiation with gravity and pain and the creeping certainty that he'd discovered something that might destroy him. His body recovered by the time he reached his dormitory. Magical injury, Ron's constant commentary had taught him, healed differently than Muggle trauma. The soreness faded by the time he finished a shower, though he noted with concern that the water ran pink from the blood for several turns of the handle, then deeper red, as though he'd been bleeding internally in places he couldn't see. He dressed carefully and made it down to breakfast just as the morning bell rang, his neck stiff and his shoulders protesting every movement. Hermione was waiting for him at the Gryffindor table with an expression that suggested she'd uncovered a conspiracy to end the world. Ron was beside her, looking worried in that way he got when Hermione was in one of her research spirals. They both turned to look at him the moment he sat down, and Harry knew immediately that something had changed. "I've finished my research," Hermione said without preamble, her voice low enough that only he and Ron could hear. "And Harry, we need to talk tonight somewhere private." "More research?" Ron asked, not looking particularly surprised, though his expression was more serious than usual. "What is it this time?" "Actually, don't answer, you're going to tell us anyway. You've got that look, the one where you've been in the restricted section and you're about to make our lives complicated." Hermione ignored him with the practiced ease of someone who had perfected it to an art form over the course of a single year. "The room of requirement," she said to Harry. "If it exists the way I've read about. Midnight?" Harry nodded, though something in her expression unsettled him. It wasn't fear exactly. Hermione rarely showed fear about anything theoretical, but it was something close. A kind of urgency that went beyond her normal academic enthusiasm. There was something she'd found, something that mattered enough to override her usual caution about being seen together. The day passed in its usual fashion: potions, where Snape somehow made the air taste of sulfur and resentment in equal measure; transfiguration, where McGonagall actually nodded with approval when Harry managed a switching spell without once vibrating out of focus; and double charms, where Flitwick assigned them increasingly complex levitation work. Harry managed to stay present in all of it, though his mind kept drifting back to that moment of crystalline perfection on the lake shore. Flash time. Had he truly done that? Was it even possible, or had he simply hallucinated from running too fast in the cold morning air? But the Speed Force seemed to know. Throughout the day he felt its presence with unusual clarity, almost as though it was watching him, waiting for something. When he sat next to Ron in the Gryffindor common room after supper, pretending to work on Transfiguration homework, the golden lightning occasionally flickered along his arms, brighter and more aggressive than usual. It was agitated, restless, as if it was preparing him for something. "Blimey, you're tense," Ron said, not looking up from his own book. "What's going on?" "Nothing, just thinking about the next Quidditch match." "The next match isn't for 2 months." Harry said nothing more, and Ron, blessedly, let it drop. But he could feel Ron's concern radiating off him in waves. His best mate knew something was wrong, just didn't know what. At midnight, Hermione found him outside the 7th-floor corridor. She looked like she hadn't slept, though she was dressed impeccably, and carried a stack of books that she balanced with the ease of long practice. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and there were dark circles under her eyes, signs that she'd been working for hours without pause. "Did you know," she said as greeting, "that I can ask for a room 3 times and it appears? I've been coming here all week." The room of requirement, or as it was called in the oldest texts, the chamber of need. It provides whatever the person who summons it requires. Harry paused, considering this information and finding it more than a little unsettling in the context of a castle that apparently contained a troll and a 3-headed dog. How is that not more widely known? Because apparently, people stop looking for magic the moment they discover the predictable kind. Hermione's tone suggested this was a personal slight against the entire wizarding world. She walked along the corridor, apparently counting to herself, and then stopped before what looked like a plain stretch of stone wall. Most of the older magic in this castle is like that. Hidden, overlooked, dismissed as legend because it doesn't fit the paradigm of modern wandwork. She closed her eyes and spoke quietly but with absolute conviction. "I need a room where we can discuss something important without interruption. I need protection from listening charms. I need a space where Harry won't feel like he has to hide who he is." The wall rippled like water. A door materialized, made of dark wood and iron-bound, entirely at odds with the architecture around it. Hermione pushed it open, and Harry followed her into a circular chamber that smelled of old books and summer thunderstorms. The moment he stepped inside, he felt the protection spells settle around him, layers of privacy and silence that wrapped around the space like a cocoon. The room was lined with shelves from floor to ceiling, each one crammed with leather-bound volumes, scrolls, and what looked like handwritten journals. In the center of the room were 3 comfortable chairs arranged in a semicircle, with a small table holding a teapot and cups. The chairs looked inviting, worn from use, as though they were waiting for people to sit in them and discuss important things. Hermione set down her books with a careful gesture and gestured for Harry to sit. Ron appeared in the doorway not 30 seconds later, breathing hard as though he'd run the entire way from the dormitory. "Hermione sent a note," he said, gasping. "Something about needing to talk to both of you. This room, bloody hell, this room is brilliant. Look at all these books." He moved to one of the shelves and ran his fingers across the spines, wonder written across his face. "Sit," Hermione said, and something in her voice made both of them obey without question. She poured tea from the pot, which was perfectly hot, proving the room truly did provide what was needed, and took a sip before beginning. Her hands were steady, but Harry could see the tension in the set of her shoulders. "I found something in the restricted section," she said slowly. "A text called the Chronicle of Prophecy and the Miraculous. It's ancient, written sometime in the early medieval period, possibly earlier. The binding is held together by magic I've never seen before, and the pages are written in a hand that shifts between Latin, Old English, and something that might have been Druidic." She paused, building suspense with the precision of a master performer, but there was genuine worry beneath her careful composure. Most of the prophecies in it are obvious nonsense. Predictions about kings who never existed, warnings about plagues that never manifested, that sort of thing. Ron leaned forward. But not all of them. Not all of them, Hermione agreed. She looked at Harry directly. One of them isn't nonsense. One of them describes someone who shouldn't exist, shouldn't be possible, and yet. She opened one of her books to a marked page. The text was faded, written in a hand that looked almost illegible, but Hermione read it with the fluency of someone who had committed it to memory. When the world's magic dims and shadow feeds upon the light, the runner shall emerge, born of sacrifice, wreathed in lightning. Faster than death itself, swift as possibility made manifest, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, between this realm and that beyond. The runner bears no wand of wood and core, but carries lightning in their very bones. They shall race against the encroaching darkness, and in their speed lies either salvation or destruction. Hermione closed the book and set it carefully on the table between them. The silence that followed was profound. Ron set down his teacup with a clink that sounded shockingly loud in the protected quiet of the room. The sound seemed to echo, bouncing off the walls and the high ceiling, full of meaning and weight. "That's..." Ron started, then stopped. He looked at Harry, then back at Hermione. "That's you, that's absolutely you. The lightning in your bones, the speed, he gestured vaguely at Harry. "Everything. It could be a coincidence," Harry said, but he didn't believe it even as he spoke. The speed force was stirring within him, resonating with the words Hermione had read, recognizing something in the prophecy that felt like truth. "It predates the founding of Hogwarts by centuries," Hermione said quietly, leaning back in her chair. "Possibly predates the founding of magical Britain itself. It's described in the same text as prophecies made by Merlin himself. Harry, this prophecy is over 1,000 years old. It was written about someone who carries lightning in their bones, who is born of sacrifice, and who is faster than death itself. The specificity, it can't be coincidence. The probability of random overlap on all those elements is astronomically small." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "What does it mean, the part about salvation or destruction?" Hermione closed the book without answering immediately. She took a long sip of her tea, and when she spoke, her voice was quieter than before. "I don't know yet. The text is damaged in the section that provides interpretation. The pages are burned, deliberately, I think, by someone who wanted to hide whatever came after. But the prophecy itself is clear. Harry's not just someone who happened to gain this power. He was prophesied by someone who lived 1,000 years ago. There was always supposed to be a runner." Ron set his cup down with exaggerated care. "So what you're saying is that this was always supposed to happen, that there's no chance involved, that Harry was meant to get these powers?" "I don't know if 'meant to' is the right phrase," Hermione said carefully. "But the prophecy suggests that the Speed Force's manifestation was not random. That something set this in motion long ago, before Harry was even born, before his parents were born." The words seemed to echo in the circular chamber. Harry felt the Speed Force pulse within him, responding to the idea of destiny, of purpose written in stone before he was even born. But underneath that resonance there was something else, a tremor of doubt. If his power wasn't his own, if it had been chosen for him by something ancient and unknowable, then what control did he actually have? What responsibility did that place on his shoulders? "What about the darkness?" he asked. "The thing that feeds on light? I don't know," Hermione admitted, and for once the admission seemed to cost her. "But I intend to find out. There are other texts I haven't checked yet. References to ancient evils, to things that existed before the modern magical hierarchy. The restricted section is, well, it's restricted for reasons, but most of them seem to be about protecting students from accidentally turning themselves inside out. A prophecy about a shadowy threat seems relatively low on the danger scale." Ron laughed, a short, sharp sound with no humor in it. "More dangerous things exist than prophecies about shadowy threats. We have a troll in a bathroom and a three-headed dog in a corridor. This is Hogwarts. Danger seems to be built into the foundation." The night stretched on as they talked. Hermione produced text after text, each one referencing pieces of mythology that connected to the Speed Force in strange, tangential ways. A story about Mercury, the messenger god, described as swift beyond mortal comprehension, capable of traveling between the worlds at the speed of thought. A passage in an old book about the history of magic that mentioned swift ones who appeared in ancient times, who seemed to exist in a state between moments, moving so fast that they appeared to be in multiple places at once. Hermione had even found a reference in a chronicle of Hogwarts' early days to a student who ran at speeds that defied the eye's ability to track, though the entry was brief and the student's name had been deliberately scratched from the records. "Someone wanted this hidden," Harry said, running his fingers over the scratched-out name. He could almost make out the letters underneath, but not quite. They wanted to erase any evidence that this had happened before. Which means, Hermione said slowly, that if it's happened before, it can happen again, which means you're not unique. Which means, Ron added, his voice more serious now, that we need to figure out what happened to the last one, why their name was erased, whether they saved the school or destroyed it. Hermione nodded grimly. That's what I've been trying to figure out, but the records are incomplete. Whatever happened, it was serious enough that someone in power wanted it forgot. By the time they left the room of requirement, Harry's mind was reeling. The Speed Force had chosen him, yes, but perhaps it had been made to choose him by ancient magic and ancient prophecy before his parents were even born. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He was a pawn in a game that had started long before he arrived at Hogwarts, a piece that was being moved across a board by forces he didn't fully understand. He pushed the feeling aside and threw himself into training with renewed intensity. The discovery of Flash Time had opened new possibilities, and though accessing it left him battered and bleeding, Harry found himself driven to explore the boundaries of his power with an almost desperate hunger. Each training session yielded new capabilities, each one pushing him closer to understanding what he could actually do. He learned to shape the Speed Force energy around his body into constructs, shields that shimmered with golden light and rippled when struck by spells, projectiles that he could hurl with thought alone, leaving trails of lightning in the air that persisted for several seconds after the actual projectile had passed. These constructs were solid, real, made of compressed Speed Force energy that could interact with the physical world in ways that normal magic couldn't. When he threw them, they flew true and fast, striking with the force of a bludger from a Quidditch match. He learned to pull the lightning from within himself and launch it outward in bolts that struck with the force of a stunning spell, but without the audible crack of magic. The first time he'd accidentally hit a training dummy in one of the empty classrooms, the bolt had burned through 3 inches of wood. The second time he controlled it better, managing to strike without destroying his target completely. He practiced in the dungeons, in the halls after curfew, anywhere he could find a moment alone. And with each new technique, he felt the Speed Force respond, teaching him, guiding him, whispering instructions in that strange, thousand thunderclap voice that only he could hear. The most remarkable discovery came purely by accident. He was meditating in a secluded alcove near the room of requirement. Hermione had insisted it was important to maintain a mental and physical balance with the power, when he found himself thinking about one of Snape's potions lessons. He'd made an error in his stirring sequence, and he'd spent the rest of class watching his cauldron emit suspicious purple fumes, while Snape smiled in that particularly venomous way of his. What he wouldn't give to do it over, to have a second chance to fix the mistake before it happened. The world lurched, time twisted like a spiral, and suddenly Harry was aware of 2 moments at once. He was sitting in his alcove, body still in meditation, but he was also standing in the potions classroom, watching the earlier moment play out. Except number that wasn't quite right. He was there, but he wasn't there. He was aware of the earlier moment from a distance, as though viewing it through thick glass, watching events unfold in a classroom that existed a week in his past. And simultaneously, he was still aware of the meditation chamber, still sitting in his alcove, but also watching himself in the past. Harry gasped and the moment snapped. He was back in his alcove, breathing hard, his heart pounding. Had that actually happened? Had he just gone backwards in time? Was he going mad? The meditation chamber steadied around him, and he took long, careful breaths to calm his racing pulse. He tried again the next day, this time deliberately. He sat in one of the library's quieter corners, surrounded by stacks of transfiguration texts, and focused on the memory of making a mistake in his last lesson, a failed attempt to transform a feather into a quill that had resulted in something closer to a smoking boot. He felt for the Speed Force, felt for that twisting sensation of time moving sideways instead of forward, and concentrated with every ounce of will he possessed. The world reversed, not visibly, not in any way that an observer would have noticed. But Harry was suddenly sitting in Flitwick's classroom again, watching himself with the failed feather-to-quill spell. The classroom was exactly as he remembered it, down to the dust motes floating in the afternoon sunlight. He could smell the chalk and wood and the faint scent of magic that always hung in the air after spellwork. And then, before the mistake could occur, he was moving. His hands performed the correct wand motions, his voice spoke the correct incantation, and the feather transformed perfectly into a quill. No smoke, no destruction, just perfect, careful magic. The feather became a quill in a smooth transformation that seemed natural and inevitable, as if it had always been meant to happen this way. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction, of rightness, as the spell completed exactly as it should have. And then Harry was back in the library alcove, the moment redone, the mistake erased. The feather that had almost been a smoking boot was now a perfect quill, sitting on the desk in front of him in Flitwick's classroom, waiting to be picked up and used. It was exhausting, more so than anything else he'd attempted. Using flash time left him with a nosebleed and aching muscles. Running up walls required concentration that bordered on meditative. But temporal revision was something else entirely. It tore at something deeper, some fundamental part of himself that wasn't entirely physical. When he emerged from the meditation, he felt as though he'd used every ounce of energy he possessed and then borrowed more from somewhere beyond himself. His muscles felt hollowed out, his mind felt thin and stretched like paper that had been worn down by too much erasing. But it worked. And in Snape's class 2 days later, when Harry performed the exact same transfiguration exercise, the feather became a perfect quill without a single issue. The entire process took 30 seconds, smooth and confident and absolutely correct. Snape's eyes narrowed, and for a long moment he simply stared at Harry's cauldron. Then he moved away without comment, but not before Harry saw something flicker across his face, something that looked uncomfortably like recognition. That night Snape found him in the corridor outside the library. "You," Snape said, his voice low and dangerous. "Follow me." Harry considered running. With the speed force, he could probably outpace even Snape's curses. But this was a teacher, and there were lines of propriety that even magical power didn't justify crossing. Instead, he followed Snape to his private chambers, a part of the castle Harry had never seen before. They were sparse, decorated in blacks and deep greens, with shelves of various potion ingredients lining the walls. Books were stacked on every available surface, many of them bearing the seal of restricted magic. Snape closed the door and turned to face him, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than hatred in the man's eyes. "There is something different about you," Snape said quietly, his voice stripped of its usual venom. "I have known this since the moment you arrived at Hogwarts. Your very presence vibrates at a frequency that is unusual. The magical aura around you fluctuates in patterns that should be impossible, that should require years of magical study to achieve. And in your recent lessons, I have felt temporal distortion around you, a folding in the normal progression of moments." Snape's eyes were sharp, dangerous, but there was something else there too, something that might have been concern. "That is advanced magic, very advanced magic, the kind that wizards spend their entire lives mastering if they master it at all." Harry said nothing. There was nothing he could say that wouldn't make this worse. "I do not know what you are, Potter, or where this power came from," Snape continued, walking to one of his shelves and running his fingers along the book spines. "But I will advise you now to be very careful. There are those in this world, those who operate in the spaces between light and shadow, who would be very interested in studying you, in understanding you, and not all of them would be gentle about the investigation." He pulled out a book bound in what looked like midnight blue leather and held it for a moment before replacing it. "My lord had an interest in ancient magics, in sources of power that existed before the conventional framework of wand-based spellwork. If he were still present in any meaningful capacity, he would be interested in you." The implication hung between them like a threat. Harry's blood ran cold at the mention of Voldemort, at the suggestion that if the Dark Lord were still alive, he would seek out Harry for reasons other than revenge. "He is not present," Harry said, though it came out as more of a question than a statement. Snape's smile was sharp and terrible. "Number but darkness has a way of lingering, and there are other forces in this castle that are not bound by the normal rules of life and death." He turned away, dismissing Harry with a gesture. "Go. And be more careful with your training. Temporal distortion is easily detected by those who know how to look for it. You will not be the only one interested in what you can do." Harry left without another word, his mind reeling. Snape knew. Somehow impossibly, the man had sensed the speed force, had understood what Harry was doing. And more than that, he'd hinted that there was something else in the castle, some other presence that had an interest in Harry and his power. Something darker, something hungry. He found Ron and Hermione in their usual spot in the common room. Harry gestured them toward the dormitory, but once inside, he couldn't bear to wait for privacy. Instead, he led them to an empty classroom, one of the older ones near the dungeons that nobody used anymore. The walls were lined with old stone, and there was a smell of dust and age that seemed appropriate for delivering bad news. In the relative privacy of the abandoned classroom, he explained what Snape had said. Hermione's face went pale. "He mentioned your power to teacher, not explicitly," Harry said. "He was diplomatic about it, but he knew. He said he could feel the temporal distortion." "You've been vibrating backwards through time," Ron said slowly, working through the logic of it. "Right. Mad, but you're doing it, and if Snape can feel it, then presumably other magical practitioners could too. Other people who might be less friendly than Snape." "We need to be more careful," Hermione said, pacing back and forth across the empty classroom. Her footsteps echoed off the stone floor. "And we need more information about what's actually in this castle, about what Snape was warning you against." She stopped, realization crossing her face. Hagrid, something he said, he let it slip about Nicola's Flamel. And he mentioned a bump on Fluffy's leg like something had bitten it. A dog guard that large, something hurt it badly enough to bleed. It wasn't an accident. What are you saying? Harry asked, though he thought he already knew. I'm saying someone tried to get past Fluffy, Hermione said quietly. Someone who wanted what's beyond that door, and I don't think it was an accident that Fluffy is at Hogwarts in the first place. Dumbledore must have put it there to protect something valuable, something that someone would kill to possess. Ron nodded slowly. The Philosopher's Stone, that's what you're thinking, Flamel's Stone, it grants immortality. It grants the possessor immortality, Hermione corrected, her voice tight. It lets you live forever. If someone desperate enough had it, they could come back, Harry finished. Even if they were dead, even if they'd been defeated, they could come back if they had a way to return to life. The three of them looked at each other, and Harry felt something shift in the space between them. A recognition, a commitment to understanding what they were dealing with, to preventing whatever disaster was coming. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. Flamel's Stone, it's here, and someone is going to try to steal it. Harry felt the speed force stir within him, agitated by the confirmation of his fear. Something dark was moving in the castle, something that Snape had warned him about. Something that had already made at least one attempt to breach the castle's defenses. That night, the three of them ventured into the Forbidden Forest for detention, assigned to them by a teacher who didn't realize he was sending them into territory that Harry could smell the darkness within. There was something wrong about the forest, something that made the speed force vibrate nervously in his chest, warning him of dangers that didn't have the courtesy to present themselves in obvious forms. The trees seemed older here, twisted, as if something ancient had shaped them. The air tasted of blood and copper. An injured unicorn was the stated reason for the detention. They were to find it and help Hagrid treat its wound. But Harry felt at the moment they split up, the presence in the darkness, the thing that had been watching him since that moment on the Black Lake. It was close now, close enough to reach out and touch. It was waiting for him. It was hungry. When Harry and Draco stumbled upon the hooded figure, Harry's breath caught in his chest. The figure was bent over the corpse of a unicorn, drinking its blood. The creature was long dead, its white coat stained with the dark fluid, its eyes staring up at the canopy with the vacant expression of the deceased. The hooded figure didn't even look up as they approached, simply continued drinking, drawing the life essence from the dead creature with the hunger of something that had forgotten what it meant to be sated. The moment the figure sensed their presence, it straightened. The hood fell away, revealing Quirrell's face, but Quirrell's expression was not Quirrell's at all. The eyes were wrong, yellow and reptilian, glowing with an intelligence that was ancient and wrong and absolutely antithetical to everything the speed force represented. Something else was wearing Quirrell like a suit, and that something was ancient and hungry and possessed of a will that bent reality toward its own dark purposes. Draco screamed and ran. Harry didn't. Instead, he accelerated toward the figure at full speed, golden lightning blazing in a column of power around his body. This was the source of the darkness. This was the thing the speed force had warned him about, and he would stop it. The ground beneath his feet blurred as he ran, his entire body wreathed in golden light. He was moving so fast that he should have struck his target in a heartbeat, but the figure raised a hand and everything changed. The dark magic that erupted from that gesture was like nothing Harry had ever encountered. It wasn't a spell, wasn't even structured magic in the conventional sense. It was pure entropy, pure antithetical force, a wave of power that sought to drag everything it touched back toward stillness and silence and death. It was the opposite of the speed force, the negation of all motion and all possibility. It hit Harry like a wall. The speed force screamed, actually shrieked, within him, recoiling from the darkness with the horror of recognizing its perfect opposite. The golden lightning that surrounded Harry wavered and dimmed, flickering like a candle in a strong wind. His acceleration faltered, his forward momentum arrested by force that felt like running through tar, like moving against gravity multiplied 1,000-fold. The world became thick and slow and unbearably heavy. Every nerve in Harry's body protested as he tried to maintain his speed. The dark magic pressed against him like a physical weight, dragging at every cell, every fiber of his being. His vision tunneled, everything around him darkening as the entropy wave consumed the light. The speed force was still trying to push him forward, but it was like running through water that was turning to mud, then to concrete, then to stone. Harry pushed against it anyway, straining with every ounce of power he possessed, drawing on the speed force until his entire being was wreathed in golden light. The lightning intensified, becoming brighter, hotter, burning with the fury of something that refused to be stopped. He could feel his muscles screaming, could feel the cellular damage accumulating, could feel the barrier of the dark magic pressing back against him with the weight of ages. But it wasn't enough. The dark magic was too strong, too antithetical to the fundamental nature of movement and motion that defined him. He was slowing down. If he didn't break free, if he didn't escape this crushing pressure, the dark magic would stop him entirely, would drain him of all speed, all motion, all life. A centaur's hoof flashed across Harry's vision and the dark wave collapsed. Firenze, brilliant and terrible in his anger, drove the hooded figure away with strikes that sent sparks flying from the figure's shield spells. The centaur's movements were fluid and perfect, each motion flowing into the next, a dance of violence and purpose. The hooded figure retreated, driven deeper into the forest where Harry couldn't follow, couldn't reach. The darkness retreated, but not before Harry felt the presence behind the hood turn its full attention to him. For a moment he was pinned by the weight of that attention, feeling as though he was being catalogued, analyzed, understood. Interesting, a voice whispered from within Quirrell's mouth, a voice that was and wasn't Quirrell's, ancient and patient and hungry with a hunger that had been going unsatisfied for more than a decade. The voice echoed through the forest like wind through a tomb. Very interesting. What are you, boy? Firenze drove the figure deeper into the forest, and it vanished into the darkness between the trees, lost from sight. The centaur turned to Harry with eyes that seemed to hold the knowledge of ages, eyes that had watched centuries pass and understood the patterns of history. The stars spoke of you, young speedster, Firenze said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. Mars is bright tonight, burning with the light of warfare and struggle. The darkness hungers for what you carry, but you carry light as well, the light of sacrifice, of love made manifest in speed. Guard that light, young Harry Potter, guard it well. For when the darkness comes again, and it will come again, it will come for you. Harry stumbled back toward the detention point where Hagrid was waiting, his body shaking from the effort of fighting the dark magic, his mind reeling. Something could slow him down. Something in the castle had been wearing a teacher's face and drinking the blood of innocent creatures. And that something was intelligent, patient, hungry, and it knew about him now. It had marked him as something special, something worth understanding. He made his way back to the common room in a daze, barely registering Ron and Hermione's questions about what had happened in the forest. They could see the fear on his face, could sense that something terrible had occurred, but they waited until they got him alone in an empty classroom before pressing for details. When he finally told them everything about the hooded figure, about the dark magic that could slow him down, about the voice that came from behind Quirrell's mouth, Hermione's face had gone white. She sank into one of the classroom desks, her mind clearly working through the implications. Voldemort, she whispered. Harry, that's Voldemort. He's alive, he's in the castle. But how? Ron asked, his voice shaking. You killed him when you were a baby. Everyone knows you killed him. No, Hermione said slowly, her eyes distant as she worked through the theory. No, I think he didn't die. I think he just went somewhere else, somewhere between life and death, and I think he's been trying to come back ever since. The dark mark, the Death Eaters, the way no one can seem to find him or kill him permanently, it all makes sense if he found a way to exist outside normal death. The stone, Harry said, understanding crystallizing with terrible certainty. He wants the stone. The Philosopher's Stone, it grants immortality. If he has it, he'll be back, Hermione finished, fully back. Not just a presence hiding inside someone else's body, but completely physically back. In the flesh, alive again. The three of them stood together in the empty classroom, the weight of understanding pressing down on them like a physical force. Harry could feel the speed force stirring within him, answering the gravity of the moment, ready and waiting. It was almost eager, he realized. It had been preparing him for this, pushing him to master his powers because the real test was coming. Then we stop him, Hermione said quietly. Her voice was steady, but Harry could hear the fear underneath it. They were children. 11-year-old children standing in an empty classroom, and they were committing themselves to stopping a dark wizard who had eluded death itself. Ron swallowed hard, his face pale but determined. How do we do that? If dark magic can slow you down, Harry, then you're not unstoppable, you're not safe. Harry looked down at his hands. They were trembling. The golden lightning flickered weakly, responding to his uncertainty. But underneath the fear, underneath the knowledge that he wasn't invincible, there was something else. A spark of resolve. A promise made by 1,000 thunderclaps compressed into a whisper. You are the bridge, Harry Potter. You are the first wizard to carry my power. You are the answer to a prophecy written 1,000 years before your birth. You will not be the last. We have to try, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it carried weight. Because if we let him take the stone, then the Speed Force was right about one thing. Either I'll be salvation or destruction. And right now, looking at the darkness he carries, I'd bet everything on destruction. The three friends stood together in the dim classroom, hands joined. Ron's grip was warm and solid, the grip of someone who had committed himself to standing with Harry no matter what came. Hermione's grip was determined and sure, the grip of someone who understood the stakes and had decided they were worth the risk. Harry's hands crackled with golden lightning, the Speed Force responding to their resolve, to the moment, to the promise of speed in motion and the impossible made manifest. Voldemort is alive, Harry said quietly. He's in the castle, and he wants the stone. Then we stop him, Hermione repeated, and the words held no doubt, no hesitation. The speed force surged through Harry, answering her determination with a burst of golden light so bright it cast sharp shadows across the classroom walls. The light filled the space, pushing back the darkness, illuminating every corner of the room. But underneath the power, underneath the lightning, there was a cold knot of fear. Because Harry now knew something that would change everything. He was not the fastest thing in the castle. There was something older, something darker, something that could counter his speed with force that bent the very nature of motion itself. And it was learning. Every time they met, it understood him better. Every moment of contact was a study, a dissection of his power and his weaknesses. And one day, perhaps one day very soon, it would understand him well enough to catch him. It would understand him well enough to stop him. And when that day came, all the speed in the world would not be enough to save him. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 The fastest wizard alive. The Ministry Owl arrived at sunset, its scarlet wings a blur of urgent motion. Dumbledore's face went still as he read the parchment, something Harry had learned to recognize as genuine danger. The headmaster folded the letter carefully, spoke a few quiet words to McGonagall, and left the castle within minutes. A magical malfunction at the ministry, he explained. Nothing serious. He would return by morning. Harry knew better. He felt it the moment Dumbledore's carriage crossed the castle wards, a resonance that thrummed through the speed force like a plucked string. A trap. Someone had engineered the headmaster's absence, and Harry understood with crystalline certainty who and why. Quirrell had been biding his time, waiting for the moment when the greatest magical mind at Hogwarts would be conveniently removed from the board. Tonight was the night. He found Ron in the common room, pretending to work on a transfiguration essay while actually sketching Quidditch plays in the margins. Hermione was curled in her armchair with a book so ancient its spine had begun to crack. "We need to go, now," Harry said quietly. Ron looked up, saw something in Harry's expression, and didn't ask questions. Hermione closed her book without hesitation. They had trained for this, prepared for this moment since Hermione revealed the prophecy weeks ago. The runner born of sacrifice, wreathed in lightning, faster than death itself. The ancient words from Merlin's own hand had weight now. They were no longer speculation, they were destiny, laid out and unavoidable. The common room grew quieter as they moved, the ambient magic of Gryffindor Tower responding to their urgency. Harry could feel the castle's ancient protections recognizing their passage, acknowledging that something significant was about to unfold in the depths below. The portraits seemed to lean forward as they passed, their painted eyes tracking them with more awareness than usual. The stone gargoyle leading to the Philosopher's Stone was guarded by a single enchantment, a riddle lock. Hermione whispered the answer, already knowing from her research. The passage opened downward, spiraling into darkness. The first test came immediately. Harry felt the speed force respond the moment his foot touched the bottom step, a resonance of warning that made the golden lightning beneath his skin hum with urgency. The devil's snare writhed beneath the stone stairs, its black tendrils unfurling like serpents responding to heat, but worse than heat. The plant sensed magic, sensed intrusion, sensed the presence of a consciousness moving through its domain. The tendrils erupted from beneath every stone, emerging from cracks in the mortar, sprouting from alcoves that Harry hadn't even noticed existed. They were thick as tree branches, spotted with thorns the size of daggers, and they moved with the predatory intelligence of something that had been waiting years for prey to enter its chamber. The stench of decay and growth rolled off them in waves, the smell of something fundamental and alien, something that belonged to neither plant nor animal but existed in the spaces between. Ron reached for his wand, but Harry put out a hand. "Wait," Harry whispered, closing his eyes. He could feel the texture of the plant's consciousness now, not intelligent in the way wizards understood intelligence, but aware of heat, aware of motion, aware of vibration. He knelt and placed his palms flat against the advancing vines, feeling their rough bark rasp against his skin. Around him, the tendrils coiled tighter, some wrapping around his arms, seeking pressure points where they could constrict and crush. The vibration started in his core, a low frequency that built rapidly, molecules accelerating against one another in controlled oscillation. Not a spell, not magic in the conventional sense. Pure speed force energy channeled through his nervous system and into the plant matter beneath his hands. Heat bloomed from friction itself, not the crude burning of a flame-freezing charm, but molecular agitation at the quantum level. The speed force wrapped around his concentration like water around a stone, sustaining the vibration even as his body began to phase slightly out of sync with physical reality. The tendrils shrieked, not metaphorically. An actual sound, a high-pitched wailing that seemed to come from the plant's very essence as every cell in its structure began vibrating at frequencies that organic matter was never meant to withstand. The black bark turned red, then orange, then began to powder away into ash that hung in the stale chamber air. The plant tried to withdraw, to retract deeper into the stone, but Harry's vibration followed its roots, persistent and relentless. He understood now, the speed force wasn't just about moving fast. It was about understanding motion at every level, from the largest objects to the smallest atoms, and being able to manipulate all of it simultaneously. The tendrils shrieked again, a final desperate wail, and then they simply came apart. Not burning away, but disintegrating at the cellular level, molecules being scattered by the incompatible vibrations that Harry was imposing on them. Golden light spread from his hands across every vine, burning them away from the inside out, until the entire chamber was filled with swirling ash and the acrid smell of destroyed plant matter. Harry pulled his hands back, breathing hard. Around him, the chamber was empty except for his two friends and a few smoldering tendrils still twitching in the shadows. Hermione's eyes were wide with something between wonder and horror. "You didn't burn it," she said slowly. "You made it come apart." "I'll explain later," Harry said. "We need to keep moving." He pulled Ron and Hermione forward in a surge of golden light, the three of them moving in a synchronized blur that left scorch marks on the stone walls. The flying keys came next. A vast chamber opened beneath them, a cavern so large that the far wall was barely visible through the dim light filtering down from above. Thousand upon thousand of crystal wings scattered across the air, each one identical to its brothers except for one. The key to the door ahead, worn from centuries of use, one wing bent at an unnatural angle. A wizard's task: find the needle in 1,000 haystacks by careful observation and trial and error. Catch the right key before it flew away, before exhaustion set in, before mistakes piled up into fatal errors. Hermione was already calculating probabilities, her lips moving silently as she tried to work through the magical mathematics that governed the chamber. Ron stared up at the swirling keys with the expression of someone looking at an impossible problem. A speedster's task was different. Harry didn't deliberate. He launched himself upward with a push from the speed force, his body accelerating to a velocity that turned the cavern into a blur of static color. The golden lightning surrounding him created a tail that painted the air, and his perception expanded, sharpening, focusing. He could see everything at once now, not as a still image, but as a series of overlapping moments. The frequency of the wing beats, the subtle variations in size between new keys and old, worn grooves in metal that had been held by 1,000 wizards' hands. The bent wing was a beacon burning in his enhanced perception, brighter than all the others, marked by decades of impact against stone locks and magical mechanisms. His hand closed around it before he understood he was moving. The key jumped toward him with almost sentient eagerness, recognizing its purpose, recognizing the inherent rightness of being held by the one it was meant for. Harry felt the connection, a harmony between the key and himself that transcended the physical. This was how magic really worked, not through words and gestures, but through understanding, through connection. He descended in a controlled fall, the speed force cushioning his impact so gently that Ron and Hermione didn't even flinch when he materialized beside them, key in hand. Golden light faded from his eyes, but the electricity of the moment remained in his chest, that feeling of perfect synchronization with the world's flow. "That should have taken an hour," Hermione breathed. "It took 5 seconds, Ron said, checking his watch with shaking hands. "It actually took 5 seconds, I counted." Harry held the key aloft, watching the light refract through the crystal of its wing. "The lock knows what it's looking for. We just had to listen to what the key was saying." The door opened before them, ancient hinges protesting after centuries of stillness. The chess game was Ron's moment, and Harry understood this with absolute certainty the moment they entered the chamber. The board was enormous, the pieces the size of men, living and breathing and armed with weapons that glinted dangerously in the flickering light. Suits of armor that moved with soldiers' precision. Horses that pawed at the ground with impatient hooves. Bishops with staffs that crackled with dark energy. A magician's protection, one that required strategy, cunning, the kind of intelligence that couldn't be outrun. Speed meant nothing here. A mistake would mean a piece crushing a player where they stood, armor plating and magical enhancement making them capable of delivering lethal force with mechanical certainty. Ron stepped forward, his jaw set, his eyes cleared with the kind of focus Harry rarely saw outside of Quidditch, that perfect state of mind where all doubt fell away and there was only the game and the victory and the absolute knowledge of what needed to be done. "I'll play," Ron announced, his voice steady and clear. "I'll be a piece." Harry wanted to object. The speed force wanted to rewind time, to pull Ron back, to find another way. But Ron shot him a look that cut through both impulses, a warrior's look, a friend's understanding, the expression of someone who had already made peace with what was about to happen. "Don't," Ron said simply. You need everything you've got for what's coming. I'm the only one who can do this. I'm the only one who sees the board like a puzzle to solve instead of a problem to avoid. The game unfolded with terrible beauty. Harry watched from the side of the board, hands clenched into fists at his sides, golden lightning dancing between his fingers in patterns of increasing agitation. Ron positioned himself where the pieces could recognize him. The white side's knight, a player's position, a sacrifice piece that could be spent if the calculus of victory demanded it. The first moves were careful. Ron directed the white pieces with the precision of someone who understood probability and pattern recognition at an intuitive level. Each move was calculated 3 moves ahead, each piece positioned to create maximum threat while minimizing exposure. Ron himself moved only when necessary, positioning himself between the White King and the approaching black forces, deliberately throwing lesser pieces into the black onslaught to draw them forward, to expose their formation, to create openings where the white side's concentrated power could strike. Hermione watched with her hands clasped tightly, understanding the mathematics of probability that made each move either brilliant or fatal. Harry could feel through the speed force how close they came to defeat, could sense the moments where Ron's strategy wavered and nearly collapsed before course-correcting into something approaching victory. The game deepened. The Black Queen advanced, a looming figure of armored malice that moved with predatory grace. The Black Bishops formed a coordinated assault that threatened to cut off Ron's escape routes. The game became less about winning and more about survival, about buying time for the white side to arrange its final combinations. And then Ron saw it. Harry could see the moment the realization hit him, a slight change in his posture, a sudden sharpness to his focus. Ron understood the path to victory. It required a sacrifice. It required putting himself directly into the path of the Black Queen's power, exposing his knight to certain destruction so that the royal column would open. Checkmate in 3 moves after that, but those 3 moves couldn't happen unless Ron accepted the blow that was coming. Bishop to Knight's 4, Ron called out, his voice not wavering. He moved himself into position directly in the path of the approaching Black Queen. The Queen thundered forward, her massive armored form moving with supernatural speed. Her gauntleted hand raised, and Harry saw the blow coming, saw the weight of it, the force of it, the absolute certainty of impact. Ron's sword came up not to block but to angle the blow. A trained martial move, something a Quidditch player would instinctively understand. The Queen's strike came down with lethal force and caught Ron's blade at an angle that diverted the blow slightly. Just enough that instead of hitting center mass, it struck him across the shoulder and arm. The impact sent Ron flying backward. His body crashed against the stone wall with bone-shattering force and he slid down, leaving a trail of blood. He hit the ground and lay there, conscious but barely, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Harry was moving, the speed force begging him to reverse it, to run backward through time and undo the moment. Don't! Ron's voice came weakly, consciousness flickering but holding on. You need your strength. Go find him. End this for me. For Hermione, for everyone. Hermione pushed Harry forward before he could argue, her hands on his shoulders firm and unyielding. We'll keep him safe. Go. That's what Ron chose for us. Harry felt something break inside his chest, some fragile thing that held hope and innocence together. The golden lightning around his hands flared white with his anger and grief. Ron had sacrificed himself not to win the game but to buy Harry the strength to face what was coming. Harry would not waste that gift. The potion chamber was filled with riddles etched into the very air. A logic puzzle, a test of intelligence and deduction that existed in a state between magic and pure mathematics. 7 vials of liquid arranged in ascending order of danger, each one a potential path either forward or backward, with only one correct choice that would advance them to the next chamber. Hermione stood before the suspended bottles, her lips moving silently, her brilliant mind working through the permutations with the precision of a clock. Harry waited at the edge of the chamber, the speed force humming with impatience, begging him to simply accelerate through the puzzle, to vibrate at different frequencies until he found one that worked. No, Hermione said aloud, not to him but to herself, to the problem itself. No, that creates a paradox. That doesn't work because... She trailed off, moving her finger from bottle to bottle, calculating, deducing, following the logical threads of the riddle to their inevitable conclusions. Harry watched her work, understanding something essential in that moment. This was Hermione's strength. Not intelligence in the academic sense, she had plenty of that, but the ability to see the shape of a problem and to understand, truly understand, how every piece fit with every other piece. She could see the intent behind the riddle, could understand what the puzzle maker had been thinking, and could use that understanding like a key. This one, Hermione said finally, her finger pointing to a small crystal vial filled with clear liquid. Her voice was steady now, certain. The others are either too much poison, too little poison, or blocked by the riddle's own logic. Only this one advances you to the next chamber, and only this one allows you to return safely. Take it, I'll return for Ron." She picked up one of the backward-moving vials without hesitation, holding it before her eyes to confirm the label. It took courage. More courage, perhaps, than anything that had come before. "Hermione," Harry started, but she cut him off. "If I don't go back, Ron will bleed out," she said simply. "And you need to face what's coming without distraction, without grief making you reckless. So I'm going back and you're going forward, and we're all going to survive this." She took a breath, closed her eyes, and drank. The transition was instantaneous. She simply ceased to exist in the forward chamber, pulled back along the path they had come by magic that transcended normal understanding. For a moment, the world felt hollow without her, like a room with a wall suddenly removed. Harry took the crystal vial she'd identified, uncorked it, and let the liquid fire down his throat. It burned with the intensity of dragon's breath, but it also propelled him forward with the force of pure magic. He felt himself accelerated through the remaining passages by sheer alchemical will. The vial had contained not poison but acceleration itself, a rare compound, a substance that existed at the intersection of speed and magic, amplifying his ability to move through space. The passages blurred around him. Time seemed to compress. And when the acceleration finally stopped, Harry found himself standing in a chamber that was cold and empty and contained nothing but a single mirror and a man with a turban wrapped around his head. The mirror of Erised stood in the center of the chamber, frame ornate with silver and gold that seemed to absorb and reflect light in equal measure. And before it stood Quirrell, except the stammer was gone. His eyes were clear and cold and infinitely older than they should have been. His hands moved with the precision of a master duelist, and when he smiled, the expression carried malice that no schoolteacher should possess. "Hello, Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was his own but layered with something else, something that made the Speed Force recoil instinctively. Another consciousness, another presence, older and darker and far more powerful. "I wondered when you would arrive. I've been waiting for you in this chamber for what feels like an eternity. Waiting for the boy who would carry the Speed Force into his veins. Waiting for the one who might actually pose an interesting challenge." Harry's hand drifted toward his wand, but Quirrell didn't seem concerned. If anything, his smile widened. "Where's the turban?" Harry asked, moving his weight subtly, feeling the Speed Force respond with heightened alertness. Quirrell reached up with one hand and unwound the cloth slowly, drawing out the moment, savoring Harry's reaction. It fell away to reveal his bald scalp, and attached to the back of his skull, emerging from the very base of his brain like a grotesque symbiote, was a face. Decayed and serpentine, covered in scaled skin that seemed to flicker between flesh and something far more alien. Red eyes empty of anything approaching humanity, eyes that glowed with an inner fire that came from no natural source. A mouth that twisted into a smile that showed fangs that should not exist on any human creature. An expression of such absolute malevolence that the very air around it seemed to grow cold. "Voldemort." "Surprised, boy?" the face asked, its voice coming from Quirrell's lips in a horrible duet. "Did you think me completely destroyed? I have touched death itself and made it bow to my will. A simple curse, a fraction of my power scattered into a wraith, clinging to the blood and bones of my faithful servant. This is nothing to Lord Voldemort. I have achieved what no wizard has ever achieved. I have conquered death itself, and now I will conquer you." Harry felt the temperature drop. The Speed Force screamed a warning, a frequency of pure alarm that made his teeth ache and his vision swim. The presence before him was wrong in fundamental ways. It was not a living thing in any sense that Harry understood. It was entropy made conscious. It was the antithesis of motion, the opposite pole of the Speed Force itself. Wands. Voldemort continued, his voice carrying notes of amusement. "You think this will be a contest of spells, boy? How charmingly naive, how beautifully, painfully naive. Come, look into the mirror. See what you truly desire, and perhaps in seeing it you will understand why you have already lost." The Speed Force screamed a warning, a frequency of pure alarm that made Harry's teeth ache, but he understood what Voldemort was attempting. The mirror of Erised showed the deepest desires of the heart. For Harry, that would be his parents alive, his mother's sacrifice undone, a normal life in a world free of danger. He approached the mirror slowly, aware that this was a test and a trap simultaneously, that every step forward was a calculated move in a game whose rules he didn't yet understand. His reflection looked back at him, and for a moment, just a moment, he saw what Voldemort wanted him to see. His parents standing behind him, both alive, both smiling. His mother's hand on his shoulder, his father's arm around them both. Home, peace, the curse reversed. Everything Harry had dreamed of on the longest, coldest nights at Privet Drive. But Harry's Speed Force perception had evolved beyond simple vision. He could see electromagnetic frequencies now, the subtle markers of magic itself, the way energy moved through space and time. And in the mirror's reflection, superimposed over the false image of his parents, he could see the faint golden outline of the Philosopher's Stone materializing in his pocket. The mirror's enchantment was misdirection. Create the image of desire so powerful that no one would notice the subtle shifting of space around the pockets, the stones of alchemy transitioning dimensions. The stone was inside him now, invisible to all but those who knew to look for it at the quantum level. "It shows me what I want," Harry said carefully, his eyes still on the mirror. "My parents, my family." Voldemort's laugh was cold and echoing, a sound that seemed to come from dimensions where warmth had never existed. "Of course it does. And what do you intend to do with this knowledge, Potter?" cried Despair, the boy who never had a home, now confronted with the very thing his pathetic heart craves most. "Will you weep tears for the mother who chose to die? Will you beg me for one more moment of her love, knowing that I am the one who took it from you?" "No," Harry said. He turned away from the mirror, his hand closing around his wand. The golden lightning beneath his skin was building now, responding to the gravity of the moment. "I'm going to stop you, and I'm going to run." Voldemort's eyes widened fractionally, the only warning Harry got before the chamber erupted in curses. Green light filled the air in precise, controlled bursts. Killing curses, each one cast with the power of a fully trained wizard, each one carrying the weight of dark magic accumulated over decades of study and sacrifice. Quirrell's hands moved in perfect synchronization, his double voice speaking incantations that twisted the very air into hostile geometry. Reductor curses shattered stone as they passed, leaving trails of destruction. Defindo spells sliced through the air like razor wire, leaving the very fabric of reality scorched where they passed. And beneath it all, woven through every attack, was a pressure, an ancient alien pressure that made reality itself feel thick and slow, like the world was moving through honey, like time itself was becoming sluggish. Harry's response was instinctive. The speed force responded to threat the way a predator responds to weakness. He accelerated, his body becoming a blur of golden light that cut through the flurry of spells with supernatural grace. The green light of killing curses passed through where he had been a nanosecond before, missing by margins that should have been impossible. He dodged without thinking, his perception expanding to encompass the entire chamber in overlapping moments, seeing attack trajectories before they fully formed, understanding the geometry of spellwork at levels that would have taken other wizards years to master. From the outside, it would have looked impossible. The boy was everywhere and nowhere, a golden phantom moving through an impossible storm of magic. The green light of the curses left trails of destruction through the stone, but Harry was never where the destruction occurred. He existed in the spaces between moments, in the gaps where fate couldn't reach him. But from Harry's perspective, the curses moved at a crawl. Their trajectory was so obvious that he could trace them with his eyes closed, could predict where each one would go 3 seconds before it was even cast. Time had stretched. His perception had expanded. He was untouchable. And then Voldemort did something that made the entire chamber seem to invert. The red eyes of the wraith face blazed with power that transcended any spell. The dark magic that had filled the Forbidden Forest weeks before, that ancient entropy and stasis magic that Harry had experienced like running through tar, suddenly exploded outward from Quirrell's body in a wave of absolute oppression. The world became heavy. Not physically, there was no increase in gravity, no crushing force in the traditional sense. But it felt as if reality itself was slowing down, as if each moment was stretching into eternity, as if the forward motion of time was becoming increasingly difficult. The speed force, which relied on movement, on the fluidity of transition, on the fundamental ability to accelerate and progress, began to stutter. Harry felt his acceleration drop. His golden lightning flickered like a candle in a storm. His perception, which had been operating at thousands of overlapping timelines, suddenly compressed down to something approaching normal human speed. Everything slowed. The world came back into focus with brutal clarity. It was like trying to run through a swimming pool filled with molasses. Each step took enormous effort. The golden light around him dimmed perceptibly. His muscles burned with the effort of simply maintaining motion against the weight of Voldemort's ancient magic. "You see," Voldemort's voice echoed through Harry's mind, speaking directly into his consciousness. "You see what you truly face. I have not merely touched death, boy. I have become death's apprentice. I understand the cessation of all things, the stasis magic of the most ancient rites of my order, magic that predates your pathetic modern wizardry by millennia. Magic that was old when Merlin was still learning to walk. Magic that creates zones of pure entropy where motion itself becomes sluggish, where nothing accelerates, where all things tend toward the stillness of oblivion." Quirrell was moving toward him now, moving with supernatural speed that came not from the speed force but from something older and darker, the movement of something that could not be stopped because it existed outside the normal rules of motion. He moved like entropy itself made manifest. Harry tried to dodge, tried to accelerate away, but the pressure was too great. Quirrell's hands closed around Harry's throat. "And you," Voldemort continued, his voice dripping with contempt and something that might have been genuine pity. "You are nothing but motion, Potter. Nothing but the speed force itself, desperate to move through a world that refuses to move with you. How terrifying that must be, to have all of that power and to find yourself unable to use it, to feel your greatest strength becoming your greatest weakness." Harry struggled. The pressure around his throat was absolute, the grip of hands that possessed the strength of decades of dark magical practice. His feet were leaving the ground. The golden lightning that surrounded him was dimming, flickering like a candle in a hurricane. His eyes began to water. His lungs burned with the desperate hunger for oxygen. "Such a pity," Voldemort continued, his voice almost crooning now, intimate in a way that was somehow more horrible than anger would have been. "You could have been magnificent, Potter. Conduit for an extra-dimensional force. With my guidance, we could have rewritten the fundamental laws of this world. We could have made motion serve entropy, speed serve death, possibility serve the endless void. We could have been partners in a new world order, you and I together. We could have made ourselves gods. But instead, you cling to your weakness, to love, to sacrifice, to the memory of a mother who thought her blood could protect you from the inevitable." The world was starting to darken. Black spots flickered at the edges of Harry's vision. His lungs burned. The golden lightning was barely visible now, reduced to faint sparks dancing across his skin like the last moments of a dying fire. "Well, let me show you the truth, Potter. Let me show you what happens when death comes for the boy who lived." The pressure increased. Harry's vision started to tunnel. His desperate attempts to breathe produced only strangled gasps. The speed force was fading. In moments, consciousness would slip away entirely. In moments, everything would go dark. And then Harry remembered. The memory wasn't his own, it was a memory that lived in the speed force itself, a moment that transcended time and space. The night his mother died, the killing curse striking her down in that darkened house in Godric's Hollow. And in that last moment, the moment when Lily Potter's life was extinguished by dark magic, her love, the fundamental force of sacrifice and protection that bound her to her son, had reached across the boundaries between dimensions. It had reached into the speed force. It had fused with the extra-dimensional energy in a moment of absolute transcendence. In dying, Lily had become the bridge. She had made herself the path by which the speed force could touch this world. And in that moment, the baby Harry Potter became something that had never existed before, a living conduit not just for motion, but for motion born of love, for possibility born of sacrifice, for hope itself made into kinetic energy. The speed force had chosen him because his mother had chosen him first. Harry's eyes snapped open. They were pure gold. Not the familiar golden light of his speed force manifestation, not the warm amber that usually marked his awakening, but a radiant, almost blinding gold that seemed to burn from inside his skull with the force of a newborn star. And around his body, the golden lightning didn't return, it evolved. The new lightning was white gold, blazing with an intensity that forced Quirrell to release his grip and stumble backward, shielding his red eyes from the radiance. The light filled the chamber completely, erasing all shadows, all darkness, burning away every trace of the entropy that Voldemort had woven into the air. For a moment, Voldemort's voice cut through the light with a shriek of pure fury and fear, a creature of entropy and darkness confronted with a radiance that seemed to negate its very existence, that seemed to deny the fundamental reality of its being. The dampening field shattered like glass. Harry moved. Not with the speed force. Not with any power he had accessed before, with something beyond it, something that existed at the intersection of motion and emotion, at the junction where love became kinetic energy. He was vibrating at a frequency that transcended the normal spectrum of motion. He existed in multiple moments simultaneously, not quite time travel, but something adjacent to it, a state of being that was both singular and infinite, one place and everywhere at once. When Quirrell's hands closed around his throat again, moving with all the speed his dark magic could muster, Harry was already beyond the grasp. He had moved not through space but through the gaps between moments, existing in the spaces where Voldemort's magic had no dominion. The golden lightning leaped from his body to Quirrell's in a contact so intimate that for a moment the two of them existed as a single entity of light and dark, possibility and entropy warring on the quantum level. Harry could see Quirrell's consciousness now, could see the man that had been before Voldemort had claimed him, could see the years of corruption and compromise that had led to this moment. He felt pity, and then he felt nothing but purpose. The vibration started in Quirrell's hands where they had touched Harry's shoulders. It spread upward through his arms, accelerating molecular motion to impossible frequencies. The vibration was precise and controlled. Harry understood now what he was capable of. Not burning, not crushing. Simply accelerating every atom in the body to vibrate at a resonance that physical form could not withstand. Each molecule vibrating at a frequency incompatible with every other molecule surrounding it, the very bonds that held matter together coming apart under the stress. Quirrell screamed, a sound that cut through dimensions, a death cry that echoed through the speed force itself, reverberating through the spaces between worlds. The sound carried pain and terror and a horrible understanding of what was happening to him, of the knowledge that his body was coming apart at the atomic level, that he was being unmade at the most fundamental level of existence. His body began to disintegrate at the point of contact, molecules simply ceasing to cohere, flesh and bone and blood separating into component atoms that were propelled in all directions by the sheer kinetic energy of incompatible vibrations. It wasn't burning away. It wasn't being vaporized. Quirrell was coming apart, returning to his constituent elements, being scattered across the chamber like leaves in an impossible wind. And Voldemort, the wraith face that had been grafted to Quirrell's skull, the dark spirit that had anchored itself to the body of its servant, the consciousness that had spent years believing itself beyond death's reach, tried to flee. It separated from the dissolving flesh with a shriek that seemed to tear the air itself, a shade of pure malice that was no longer tethered to physical form. It had survived death once before. It would survive again. It would find another body, another servant, another anchor in this world. It tried to phase through the speed force barrier that Harry instinctively threw up, not a bolt. An ocean of white gold energy that moved at velocities that had no name in the normal world. The Wraith Voldemort tried to flee through it, to phase through to another dimension as it had so many times before, but the speed force, enhanced now by the transcendent frequency of Lily's sacrificial love, powered by the fundamental force of motion born from sacrifice, was no longer something that could be phased through. It was something that could be vibrated apart. The dark spirit touched the barrier and began to tear. Not metaphorically, its very essence was being vibrated at frequencies that entropy could not maintain. The bonds that held Voldemort's consciousness together, the anchors that had kept his fractured soul cohere across multiple dimensions, began to strain and fracture. Voldemort's scream cut through reality and into the speed force dimension itself, a dying wail of a creature that had spent years believing itself beyond death's reach, only to discover that some forces transcended even dark magic's understanding of mortality. The scream contained rage and despair and a horrible, unexpected understanding that he had been wrong, that there was something faster than death, that there was something stronger than entropy. But it was too late for understanding, too late for anything but dissolution. Spirit was scattered, torn apart, flung into the spaces between dimensions where neither light nor dark held dominion. What remained of Voldemort's consciousness was dispersed across the multiverse itself, fragmented into pieces so small they would take centuries to recombine if they ever could. The darkness that had defined his existence, the will that had held him together through impossibilities, was broken into shards that would spend eternities trying and failing to come back together. Harry collapsed. The white gold's lightning faded from his body. The pure gold drained from his eyes, leaving him with the familiar warmth of his own broken irises, one brown, one touched with gold. His body hit the stone floor of the chamber with bone-jarring force, and consciousness began to slip away as the adrenaline and speed force energy drained completely, as if the effort of transcendence had burned through every ounce of strength he possessed. The last thing he felt before darkness claimed him was the weight of the Philosopher's Stone against his chest, the symbol of impossible perfection, now useless, now just a trinket from an old man's dream. He had succeeded. They had won. And in the darkness that claimed him, there was nothing but peace. The hospital wing smelled the same as it always did, a combination of essence of murtlap and old linen that somehow felt like safety, like home, like everything being the way it should be. Harry's eyes opened to soft afternoon light filtering through the windows, and for a moment he existed in a state of absolute peace. No pain, no pressure, just the rhythm of his own breathing and the familiar hum of the speed force running through his veins like a second heartbeat. Dumbledore was sitting in a chair beside the bed. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, his face carved with lines that hadn't been visible days before. Silverbeard was unkempt, and his eyes, those ancient knowing eyes, held a weight of understanding that transcended normal human experience. He had clearly not slept. There were dark circles beneath his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly as he set down the ancient book he had been reading. The stone, Dumbledore said without preamble, has been destroyed. Flamel and I agreed long ago that its time in this world had passed. Better that it return to ash and memory than tempt another to darkness. Harry tried to speak. His throat was bruised, burned where Quirrell's hands had closed around it. The flesh was raw, the muscles beneath damaged by the constricting pressure. But Dumbledore raised a hand gently, his expression carrying the weight of 1,000 years of accumulated sorrow and wisdom. Rest, do not attempt to speak. The healers tell me you were strangled nearly to the point of death. It took all of my skill and some of Madame Pomfrey's rarest healing drafts to pull you back from that edge." Dumbledore stood and walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed out at the grounds of Hogwarts, the forbidden forest in the distance, the lake reflecting the afternoon sky, the grass green with the promise of another season. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet, contemplative, as if speaking to himself as much as to Harry. "I have been reading accounts of the Speed Force dating back to the founding of Hogwarts itself, perhaps further. There are texts in our deepest archives, parchments written by wizards whose names have been lost to history, whose works have been translated and retranslated until the original meaning is barely recognizable, that speak of it as something more than mere physical phenomenon, a fundamental force of the universe, motion itself in all its infinite permutations. The reason that anything moves at all, anywhere, in any realm, not merely the ability to accelerate, but the fundamental belief in progress, in the possibility of reaching tomorrow, in the reality of becomings and becomings." Dumbledore turned back to face Harry, and his expression was both infinitely sad and infinitely proud. "The night your mother gave her life for you, Lily's sacrifice reached farther than any protection charm should have reached. Her love created a tier between dimensions. The boundaries between worlds became thin and permeable for just a moment. And the Speed Force, perceiving that tier, that opening, reached through it. It chose you, Harry, or perhaps you and it chose each other in that moment. Either way, you became something that should not exist. A bridge between worlds, a conduit for motion itself. And more than that, you became motion born of love, force made manifest from sacrifice." Harry wanted to ask questions, but speaking was agony. Instead, he simply waited. Dumbledore seemed to understand. He continued as if Harry had asked the questions aloud. "Voldemort will return," Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, accepting, carrying no note of fear or concern. "His spirit is scattered now, more thoroughly than it was that night in Godric's Hollow when the curse rebounded. But he has made anchors in this world that will allow him to reconstitute himself, given enough time and enough dark magic. He will not rest, Harry. He will spend the rest of his existence seeking to reform himself, to reclaim power, to enact his revenge on a world that has thwarted him. And neither, I suspect, will you." The headmaster paused, his blue eyes studying Harry with an intensity that seemed to see past flesh and bone into the very heart of what he was. "Dark magic seeks stasis, the cessation of all things. It is entropy made manifest, the belief that all things tend toward stillness and death. It is the philosophy of ending, of finality, of the belief that there is a true and complete end to all things. Lord Voldemort has done more than any wizard in history to cheat death, and in doing so he has become a creature of that very entropy he sought to transcend. He is the antithesis of motion. He is the opposite of the Speed Force. He will always be able to slow you, Harry, to create zones where the Speed Force becomes sluggish, to make the world heavy around you, to drag at your feet like chains made of time itself." Dumbledore walked back to Harry's bedside, his aged hand reaching out to rest gently on Harry's forehead. "But he can never stop you completely, never silence you, never make you truly still, because the Speed Force is not merely speed, it is not merely motion, it is hope. It is the fundamental belief that tomorrow can be reached, that the future is always possible, that change itself is inevitable and unstoppable. And you, more than anyone, carry that within you. You carry it in every cell, in every atom, in the very essence of what you are." Harry lay back against his pillow, feeling the truth of those words in his bones, resonating with the golden light that still hummed beneath his skin. "He'll come back," Harry whispered, his voice raw and broken. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Dumbledore agreed. He returned to his chair and settled into it with the weariness of someone who had been standing for far too long. "He will return. He will come back angry and diminished and desperate to reclaim what he lost. And he will hunt you, Harry. For the rest of your life, as long as he exists in any form, he will seek you out and hunt you." "Then I'll be faster," Harry replied. His voice was barely audible, but the certainty in it was absolute. Dumbledore smiled, a smile that was like sunrise breaking over a frozen landscape, like warmth returning to a world of ice and darkness. It was a smile that carried both pride and infinite sorrow, that acknowledged both the victory that had been achieved and the cost of achieving it. "Yes," Dumbledore said softly, "I believe you will be." The Hogwarts Express released a great plume of white steam as it slowed into King's Cross Station, the platform crowded with the organized chaos of hundreds of students disembarking. Trunks and luggage piled up on the platform. Owls called from their cages. Students embraced parents, hugged friends, made plans for the summer ahead. The ordinary magic of the ordinary world reasserting itself after months at school. Harry stood on the platform, his trunk beside him, watching the cascade of students and luggage and reunion hugs that marked the end of term. He could have run home in seconds. His control over the speed force was strong enough now that he could navigate the distance without attracting attention, arriving at Privet Drive in the space between heartbeats. The golden lightning beneath his skin could carry him faster than any train, faster than any owl. Instead, he walked. Ron and Hermione stood beside him, looking simultaneously triumphant and exhausted. Ron's shoulder was fully healed, though he complained about phantom aches every time the weather turned towards rain. His arm moved through a full range of motion, but his eyes held the memory of the blow, the knowledge of how close he had come to not walking away at all. Hermione wore the kind of satisfied expression of someone who had solved a profound mystery and lived to tell about it. She had remained in the second chamber with Ron, administering the healing drafts that Dumbledore had given her before they descended, stopping the bleeding, keeping Ron conscious, preventing the worst of the injuries from becoming fatal. She had been his anchor while Harry faced what was coming below. "Next year," Ron said, his voice carrying the tone of someone who had truly understood his own mortality and had decided to live fully because of it, "we do this again, except with less near-death and more house points." That was only one near-death, Hermione pointed out, raising an eyebrow at Ron in a way that suggested he was being characteristically dense. "Each," Ron replied pointedly. "One for each of us, that's my count." Harry laughed, a real laugh that came from somewhere deep in his chest, genuine and warm and full of life. "Next year we learn everything we can about how dark magic works. If Voldemort knows how to use it against the Speed Force, we need to understand it completely. We need to know the theory behind the magic, not just how to survive it." "That sounds ominous," Hermione said. "It is," Harry agreed, "but we have an entire summer ahead of us. We'll figure it out together." Ron was called away by his mother, a tall, red-haired woman who immediately began checking him for injuries with the focus of a general inspecting troops. She examined his shoulder, traced the scar that was still pink and new, and seemed to come to the conclusion that he had somehow survived the year without being killed, which apparently counted as a success in her estimation. She pulled him into a hug that looked like it might crack ribs, and Harry could see Ron grinning despite the force of it. Hermione hugged Harry quickly, her eyes bright with tears that she seemed embarrassed to let fall. "See you next year, fastest wizard alive," she said, and was gone before he could respond, disappearing into the crowd to find her parents. Harry turned and walked toward the barrier where the Dursleys were waiting, their thin faces set in their perpetual expressions of contempt and barely concealed disgust. They didn't wave, they didn't smile, they simply waited with the patience of people waiting for a piece of luggage to be returned to them. As he walked, the world around him seemed to slow slightly, a comfortable deceleration that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Time seemed to compress and expand at once, his perception of motion allowing him to exist in multiple moments simultaneously. The golden lightning that he kept hidden in his pockets danced against his fingertips, visible only if someone knew to look for it, only if they understood that motion and magic were not opposing forces but different expressions of the same fundamental power. He was no longer the boy who lived. That was a name for a child who had survived through luck and his mother's blood protection. That child had been small and afraid, marked by a curse he couldn't understand, hunted by powers beyond his control. That child had lived in the shadow of destiny, waiting for the moment when fate would claim him. Harry Potter was something else entirely now. He was the fastest wizard alive, not because of natural speed, though he possessed that in abundance, not because of the golden lightning that surged through his veins, though that was real and powerful and growing stronger every day, but because he carried within him the fundamental force of motion itself, the belief that the future was always possible, that darkness could always be outrun, that every moment contained the possibility of endless becomings and transformations and changes. Voldemort had chosen to embrace death, had chosen to anchor himself to stasis and entropy and the cold certainty of an ending, a final state where nothing could change and nothing could move forward. He had sought to make the world as still and cold and final as death itself. Harry had chosen differently. He would choose differently every moment of every day for the rest of his life. He chose every moment to run forward, to move into the next second with the full knowledge that it could be reached. To trust in the impossible geometry of sacrifice and love that his mother had woven into the very fabric of his being, that lived in the Speed Force itself, that powered his every movement and his every breath. The Dursleys loaded his trunk into their car without a word. As they drove away from King's Cross, past the crowds of muggles who would never know that magic existed in their world, past the ordinary buildings and ordinary people living ordinary lives, Harry pressed his hand against the window. The golden lightning responded, tracing patterns only he could see. Fractals and spirals and symbols that carried meaning from the speed-force dimension, promise marks and hope signs written in the language of motion itself. They were messages of possibility, of futures yet to be reached, of moments yet to be lived. He was 12 years old. He had a dark wizard to stop, a world to save, and eternity written into his bones. The knowledge of it didn't terrify him, not anymore. Instead, it filled him with purpose, with certainty, with the absolute knowledge that he was exactly where he needed to be, that he was exactly what the world needed him to be, and he was only getting faster. "I am Harry Potter," he whispered to the glass, "and I am the fastest wizard alive." The golden lightning blazed brighter, responding to his words, responding to his certainty. It painted the window with light that no human eye could see, marks visible only to those who ran between worlds, only to those who understood that motion and magic were not opposing forces. They were the same force, expressed in infinite variation. The future stretched ahead of him, vast and uncertain and full of possibility. There would be pain, there would be loss, there would be enemies and betrayals and moments where hope seemed impossible, but there would also be victory, there would be friendship. There would be love in all its forms, and through it all there would be motion. There would be the possibility of tomorrow. There would be the chance to run faster than death, to move beyond entropy, to make the impossible real through speed and sacrifice and love. Harry Potter ran toward it with all the speed he possessed. The car rolled down the road toward the Dursleys' home, and behind it, visible only to those with eyes to see, the golden lightning left a trail of light that marked the passage of something extraordinary, something impossible, something that changed the very nature of what the world could be. Chapter 6 End.